everybody. Happy 420. How's everybody doing? Who's all here? Hey, Jesse. Hey, Love. Saw Stevie, Debbie, Harlot, Hannah. How's everybody doing? Is it not beautiful out where everybody's at right now, or is it just me? William, what's going on, man? Can you guys let me know if the music, like back here, is a little too loud and you can't hear me? I'm trying to keep it at like a decent level and not. I just don't like silence, you know. Hey, VA. Hey, Love. So yeah, it's an open panel today. I mean, it was an open panel yesterday. I'm always open to have anybody up to hear their opinion and kind of, either what you think about, the documents just came out, or what you think about, yesterday's conversation with Rich, or, just overall, if you wouldn't just come out and hang out. And I'm about to light this little bone here. Been waiting. Hey, Crystal, Peaches, Suddy. How you guys doing? So because I saw, now I'm not going to bring up the documents and bore everybody, but basically, from what I took from the documents yesterday is they're not going to be able to basically have an evidence that he was doing any kind of social media, like he was doing any kind of social media stalking or anything of that nature. So they can't even present that now as evidence. So it just seems little by little, day by day, week by week, either the prosecution's evidence gets weaker, or, we hear that the evidence we think they have isn't even true and they don't even have it. So I'm just trying to figure out what ammunition the prosecution still has that they're going to go after Brian Koberger with, and is it enough? And, I want to hear from you guys, because you guys know my opinion, but I'm curious on what you guys think. So I'm going to put the link in chat just in case anybody wants to come up. Free the Koberger. Hey, don't. Hey, Sofa King. I love that. All right. So I got the copy. And I appreciate everybody yesterday being respectful in chat. I respect also everybody, all the new people. I didn't expect that many views on my first video. And I respect everybody being respectful in the chat and also in the comments. Yeah, it was great. All right, let me get this in the, here we go. There we go. So yeah, if you guys, if you want to come up and talk about whatever, I want to hear from you guys, what you guys are thinking from, watching all this, watching Nancy Grace, watching Banfield, hearing Rich yesterday. I want to know where you guys are at. So how the guys? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of crazy that they're saying he wasn't, he had it off, but yet they're going to prove that it was on, because I'm sure Brian, if Brian didn't do this, he had his phone on the whole time. And if it wasn't connected to the network, Yeah, Jesse, I was surprised, and I appreciate everybody, because again, I'm not a big like streamer or anything like that. I don't really know basically what I'm doing yet, but I was happy a lot of people, got something out of yesterday. That's really what I wanted. I'm on the BK. Happy Saturday. Wouldn't that prove he wasn't in Moscow? Yeah. I mean, and if he wasn't in Moscow, then I don't care what he was doing over that lake. I don't care if he, I really don't. I don't, if he was climbing up a tree, if he was I don't care what they say he was doing. If they can show he was over there, he wasn't in Moscow. So that means he couldn't be the one who have done this. But damn us for thinking like that. I'd rather. I'm gonna post something in the park area. It says right on there that no self. Wow, really? I don't know if you saw, you were in Dinky's last night, right, Jesse, where we brought up the article from Pleasant Valley School District that Brian Koberger did in fact help with the saving of a life of basically somebody that dropped. Obviously, he wasn't the main security guard to the scene, but he rushed to get some medical equipment to come back and save somebody's life. And to me, that speaks volumes again about his character. You know, if he was infatuated with death and is this cold person, you know, he would have took his time and let that person die so he can take in what a dead person looks like. And to me, to rush and spring into action to save somebody's life, I don't know. It speaks highly of their character. And I don't want to hear, oh, that's all the way back in. No, it was 2018. You know, at that point, you know, the guy's an adult. You know, he's not a kid. So let's see. But yeah, I wasn't expecting to see his name in that article. There's no evidence, not just because they were allowed to admit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, VA. Listen, I've been. I mean, even people that think he's guilty, if you know, like I just want to hear why, you know, and you know, if it's the DNA, I get it. You know, there's touch DNA on a sheath, which, you know, but again, look at what kind of DNA it is first. Oh my God, Jesse's stargazing. You're something else. I didn't even see you, but I know I left her. Yeah, I would. I mean, I went like when I moved to Arizona. Like I never went really go driving here in Pennsylvania. It's just a pain. But in Arizona, it's flat land, and I mean, I was driving 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning on the highway, and then like other sports cars would like pull up, and then we all be doing like pools and stuff like that, and it was great. And I love the scenery, and like I said, I could understand him. You know, not he wasn't in Idaho too long, so I could see him, you know, still being infatuated with the scenery, the sky, whatever. Because again, we don't have that here. I mean, we have woods, but it doesn't look anything like what that park looks like. Daughter Krista. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Psych, welcome in. Yeah, welcome to all the new people. I always figure everybody knows me, but I see we have a lot of new people. Jumps. He went to get that thing that jumps your heart. Yeah, the what's it called? The defibrillator. Hey, Clue. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know if you saw the video yesterday. Oh, I don't know how to do this. If everybody can like and subscribe, that would be awesome. And if you missed yesterday's video, because I don't know how to like edit the title yet or anything, but I had a really good conversation with Rich Pasqua, who was a really good friend of Brian Koberger back in the day. So if you guys missed that, go check it out. Hey, just mom. He is no killer. I'm so defensive when it comes to him. Yeah, I mean, that's what is so shocking, and it's funny how like people can understand. Oh, why is everybody like it's just a coincidence that this many people care, you know, for this guy's justice. It's not. See, it's not just for him. It's for all of us. It's the whole totality of the justice system. That's what we care about. It's just true justice. They take it as, oh, you're a BK, you know, lover, BKD rider, whatever they call, you know, people that think he's innocent or are in the middle. But I don't think it's that at all. I think we all just want real justice to happen. Thank you, Seti. He acts like a typical Scorpio. Yeah, and then I mean, we did hear Rich say that, you know, his dad, you know, has more of a personality than you know, than Brian. And Rich said like Brian was always awkward and kind of, and I said that from the beginning. You know, everybody was like, oh, he has a death stare. Look at that. No, it doesn't matter if he's talking to you in a great mood or a bad mood. It's what he looks like. Oh yeah, he's gonna have a peach of a time soon. Because I mean, I understand, you know, going to jail, them having the wrong guy and getting out, but smearing his name, the documentaries, I mean, this shit on here. I mean, Jesus, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, Clue's here. Like I said, if anybody wants to come up, oh shit, sorry, Clue. I'm sorry. I don't know how you're back there. I don't know how long you're back there. I'm sorry.
I put it in the chat. I was like, "You gonna let me up, bro?"
Shit, my bad. I'm still trying to catch up. This shit's hard on the phone. What's going on?
I can't believe you actually went live. I watched it yesterday too, but I didn't chat because I'd been on the computer all day and my eyes were like crossing.
I knew nobody would thought I'd ever go live, but I was like, you know what? I'm at a point where I've heard and seen enough. Like, there's no more hiding it from me. You know, I'm over it. I'm over the whole trying to give them leeway to sway me the other way. No, I've seen and heard enough. But I've seen you've been covering like the Sebastian stuff a lot, right?
Oh, yes, little Sebastian.
I don't really know the developments in that. I know what's going on.
Well, it wouldn't be Tennessee if it wasn't effing crazy. But like yesterday, some guy posted or messaged some random person on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, "Do you know Sebastian?" And they were like, "Nah, he's just a missing kid I know of." And
Mm-hmm.
the guy wrote back, he was like, "Well, I have him." And he was like, he doesn't want to go home because he said home is hurt right now.
Jesus Christ.
And it turns out to be complete BS, right? Like, but he said he saw him on the road. He saw him walking. He's had him for 2 weeks. He took him to family in Oklahoma or something.
Jesus mighty. So you're digging deep into that.
I mean, I'm not on the side of like everyone is basically the bio dad is just has a halo and he's just not sketchy. He's sketchy to me. I'm sorry, but all
Have you
three of
still
them.
had any time to like catch up on what's going on with Idaho?
Yeah, I've been watching y'all. That's how I've caught up. But that whole alibi document was just like, and the
Oh my
dude
God.
that's their witness, like, whole dude, do you have kids? Like, are you married? Because I don't even know how you'd have time to have sex. Like,
Who, that guy, the expert?
yes.
That's what I'm saying. He's done so much shit, and then I see like NFL, and then I'm like, God, this guy's like the most interesting man in the world.
I know. And then I'm sitting here like I literally read his
What's up,
like
Cletus?
CV and I read his resume and I'm like, shit, I've wasted my life. Like
No Clue's not a guy. That's her hubby in the background. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you saw the I don't know if you saw Jules' breakdown of it, but she did really well. And then also the lawyer, is, I mean, usually I watch like 5-10 minutes of a video, but I was captivated because like there was so many stupid questions people were asking him, and he would be like, "No, that's not how it works." And I'm like, "What? This is crazy that people even like think like this. Like, is it weird that his alibi came out just in time? No. Why would you rush something that's going to be, that you're going to have to prove? Like, everybody wanted it right away. How does that make sense?
yeah,
You
agreed.
know, like why would you rush putting out something that could potentially exonerate you? That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, it kind of makes me mad that they forced him to bring an alibi in the first place because he's not using that as a, well, maybe he is. It kind of sounds like he might be, which is kind
Yeah,
of weird because in the beginning, her argument was you don't really need an alibi unless you're using the alibi for defense. But in this paperwork, it kind of seems like they might be.
yeah. Well, that's why, like, and I don't give those people. I take it with a grain of salt what they say on News Nation, especially Ashley. But the experts yesterday, they were saying how, like, he's basically going to use an alibi defense, but that's not true. Just because he came out with an alibi doesn't mean he's going to use an alibi defense, does it?
Well, the reason I say it sounds like that might be what they're doing is because she says with
Maybe
proof
I'm wrong.
from the prosecution.
Okay.
So it kind of sounds like the alibi of him not being there or in that area is going to be his defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Peaches, yeah, I seen. Yeah, well, what's up with that? People attacking this. Like, listen, if this expert was on the prosecution side, everybody would be like, "Oh, Brian screwed," blah blah blah. But because this is his first time ever doing anything for the defense,
Yep.
people are freaking out.
Well, and people are going to attack anybody in any situation, but you can't attack the data. And that's ultimately what the alibi is, right? Is that there's data.
Yep.
And the thing that they claim in that alibi or in that filing, the only thing I'm kind of curious about is what level of the cast report they've gotten, because what he's an expert in, I don't even think they would need the full cast report provided in order for them to see the same thing he's already seen. Because that's the way I read it, is he's looked at the information he's been able to get and has already seen, things that basically are exculpatory for Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't even have the cast data yet. So
yeah, and that's why, like, I'm just thinking, like, because A.R. Hayes made a very good point on Dinky's last night, where, okay, if the prosecution, like, does everything they can to discredit this this expert, what about all the people that he's helped put away? Do they have to let all those people out?
Right.
I mean, I think that was a really good statement he made, because it makes sense. Like, if they discredit that witness, then, the lawyers and the prisoners that are in there that he helped put in there are going to come out of the woodworks with appeals and shit. And they're going to say, look, this guy was just discredited, but he put my client away. And how do you keep that person in jail then?
No, that's true.
Anne has known this whole time, but they needed to cast her. Exactly. And what I find funny is that, like I said, that last part of the alibi, which is like, listen, you're either going to give it to us because we already have it, or we're going to show you what you're not giving us. And that was like, if I was at the prosecution, man, I don't know how Bill's feeling right now. And that's why I said, like, how much ammunition, like, do they really have left?
Did you see Joel's video this morning? I think it was this morning. Hold on.
Yes.
Something about it shows or proves that.
The social media.
Yeah.
Yep. So that means that they're not going to be able to put in anything with, like, that means he didn't follow any of them on social media. So he didn't follow any. So that means he didn't, nothing with social media, nothing with stalking. I mean, like I said, they're running out of shit. I mean, and this was supposed to be a case where they really didn't need that touch DNA on the sheath. Well, now that's all they have, basically, because they rushed the arrest. And if they did the investigation, like, if they would have investigated this more before they arrested him, then maybe they would have found all the information that this expert found and been like, oh, okay, we got the wrong guy.
I thought it was saying the opposite. I'm trying to find the video.
The tower connection is not existent up there. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, Twizzle lives up there, and he said, like, there's a whole bunch of areas you go and there's no cell service, like nothing. And had the draft flash. She said, yeah, that's the only thing I've heard so far is a draft. I haven't, in the caste system, everybody, all the people that wanted to hang him right away said that the caste system was going to do it. The caste system was going to put him away forever. But I mean, where is it? Hey, Joanne.
So yeah, are you looking at this?
Trying to find it.
Because her video says the opposite. It says it proves he was following them on social media.
Oh, wait, no, no. You got to click on the whole headline.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, obviously, but
No. I mean, like, read the whole.
She says. It says state's
read the
motion
title.
unsealed confirms Brian Koberger following victims on social media.
Will not. You got to read the whole thing. Click on the dots.
Hold on.
Okay. You see, and that would get me to click on it too. Jules is very clever. I gotta learn from her.
It's not evidence.
Because I was like, wait, he was following him on social media, and then I was like, shit, she got me.
Well, I can't see the whole thing on the damn TV. Like, it stops at.
I know. I mean, I didn't see it either until I clicked on it. I don't think they should have had to rush, but if he was out driving, looking at the stars, why does it take it? Because, you have to get experts and stuff to prove your alibi, or they can't just come up with something and be like, here. I would take my time especially when there's no reason to rush, because when's the trial? We have no idea.
That's funny too that they say he was at that park, because in the very beginning, I
Mhm.
remember
Hey,
telling
LA.
Beyonce, like, he could have literally parked near there and went into that, I thought, the Arboretum, right? And just
Mhm.
walked around. Because, I mean, he's like an active person, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's proven, that guy came out and did that interview and proved he used to go running with him at nighttime.
Yeah, Skylar Jacobson. And I can
Yeah,
listen,
so
and I mean, if y'all want, I can try to get Skylar on here, because I'm friends with Skylar on Facebook and shit. So I can reach out to him and be like, yo, I know, I know he told the news they went jogging, but like I said, what I'm most interested in is what they talked about. Like, what was Brian
oh
into? Well,
yeah.
and that's why I was so happy Rich came on yesterday, because we were able to get a little insight on how he was. And then to hear that they pulled that prank on him, I'm telling you, I would have knocked them all out. And Brian just kind of shrugged it off and laughed at it. That's more, showing me what his character is, that he doesn't act out right away when, especially walking through the snow for an hour or two, whatever the hell they made him do. Can you believe the same people believe he brought his phone there? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they keep saying his phone's off. I mean, every media network is saying, or news network is saying that his phone was off. But if you read the PCA, it says or. His phone was off, or not connecting, or this, or that. So
Yeah.
his phone could have possibly just been on, and he was over by the park, and it's just not connecting to nothing. Hey, Boston, Victoria. I mean,
I personally don't get like a total like guilty vibe from him. I really think, honest to God,
mhm,
the university was having trouble housing all the students. They didn't have enough room because of their attendance going up every year. And
mhm.
it's too coincidental that the president is at this fraternity 5 days before it happens. Then you've got, now all of a sudden, there. So remember, I told y'all they've sold off all these properties, right, to the same
Yeah.
person at the same time, the one beside of their house. And now, if you go to it on Google Maps, it
Have a good
says
day, Hope.
Bailey Apartments. They're getting ready to put an apartment there.
Mhm.
Like, I feel like this was just orchestrated
So they're
for
gonna.
some reason.
So wait, they're putting an apartment where?
Where that damn house was, and where the
What?
other two houses
I thought it was
that
supposed
they
to be
bought.
like a garden or something.
No,
Hey,
that's
money.
where everyone has been so confused about this memorial garden. But if you listen to
Oh,
what they say, they're putting the memorial garden on campus so everyone can enjoy it.
Jesus. But they're gonna put in apartments so they can make money.
It's
That's
already labeled that on Google Maps. If you go to that address, it says Bailey Apartment Complex.
what the hell? So they
I'm
knocked
telling
down the
y'all,
crime scene just to build an apartment complex. Do you understand how disgusting
Willie,
that is?
I'm telling you, if this would have never happened in that house,
Exactly,
that
James.
dude would have never gotten rid of that house. He made too much money off of it.
Oh my God, yeah. The pressure was probably just on him because, you know, who knows what they were saying to him to get him to,
That's
you
why
know.
I'm telling you, I feel like somebody could have told someone to do something really bad in that house. That
Yeah.
way the university could acquire it.
Hmm. I'm appalled right now. I didn't even know they were building a park. What the? Oh, this proves it even more that it's about money. That's all it was about.
Well, and they had rented out they had already, because they had such a problem with housing, they had already rented out,
A hotel.
Mhm.
like, I forget the name of the hotel. And, to me, I'm not saying that they orchestrated
I am.
the killing at that house, but I do think that they rushed the arrest because the university needed that property.
I'm telling you right now, somebody
Hmm.
told somebody else to do something in that house so they could get it. Like, I'm telling y'all, I have a feeling. It just is working out perfectly. I called this shit so long ago. It's working out perfect.
I'm just, like I said, I was not expecting that alibi to be what it was. I thought maybe they'd come out with just, say a little more than they said about what he was doing, but not with like I said, it's amazing how people are downplaying this expert, but in reality, it's so huge that they have this guy putting his whole reputation on the line. Like you said, he ain't no slouch. I mean, this guy barely has time to breathe, to put his reputation on the line to fight for a defendant. I mean, come on, let's think about it. Why would he be lying? Why would he be bullshitting? He has nothing to gain from this. I just think whatever he created, that software he created, is showing him the complete opposite thing of what the prosecution is saying, and he just wants to do the right thing. I'm assuming. I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, how great? I mean, how great? I mean, how great would it be, like, if you created a software and you can say, not only did it put people away, but it also got people off when so and so, when the state was wrong about this and this.
I think if anyone can do it, that guy can.
I wouldn't mess with him. Yeah, touch DNA is that's and again, that's like when you hear the media, they were talking about sweat. Like the one guy was holding up a sheath, opening up the button, and he's talking about sweat. And in my mind, I'm like, there was not sweat. Like, oh my God. And I hope Draw comes on here, because I want her to explain one day about how many cells they really had to test, because she said it was only like 20 or something, 20 cells, 20 touch DNA cells. Is that what you guys heard?
I've heard a lot, right? I don't know I don't know that it's officially been put out how many per se. I think the
Yes.
20 came from something to do with how many it would take to be able to test, but I don't know that they put an exact count. But
gotcha.
At the end of the day, if the way I see this going is it seems to be playing out to where that's the only thing they've got that they're accusing him or
Exactly.
using to accuse him that's gonna potentially hold up. And the problem I think they've got is I don't know that that'll hold up, because they should have executed a search warrant, and then once they got the buccal swab match, then made an arrest. Because I think, to me, I just don't see how there's not a violation of his rights, whether he's guilty or innocent. I think they screwed this up because they were in a huge hurry for some political reason in that town.
Yeah. And like I said, I feel so bad for the families, man. So bad. Because, I mean, imagine, knowing all this and realizing this, but still having to pretend you're happy with the arrest and happy with how this all went. There's no way they're happy with how this all went.
To be fair, they make statements and stuff on the Facebook like they are. Because they were
I mean, well, they had the bullet points, but then as soon as, I don't know if it was JLR or Daniel, got to them, then they kind of calmed them down. But at first they had a bunch of questions. Now they're saying, his alibi is bullshit or something. I don't know.
Well, it's crazy because Steve Gonzalez, right, in the beginning, he was so I don't know that it's this dude. You know what I mean? And then somewhere along the way, he kind of seemed to step back and be like, well, yeah, they probably got the right guy, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been very patient for almost 2 years now, and just been, waiting for them to show me just something I could be like, all right, I've been wrong. Because I'll admit flat out if I was wrong. If they come out or and they have something, I'll say it. But for right now, I'm not going to pretend. There's no way. And they want to shoot this man. They want to put this man in front of 6 people and shoot him in the heart.
Right.
And he's supposed to just kind of be like, oh, okay, guys, yeah. It's all good. Shoot me. No, he's going to do everything he can to fight this. Why wouldn't he? Come on. I rolled out rugs because when I shut the school down, I saw Greek. Yeah, I don't know. It's something with the university, man. if they're building an apartment now, 19 picograms is not enough to analyze. 19 picograms. The hell is a picogram? It must be small as hell.
Who said that Green is rich enough to make anything happen? Like, I'm telling y'all, that's just
Who?
how I feel. Green, Scott Green. I feel
Scott
like,
Green.
yes, I'm telling y'all, I don't know why. It just feels like it is very, very orchestrated. Even down to like Dylan's eyewitness statement, orchestrated.
I don't know. I'm just, I feel bad for the families. I feel bad for the jury. I mean, I'm starting to feel bad for freaking Bill Thompson, for Christ's sakes, because it's like, you know, he's not the one that investigated this. You know,
Right.
he's presenting what he has, and it doesn't seem like he got much, and he's running out little by little.
No, I'm with you on that because I know everybody doesn't like him. You know what I mean? But in his position, you have to have faith in the law enforcement underneath you that
Yeah.
brought you all of this stuff. So we don't know him, you know what I mean, in his mind. Like he could be sitting here like, this is a freaking joke.
That's what I truly think. I think he's pissed off that like this is all they have on him. And that's why, you know, you see him acting out and, you know, again, they're attacking the freaking survey and attacking his alibi. Like I said, if Bill had something on Brian where it was like, you know, a no doubt, they wouldn't give a shit about any of this. They wouldn't give a shit about his alibi. They wouldn't care about the survey, tainting anybody where the trial happens. If they got him, they got him. But they don't.
Yeah.
And that's why he's bitching about all the small things, because he needs, in my opinion, he needs a biased jury, and it has to be done in that town. Because if it goes out, I think he's screwed. But
I think it'll be done. I mean, the chief of police's wife is responsible for all the crap that has to do with the jury.
really,
Yeah, Julie Fry. She's the court. What is it? I don't know what the hell her title is, but yeah, if you look like the documents in a lot of the documents that are filed, her name and signatures on it. Clerk of court. That's what she is. Which it also has the responsibility
hey, Michael.
of the jury.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, it's just amazing how he got here. Like if you think about where we started and where we are now, it's sad. It really is. And like I said, just being a father, a mother, a brother, a sister of one of the victims, and knowing everything I know from, you know, being here with everybody and doing my own research, I would be so angry. I'd be literally knocking on the fucking door every day, being like, "Oh, can you go find the real guy? Like, what's up? No trial date yet." I mean, that has to kill the family, you know? Like, oh, no trial date yet because a judge can't make a fucking ruling. Why, judge? It's a fucking survey, okay? Like the Supreme Court says surveys are okay, don't they? Let it go.
Yeah.
You have 400 people that might be. Look at the DA on the freaking TV telling everybody to tell their aunts, uncles, long lost relatives about this case, but yet that's cool. And he's worried about a freaking 400 person phone survey that stops if you don't know the answer to one of them. Come on. Go get some real evidence, Bill. Stop worrying about stupid shit.
Imagine Brian's family too. Like,
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. Like I said, his mother's so nice, and you know, and hearing Rich talk about his dad, because I never pretended to know anything about his dad. So to hear Rich talk about how cool his dad was and shit, I was like, damn, man, like this guy has great parents. You know, it sounded like he was, I don't know. It all just doesn't jive with me. And I'm glad that I didn't just take everything for face value and walk away like I said, 99% of the people up there, because everybody's afraid to come out and say, well, like what Rich said. There's not a lot of people that know Brian that want to come out and say that because they're afraid of getting attacked, you know? And that's why I said, like, I appreciate everybody in chat yesterday, because I was just afraid of people coming in and, you know, attacking them and shit like that, which is just so unnecessary. Like if we want to find out like valuable information, then like we have to be respectful to people. You know, if we're just going to sit here and say the same shit over and over and get nowhere, like to me, there's no reason for that. You know, I'd rather try to track people down that have information that they can go public with that will give us some clarity on, you know, what's still cloudy for us. Because we have a long time. We have a long time until this trial happens. So, I mean, are people going to keep going live for the next 2-3 years? I don't know. What do you think?
Probably.
That was quick. Probably. Because Dickie made a good point. He's like, you know, all these creators, if they go live about like anything other than Idaho, they get like a quarter of the views that they get if they go live about Idaho. Like I didn't even realize that. You know, I go live about this because this is really the, you know, case that brought me into the true crime world and really the only one I know the most about. But it just seems like everybody's so infatuated with it still because, and I think it's because of how much it's not making sense.
What's a mystery, right?
Yeah, but aren't there other cases out there that are mysteries? Like, I mean, I'm sure we can find a couple that haven't even been brought to light.
Oh, for sure.
See what I'm saying?
I get a pretty good turnout over Sebastian, but I think, you know, it's
yeah, for
anytime
sure.
you don't know where someone is or what exactly happened, you know what I mean? There's always intrigue.
Mhm.
So,
Well, and I think, you know, you consider the PCA in this one, and then you consider the PCA in the Savannah Soto situation and Matthew Guerrero, right?
Holy hell!
That PCA was literally fact upon fact upon fact upon fact. It
Yeah.
wasn't based on my experience.
Well, what about the video? What about the video they showed us? You know,
Well,
don't you think if they had a video of Brian, they would have came out and showed us like they showed us the video of the dad walking over to the car? That's the case you're talking about, right?
yeah, but my point ultimately is that PCA read fact based. This
Yeah.
PCA reads like a YouTube true crime theory narrative, right?
Yeah.
It's not fact based.
It just sounds like you're trying to get somebody to believe it instead of just, you know, putting
Exactly.
down the facts and just letting it, you know, speak for itself. You're exactly correct. And that's why I said it's 18 pages and nothing. I don't care if it's long. It means nothing to me.
Well, and even people that fully believe that he's guilty and, you know, are convinced of that, that's fine. But they'll even, for the most part, agree that the PCA is poorly written. And it's like,
Yeah.
how can you be so full of belief that he's guilty, but the document used to accuse him is bullshit? That just
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. I don't know. And then and then I found out that they can't, you know, they have to stick with this timeline. So at first they had a different timeline, and I don't know if they changed it once or twice, but then they changed it to now this to match up with what the witness saw. And I still think if they would have stuck with their original timeline, they'd be in better shape right now, even without a witness. I think if they just would have stuck with that original timeline, you know, this would be a lot more believable because the times aren't doing it for me, man. I'm sorry. If I'm a juror, the times alone are going to be a problem aside from everything else. You know,
it definitely, I don't know. It's
this was
hard for
definitely a couple people. I'm sorry. I'm not like at first I was like, okay, maybe one person could have done it. But then again, my common sense like kicked in finally a couple days ago of what is each victim doing as the other victim is getting attacked. And that like, I've tried to answer that in my head for how many days now, and nothing is making sense other than both victims being attacked in each room at the same time by two different people. I mean, if somebody's being stabbed, I mean, clue. If somebody breaks in and is stabbing your husband 54 times, are you going to sit there and watch them?
no.
So you're going to either run, you're going to yell, you're going to jump on them, you're going to throw something at them, you're going to claw them, you're going to do something. And then Brian would have some kind of injuries. I mean, something on him to where, you know, that criminology student that they interviewed would have said something more than, like I said, he was a little harsher grading papers. The hell? What the? This guy just took on 4 people in a house. One dude was 6'4", and he got no marks on his hands, arms, neck, face, nothing. I mean, and then no drop of DNA.
The
taken
fact
out of
that
that
no
home.
one, like, we're made to, well, we're
Exactly.
forced to believe it was so quiet. Like, I don't believe that. I just, from the beginning, that's been an issue for me. Like, y'all don't make no noise while this is going on
Yeah.
enough to, like, more than what sounds like
But
someone
here's the thing.
playing with a dog.
Something woke Dylan up before like all hell broke loose. Because remember, it says she woke up at 4 a.m. and she heard somebody playing with her. Like it didn't sound like she heard anything out of the ordinary. And then she opened her door a few times. You can't tell me when you open your door that first or second time, people aren't screaming their heads off if the act of the crime is being committed at that point. So I think
Right.
she woke up to maybe the DoorDash, and then everything transpired after that. But how do you not, if you're awake, how do you not hear that from normal noise to what the noise they're going to play on that audio is? And that's what pisses me off about Dylan is, come on, girl.
Right. Like, if that camera picked up noise in that house, there's no
Mhm.
way that chick can say, "Oh, I thought they were playing with the puppy." Like, what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If it's picking up a dog barking, if the cameras pick outside of the home is picking up a dog barking, she is in the home thinking that dog is playing. What? So it's normal for that dog to be going absolutely ape shit at 4 something in the morning when she knows that everybody was home and nestled down in their bed. Remember that. She knew everybody was nestled down. Don't forget that
Yeah.
part. She was sleeping and somehow she had a dream that everybody was, in their beds and sleeping. Because remember we were first told, Clue, we were first told everybody was sleeping, right?
Yeah.
And then we were all
Yep.
like, okay, he probably crept in the night and did this, and people did, and put their, his hand over, their mouse and did what he did, and they didn't make a lot of noise. And then little by little, oh no, this one was awake. Oh, that one was awake, and this one sending, social media posts, and it's like, well, damn, why are they? If they had Xander's phone right away, why are they telling us that everybody was sleeping if they know damn well Xander was awake and damn well Xander ordered DoorDash? Why are you telling us everybody's sleeping? Why would you even say that?
Well,
And the house is targeted, and now there's no connection between him and the victims, but the house was targeted.
how do
Are you
you
kidding?
say everybody is home by 2 and asleep or in their rooms by 4 when the witness that you have was allegedly awakened at 4?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. She must have known what was going on in her sleep. She has some kind of, like, I don't know, sixth sense or something, dude. I don't know. Like I said, if a jury is going to sit there and believe that, I I don't know. I feel bad for him. There's just so much that would piss. I mean, the liberation would go on for 6 months because if everybody would, if it would make sense to everybody else, I'd be the only one to be sitting there, and I'd be the whole problem in that fucking case.
Well, and something else too. If that's true that, like, Dylan actually came out of her room and told people shut the F up or whatever, like, at some point, wouldn't you think you would, like, crawl the stairs when the dog started barking? Because
Swizzle, yeah?
you would
What's
have
up, buddy?
had it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You'd be like, no, I'm over it. And you would walk upstairs and figure out why this dog is barking and tell the people responsible for it to shut the hell up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it just, and okay, let's say one of the girls were sleeping, right? Okay, I'll buy that. All right, maybe Keely or Maddie, one of them were sleeping. But what happened in Zan and Ethan's room? Because you can't tell me they were one of them was what's it called, ambushed when the person was exiting the home because the door was closed. So you're telling me this person had this much time to close the door behind them, yet did this in 6-7 minutes? But he came down, and the only reason he went after Ethan and Xana is because he saw one of them outside of the room, but never entered Dylan's room. I'm supposed to believe that bullshit?
Well, they did say that one lady was trying to say that maybe he was just satisfied after that. And it's like, okay.
So fuck going to jail, right?
Right.
All I'm saying
Jesus.
is if he did this, they shouldn't throw him in jail. They should enlist him in some black ops military program.
Mhm.
because
He's
because
stealthy as shit.
if you consider the lack of evidence that supports him doing it, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you could absolutely be a government operative all day in the future.
Yeah. Listen, I've got an email. I'm not gonna. I don't mean to offend anybody because I don't know who it's from in here. If you guys are in here, but I've gotten emails already that like Brian was a FBI agent and his dad was a FBI agent and shit. I'm like, Jesus God, like, nah, not at all. His dad was a janitor at the freaking school. He wasn't nobody's. I don't believe anybody's any kind of undercover agents or any of that stuff. I just think that Brian fit the bill. He was an out-of-stater. He is studying the shit that somebody who would try to commit the perfect crime is studying, but unfortunately, it wasn't him. And now a guy got to sit in jail for years and years and years just to get a mistrial. I think it's going to be a mistrial, and then they're not going to do anything after that.
Well, what can they do? By the time this is done,
They
anyone
have no
who was
evidence.
at that freaking school is like long gone and graduated.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. Like, why would you like? That's the thing. This eyewitness, is she gonna remember the same exact thing she remembered 5 years ago when the case happens? Like,
Right.
I'm wondering how much doing stories really gonna change. Holy macaroni! And this is all on the judge. Remember, people are blaming the defense, for how long this is taking. No, I blame the judge for not being able to make a ruling, and the prosecution for not being able to get their ducks in a row to hand everything over to the defense. I mean, if all this has been done, we might have a trial date right now.
Right. And I don't know why the judge doesn't just tell them, look,
What's up, blood?
hand over your shit. Like, put down some deadlines. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something. I mean, dude, you can't even make a ruling on a survey. I mean, what happens when he has to make a real ass ruling on like something serious? Like, I'm scared. I'm scared that this judge is in charge. I mean, he seems like a nice guy. Judge, if you're watching, you seem like a nice dude. Like, if we were at a barbecue or something, playing some beanbags, you'd probably be cool to have a conversation with. But like, I just think he's over his head with this case. I just think that it's going to get to a point where they're going to try to get a different judge in there to, handle this. That's capable, because I just don't think he has it in him. I'm sorry. He's he's smirking. He's sitting back in his chair like he's lounging. I mean, dude, come on.
I think they need to move it anyway.
Yeah. Absolutely. Shh. Is that the Twiz in the back? Hold on a second. Is he in?
Yo.
What's up, buddy?
Dude, I just went out to my car and I turned that fucking key and the battery went click, click, click.
You're such a bullshitter, dude. You just don't want to drive around the fucking area.
Willie, do you want me to turn my fucking camera on and go outside?
You know
Yes.
what? I'm about to call AAA then for you. You could just
No,
you could just use my card number.
My battery's charging in the living room, dude. I already took it out and threw it on the charger. Apparently, my battery has to be like 100% charged for this fucking car to start. It's stupid.
What? What is it? Electric hybrid? What is it?
No, it's a 2000 SUV.
Oh.
But
Never heard anybody charging their battery in a living room.
Well, I took the battery out of the car because I don't have a extension cord long enough to get the charger out there.
Wow.
Did he say a 2000?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, you're driving around in a grandpa. I mean, no wonder you need to charge the fucking battery.
Well, I bought the car for a purpose.
Older cars are better.
Exactly. I bought it to go off-roading, and it's a good off-roader.
What?
Mm-hmm. It lasts longer, man.
How old's your Bronco? Bitch.
First off, whoa, bitch. I don't drive. Hold on a minute. You need to come correct, Twiz. I don't drive a fucking Bronco. I drive a K5 Blazer, and it's a 1970.
Oh, Blazer Bronco, same shit,
Did you see OJ's hearse? It was a long ass Bronco.
Yeah, I saw that picture. That's hilarious. But anyways, I'm gonna stay a little bit on topic right now, hearing what you guys are talking about, a little bit about the PCA. I went through the PCA kind of hard last night, trying to figure out
Did
the
you?
route I should drive down to Wawa. There's so
Mhm.
much bullshit in it. None of it makes, like, a bunch of it doesn't make sense. Even the timelines on when he started driving and where he was doesn't make sense. They have him leaving his house after they have him on camera on Nevada Street, which is like 2 miles away from his apartment. How does that make sense?
Whoa.
I'm not gonna give too many details out because I'm gonna make fun of a little bit of it on my drive in a little bit. But it's actually pretty wild. And a little creator that we sometimes talk about.
Mm.
I watched his video last night, and like some of the stuff he says, like it's crazy. The PCA is shit. I'm saying it right now. He never even went to Idaho that night. He didn't even go to Moscow that night. How do you commit a crime then?
Go gadget, baby.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this though. All right. You know how it says he connected to the tower that covers the 1122 King House 12 times
Yeah.
before
Do
the
you
crime?
connect to that same tower?
Every time I drive to Moscow, baby, and sometimes when I don't, apparently, because it even says that sometimes he connects to
What?
that tower when he's not even in Moscow, right?
Yeah, he said on the
But the
14th. On the 14th, that happened the day after.
right, but the thing is, it doesn't tell you where he is. They can't tell where he is connecting to the tower. It just says that he's connected to the tower that covers that house. He could be anywhere in like a 20-mile square radius, right?
Mm-hmm.
So check this PCA when it talks about when he's down by Blaine, Idaho. Guess what the PCA says?
What?
He connects to the tower that
Mm-hmm.
covers Blaine, Idaho. They don't place him in Blaine, Idaho. They don't have him on camera in Blaine, Idaho. They don't have shit about him being in Blaine, Idaho. And also on that map that they say, or that the route that he took, right? That map with the yellow line.
Yeah.
What does it say on the top right corner?
I don't know. Tell me.
This is a possible route that he drove. Possible. It's
You
just
guys
their
know how to take
theory.
over my screen and shit and bring something up? I'm not
I
doing
can bring
it.
it up. I can bring it up. I can bring it up. I can bring it up.
Okay, cool. Do I got to do something? Do I got to like give you permission or something?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Yeah, no, I think I just hit I can hit present and then I think you have to click on it. But
Okay, cool.
give me
Nice.
1 second. I'm gonna Google the PCA real quick.
Like I said, I was gonna wait to get a computer to go live, but I was like, fuck it. Gotta start somewhere, right?
Yeah, bro. If you need help picking out a PC or whatever, hit me up because that's my thing.
I appreciate that, dude. And like, see, here's my problem, right? I've just been a viewer and a panel guest for the past however long it's been. That like, I love everybody like so much equally that like, to be honest, I don't want to make anybody like a mod because like I don't want anybody to get mad that they're a mod and this, that, and the third. So like, you know, if again, if y'all got issues in the chat, work, hash it out. If it starts getting like racial and like, like over the line, then I'll boot them. But I think we'll be all right for how we are. Because like I said, yesterday went great. And there was no mods, and I was keeping an eye on everything. So
Update. Battery's
yeah.
at 10.1 amps. We gotta
How
get
much?
to 12.
12.
Yeah.
What are you charging it with?
I just got a little battery charger,
Oh, it plugs in the wall.
Yes, sir.
Shit.
It's got like a jump start option in it too, but I can't get the cord out to where my car's parked.
So where are you gonna? So what time? Is Dinky going live?
I don't know. He
Oh.
said we might do it today. If not,
Oh, I thought you said you were gonna be in the car.
well, there's no cell service down there, so what's the point? I'll
Oh,
be out of
yeah.
cell service for like half of it.
You don't say. You don't say. Yeah, dude, it's cool that you like you come on here and talk so much, and you actually live over there, and you could freaking, disprove people's bullshit. They're like, oh, over in Idaho. No, you're like, no, not over in this area, motherfucker.
Hey, you want to know what else is funny? Because like the Moscow PD seems to just put what is in here that would like incriminate Brian or like make him a target, right? They seem to be leaving out a bunch of shit, right? So, I'm I don't remember the exact time. I think it's like 2:43. He's seen on camera going north on Nevada Street, right? At
Mm-hmm.
2:47, that's when his phone drops from the connection. So his phone actually drops in Pullman, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is it possible that he entered into that old brick building, lost cellular connection at 2:47, and then when he walks out, he got cellular connection again, and the Moscow PD just didn't put it in there because it doesn't fit their narrative?
Let me ask you a question, sir.
What's up? Hey,
What
you can
is
share my screen
your?
too.
Okay, hold on. Let me figure out where that is. What's your cell phone carrier?
I use Visible, which is part of Verizon.
Okay. And what did he have?
AT&T.
AT&T, I believe.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be shit. I wish you had.
But from what I've heard, they all connect to the same towers out here.
Yeah, but wouldn't this? Yeah, but isn't service better or no?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if you're connecting to the
Like I'm
same
sure it
tower,
would
you're
differ
connecting to the
from
same tower.
carrier. I don't know. All right. So what do I got to do here, bud?
I have
I'm
no
clicking
idea.
on. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yeah, here. So it says add to stage, and I think it's going to be you, but it's going to be your presentation. Let me try this. Hold on. See if
Yep,
it works. Did it work?
you got it.
Bang, bang.
Let me zoom in on this
You're a
bitch.
wizard, Harry. God, I hate technology.
Can you read what is on the top of that map?
No, can you zoom in?
Oh,
Holy
hello.
hell.
Yes, I can zoom in, apparently. I don't know why it
Saw the
scrolled down.
pixels of that shit.
How about that? Can you read it?
Blue, can you read that?
Why is it going to the bottom? Or the top? Where's it at?
Hang on.
What up, Ledge?
Where's
Come by,
Ledge?
man. Ledge a long
Where did
time.
it go?
Momo.
There it is.
Appreciate everybody being here. Yeah. So that's the route they're saying he took.
But read what it says in the top right corner.
Okay. Let me zoom in on my screen. Let's look at. Can I zoom in on my screen? No, I can't read it. Dude. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm just going to read it.
Thank God.
This is a possible route based off of cellular device location.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They don't know that's where he was. All it says is that he connected to the tower that covers Blaine, Idaho. It doesn't say he was there. It's the same shit with him connecting to the tower in Moscow.
Appreciate y'all. So, God damn, dude. Then how would they know his exact location if there's
They
one tower?
don't. They
I
just
know.
they're saying that he went over there, killed the 4 kids, and then headed south on 95 or 195, whatever the
You
Moscow
can't
side is.
say that to a jury, though.
I mean, they're not going to. Well, they
I'm
have
telling
his
you, man.
DNA.
They drew this up because they thought they were gonna find everything they freaking needed in his phone, in his car, and in his
Read
house,
this.
and they
And
came
by
up
read
empty,
it,
man.
I'll read it. It says
Sick.
the 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State 95 south of Moscow, Idaho near Blaine. It doesn't say he was there. It says he
So it
connected
just
to
says,
the tower that covers that area.
wow. It's funny watching Court TV. They're like, then he was down here in Blaine.
Yep.
So he
So
connected to.
I got a theory on why this would work, but I'm waiting on my cellular data expert to hit me back.
So let me ask you, what they're saying there, okay? Would he still be able to connect to whatever tower's over there from the park?
Not from the park, but on his drive up. Depending on where that tower is located, let's say this, right? He's driving up from the park. If the tower is in between him and Blaine, Idaho, he connects to that tower, but it's equidistance, right? So he's like a mile or 5 miles away from the tower or whatever on the west side, but Blaine is like 5 miles away from the tower on the
Jesus
northeast
mighty.
side.
So just because he hit that tower, they drew out a whole ass route he took.
Yep.
God bless him.
Yep.
I'm so glad you live
Investigative
over there, dude.
I know, dude. I'm kind of scared to go out for a drive. I might be a target.
So if
My
you're
phone's
right.
definitely gonna disconnect from cellular service. What am I
Have
gonna
you
do?
heard Kim, bro? I think you're good.
Oh yeah, I'm not scared. It's a
I
nice,
think you're
beautiful
good.
day out here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really nice, but it's windy, man. I don't know, it's windy where you're at.
Probably. It's always windy here.
Shit. So yeah, so I mean, again, dude, but obviously the expert can show Brian's routes like elsewhere. He's gonna obviously there's completely different
Well,
route he's showing. And my thing is if it's just based on a radius, then possibly nobody's right. And in that case, that goes to the defense.
of course, you have to prove him guilty. The other funny thing is like Anne is saying that they have him on the Moscow Pullman Highway,
Exactly, Momo.
right?
Yeah.
He was never there. Cause they know where it was. I'm gonna drop a bomb here, okay? On the
Mhm.
PCA, it says they have him on camera at Nevada Street and Stadium Way, heading to Moscow, which you can't head to Moscow from that street. On
Yeah.
Stadium Way, it comes to a T. Across the street is Coffee House Apartments, where Kopaka happened. If you take a left, you head to Moscow. If you take a right, you head away from Moscow. There's a camera on that intersection.
Right
Why
there.
isn't it in the PCA? They have him on camera 200 yards away on Nevada Street. You think the FBI didn't ask for the camera 200 yards away at the same time to see if he took a left or a right? What are the chances of that? 0.
What are the chances of him not having his plate
0.
anywhere?
And then, if he takes a left, like a quarter mile down the road, there's another intersection with a camera on it. Why isn't that in the PCA? You think the FBI didn't ask for that intersection's camera?
Listen,
What
not if it
are
doesn't show
the
it.
chances of that? Fucking 0.
I know, man. Like I said, at this point, we just got to call it for what it is. Like,
And then, at 5:27 a.m., they have him on camera going north on Johnson Street, which you would have to take a right on. What's that street I just said? I don't know. You have to take a right and then you take a left on Johnson Street, right? They have him on camera going
bring up
north. But if he
the
was
map.
going, I don't know how to do that on here.
Oh, I figured you could just type a map of
No, I
whatever.
probably can.
Oh shit! Somebody just broke their fucking lawnmower.
They hit a fat ass rock.
Wow. Yeah, and it turned off.
Hey, Clue.
Whatever it was
Hi.
doing anyway.
What year's that Bronco? What's up?
First off, we have an 89 Bronco, but my
Yeah.
Blazer is a 78.
Blazer?
Mhm.
Or you got a Blazer and a Bronco?
Yeah.
Well, don't get mad at me when I get confused.
I don't, the Bronco's not mine. That's fiance's.
Listen, Broncos are the shit.
Well, it's the little Bronco. It's the Bronco 2.
All right. I got that map shared.
All right, I might have to do the thing again.
You have to do it again, yeah, for sure.
Got to do it. Here we go. Okay.
All right. This, where my mouse is at, is Nevada Street. Nevada Street and Stadium Way. At 2:47, he goes like this, up here, parks, walks into his office, which I guess would be at Waller Hall. At 2:47, he loses connection, like 2:53 or whatever. He's on camera right here, taking a right down here. There is a camera here. If you take a left, you head towards Moscow, which is what it alludes to in the PCA. They say that going here leads directly to Moscow, which it doesn't, because if you drove straight, you're driving off a cliff. Pretty sure Brian's smart enough not to drive a cliff. If you take a right, you go away from Moscow on the direction towards the park. But, okay, camera here. They know whether he took a left or a right. Go down here to Bishop Boulevard. There is a camera right here. If he went this way, he would be on camera going straight to Moscow. If he took a right, he would be going down here on Bishop Boulevard, also on camera. This is Johnson Road. One of these buildings, I believe, is 1300 Johnson Road, where he is seen on camera at 5:27, heading north, back to Pullman, back to his apartment. Why don't they have him on camera going south at about 2:55-ish, whatever, heading to Moscow, which if they go down here, there is a back way to Moscow, which is what a certain creator claims was his route to commit the crime. Not that road. Sand Road. So he would come down here.
Mm-hmm.
So the PCA says that they see him on camera at 5:27 heading north on Johnson Road. So he's traveling this way. And then they say Johnson Road leads directly back to Moscow, which is really dumb because he would have to be coming back on this road. But they have him coming back from like Lewiston Clarkson area, which is way down south.
Let's see here. It says, it seems like everybody missed page 18. PCA says the route was taken November 13th, 12:49 p.m. Payne also stated data showed he wasn't in the 1122 neighborhood, but based on assumes people turn phones off. Yeah, exactly. And they keep saying on the freaking media that, or not the media, the news, that he turned his phone off, and nobody knows that.
It says in the PCA he either turned his phone off, put it in airplane mode, or lost cellular coverage.
That's what I mean. But the news looks at all three of those and goes, "Oh, we're going with the turned it off."
Obviously turned it off because criminals are known for doing that before they commit a crime.
That's what I mean. That's
based on my knowledge of criminals.
Well, yeah, because if they said he lost connection, it doesn't sound as good. It's not as juicy.
Yep. And Brian's apartment is right about here somewhere.
Brian's best friend, yeah. Brian's best friend overdosed.
Wait, where did he?
Hey, JC.
That's Steptoe.
Can they really be out? This trial is going to be a circus.
No, dude. If this even gets a trial, like, I'll be pissed. It's crazy they have him locked up, to be honest.
Dude, it is. It's crazy that
it's crazy to
think they're going to have him locked up for more years, dude. Like,
pre-trial hearing would have solved all of this.
Yes. Why do you think they ran to the fucking grand jury?
Because they had to keep him locked up. Otherwise, the U of I is going to lose all the kids, bro.
Clue, what's your thoughts on all this that you're saying here? I know you were giving this a shot before. I want to know where you're at.
I just think it's really weird. The thing that fiance pointed out, right? Like, is he shows up in Moscow on Indian Hills Boulevard, right? Just out of nowhere. Poof, he's all of a sudden in front of a house. And if you think about it, if I'm not mistaken, he has to pass the police station, maybe.
Well, there's ways he could have gotten there without passing the police.
Well, here's the thing. This is what Drunk Turkey says. This is his route to get to Moscow and stay off cameras. He'd come down Johnson Road, which he would have passed 17 cameras on his way to get here, but it's apparently not on there going south. But they have him going north later on. He would take a left on Sand Road, travel around here, blah, blah, blah. He's just chilling on these old country roads, just imagining taking the lives of 4 innocent students this whole way through. Oh my gosh. And then this is Constanega Drive. And he would have gone through Constanega this way, up Sunnyside, down Walinta, around to Taylor.
Yeah, if anybody in chat has a channel or anything you guys want to drop to each other, I don't. Like I said, I know a lot of creators give a shit. I don't give a shit. Y'all could exchange channels and do whatever. I don't care.
So
Willie is basically a cheap whore.
here's the thing with the route.
You're an asshole. No, I just don't care, dude. Like, I want everybody to, like, intermingle and shit like
how
that.
you can tell who's true. They just want to figure out the truth here, guilty or not.
Mhm.
You're not worried about it.
What were you gonna say?
Here's the thing: I have a problem with the route that they lay out, and in trying to prove what route he would have taken or didn't take, or where he went, where he didn't. At the end of the day, the PCA, they do not state that they have facts of where he was. They have an opinion. Even the route he would have left is based on information that is not fact. It's based on Brett Payne's interpretation of what route he probably took, leaving.
And at some point in time, it's what route they wanted him to have
Twizzle.
taken.
So
Right.
at the end of the day, the problem with this PCA and with this whole case, in my opinion, is that they didn't arrest him on facts. They took an investigative theory and rushed it to an arrest. And what they probably should have done would have been to have the preliminary hearing, let it be dropped, then execute another search warrant, match his buccal swab to the DNA on the sheet, and then prosecute it. They would have probably stood a whole lot better of a chance doing that than what they've done, in my opinion. Because I don't know whether he did it or not. I just know that the PCA in the case they've got against him, there's no way it should hold up in a court of law.
Yeah, I mean, I
Joey?
don't really care if they arrested him, because like if you thought, like let's just say they genuinely thought he was the one that did it and they arrest him, like I could understand that, but the fact that he's in jail almost a year and a half later over this bullshit, that's a fucking problem.
Well, but that's the problem, right? Is you don't have a problem with the fact that they arrested him, but that is the problem, because once they arrest him, then the rules of court take over, right? And they haven't really violated any rules of court. They violated his rights, making an arrest based on suspicion instead of fact.
No, I get it, but don't they arrest people
I mean,
all the
like,
time
names
and
and stuff,
investigate
Marky.
and then figure out that it's bullshit and let them go?
They bring them in on a hold. They don't bring them in under arrest. Like, they could have went to Pennsylvania, served the search warrant, got the buccal swab, sent it back to Idaho, matched that. Then they would have factual based data to arrest him on, not arrest him and then
Hey, listen, y'all got to do a little extra work down there. Sorry.
I get it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think the
mean,
whole thing's just
I can't
bullshit.
believe they, like, I don't know. It's based on his interpretation. That's how a PCA is supposed to be written. That's sad.
Well, it's supposed to be written on someone's interpretation of fact, not upon their theory. And that's what this PCA is. It's theory. There's very little fact in there. And most of the facts that are in there basically prove that he couldn't have been, that Brett Payne's theory doesn't hold water, because he presented things as fact that are actually opinion. And they've already been proven wrong. In my opinion. That's where I see the huge problem with this is.
Yeah, and that's why, I was just looking at all this, and I'm like, what do they have left? I mean, because I just keep seeing, things come out that is disproving all their little circumstantial evidence that they're gonna need to paint this picture to a jury, and I think they're gonna be left with nothing. I mean, I know they're still gonna have to make him fit, but holy hell,
Good luck.
they shouldn't have knocked down the house, man. That was their biggest mistake they could ever make.
It wasn't a mistake. It was done on purpose. I think what the Idaho was thinking, they either thought they legitimately had the guy, or they thought no media was going to get involved, no one was even going to know about it, and they'd be able to create that biased jury and lock him up for life.
Well, at the end, at first,
and we would all just shut up.
At first, I was completely against them knocking the house down. I thought that was the dumbest thing I could ever imagine. But after thinking about it and listening and, just processing it, I don't really have so much of an issue with them knocking down the house. because at the end of the day, I think they arrested this guy based on a theory. The best they're going to be able to come up with, whether the house is there or not, to arrest anybody else is another theory, and they're not going to be able to support it with fact. Whether the
Yeah,
house is
there's
there or
probably
not.
no clear evidence in that house anyway.
No, but like I said, what if what if this person was actually in there longer than what they're saying and their timeline's wrong, and they stashed something, and say they were they had I don't know 5-6 years experience in plumbing, and they knew how to take off a pipe and hide something in a pipe and then reattach that pipe to where it'd be almost impossible for somebody to find unless they were told where it was. And what if it wasn't Brian, and they questioned somebody else, and that person gave in and told them where the knife was, and it wound up being in one of the pipes. I mean, that can't happen now because the house is gone. That is they have no drawing board to go back to. That's why they have to make Brian stick. But they're running out of shit to to make this all make sense to a jury, because it's not. Like you just said, dude, it's not going to make sense to them. So I don't know what Bill's doing. Like I said, I kind of feel bad for him.
85% chance that DNA evidence never gets to court or trial or whatever.
Well, it has to.
For it to make sense, but
all
I know is I'm not a genius or anything, but it's really hard to kill somebody here when you are down here. The killings happened over here. He was down here.
That's why the time frame's so small, dude. Because he was driving. And I said that, I don't know, when the hell did I say that? Maybe 2-3 months ago, that I think the time frame is so small because they have him on camera here, or his kind of car here, and then they have him here, and they thought that during that time he went off and murdered these people. And that's why they restricted their timeline so to make it basically unbelievable, because of they didn't have that sufficient evidence for them to have a bigger timeline, because he was hitting this, hitting that, hitting this at this time, hitting that time. And like you said, how's he committing the murder if he's all the way down there? Well, if they just said he stopped connected to the network, or his phone was off, then we all just assume, right, with our minds, that he went off his route and did these 4 people. No.
Yep, and there's a lot of problems with that because they have him on camera here. Somehow he magically... I think Brian's a wizard, to be honest, because he can teleport and go invisible, because he's apparently invisible at this intersection taking a left. He's apparently invisible going straight through this intersection or taking a right on this intersection. If he took a right, he's invisible on these, because apparently they have him on 5 cameras in this area, but they don't have him going south before the crime. How does that work? If this is the way that he took to get to the house, and you have him on 5 cameras coming up later on, but you don't have him going south, how does that add up?
Like I said, dude, this guy is a fucking magician. That is case closed. Dude's a magician. Dave Blaine, lock him up.
I agree.
Guy can levitate. The guy can levitate.
Maybe they can't prove him on the murders, but in history we have burned witches. So, just saying.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, this is just turning into if this was any case where the judge had any kind of balls, I think they'd be like, we got to let this guy out because this is nuts. But I think the judge knows he can't, and he's being pressured.
Well, I think Anne would have to file dismissal stuff.
Well, I know. I'm just saying.
I don't think they want it to get dismissed. I think they want to prove that he didn't do it because that's the only way he has a chance of having a semi-normal life after. And that's really fucked up. Yeah. As an American, that pisses me off.
It's the only way he gets paid afterwards.
Oh, that's true.
Too.
Because if they don't if they don't dismiss with prejudice, or however you say that, he can't sue
them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, say that again.
If they don't dismiss with prejudice, meaning they could never retry him, then he can't sue them. So he pretty much it's a catch-22, right? It's a fucked up situation that he's even there based on a theory and not fact. But at this point, he kind of has to play it out. Otherwise, just one day he gets released from jail and he's supposed to go back to life as it was, which no reasonable person can assume that's even possible at this point.
Yeah, again, man, they're making this so unbelievable. Hey, Dickie, I didn't see Dickie was in here. The
He
hell?
just messaged me on Facebook and was like,
So-
"Man, he didn't even tell me he was going live or send me a link."
Maybe he should open up his messenger
Ooh,
once in
open
a
up your
while.
messenger. I'm gonna tell him right
Fucking
now.
I've been writing them all day, for Christ's sakes. I don't want to hear that. Yeah, right.
The funny thing is, I'm messaging him on Facebook right now.
The funny thing is, I've been waiting for him to respond on Facebook. But he says, oh, it's a different messenger. So I guess I'm such a piece of shit. I got his second messenger account, and I have to wait on his responses.
I think he's out and about though. So
No, I know. He does a whole bunch of shit over there, like during the day, and waits 5 hours. But yeah, I told him I was like, yo, I'm going live. You want to come up and shit? And I asked him if he was celebrating today. I think I sent him a picture of the shit I got too. So yeah, open up your inbox, buddy. But man, this is crazy. I mean, that they just assumed all this because he lost connection. Now all of a sudden his phone was off and he went off his route to just go to a random house where he didn't even know these people. Didn't know them at all. And just commit a heinous act.
yo, it's crazy. The other thing that's really funny is like, I don't even know how many students are here, but 40,000 or something.
Be safe,
Students.
just
How many of those students come here to like learn and not commit murder? Like 99%, if not 100%, right? So like it's way more likely that he just came here to learn like all the other kids.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
You know what else is funny? Is
I've been putting the link in chat. Thank you.
Daniel said that Ted Bundy killed like his first victim in Pullman and dropped her down somewhere by the Snake River. So Daniel says that he drove down to the park to hang out with like Bundy's first victim or some shit. I don't fucking know. But I actually looked it up and it says the body was dropped down there. It doesn't say at Wawawai Park, but it would have been somewhere down
I'm
there.
telling you, if he did it, that's where he put the knife.
Yeah, but the thing is he was down there before the crimes.
Well, they say he goes out there after, doesn't he? And there's also an Albertsons, remember? And it's like,
Rolo. Sorry.
what?
I was laughing at Rolo. Go ahead.
I don't know. That's always been like there's an Albertsons there, and you could just walk through the parking lot and be down at the river.
Down at the river the morning after, No, I mean, there's a lot of stuff said about the snake being like a perfect toss spot. So
Well, that's all I hear every time I say something about Brian. Like, oh well, Bundy was like that. Oh well, Bundy was like this. Oh well, Bundy was like that.
Well,
what?
He learned from the lady who talked to BTK.
Yeah, he learned. What the? Jesus.
I've studied a lot of serial killers, and yet I haven't hurt
Yeah,
anybody.
definitely not happening. Thank you,
That we
King.
know of.
That I'm admitting to.
Well, I dropped the link. You don't want to come up.
Maybe a few broken hearts, but it's not my fault.
Bro. I got receipts.
on what? You don't know.
Ashley, I spoke to Ashley earlier this morning. She said her like family and shit is coming over to, like, I don't know. I guess she's coming over, so she's gonna have some time to be able to come up and have a chat and shit about, you know, what she remembers, because she was the one that worked like in the same security, you know, same place for security that Brian worked and shit. So I'm curious if she was like there, or, you know, word was getting around about like what happened when that person passed out. And, you know, because it was in the paper. It's actually in multiple articles about them saving that guy's life.
Yeah, that was so
So
funny when we brought that article up and it says his name in it.
yeah, so now nobody can say, "Oh, hearsay." Nope,
And
fact.
I'll tell you what else is funny is everybody was talking about he was fired as a security guard. And
Hmm.
that I found an article which proves that's actually not the case.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, you mean when he got fired?
From his
Yeah, like
security job.
Yeah,
right.
Dinky. Yeah, Dinky. Well, when Daniel was up on Dinky's and we were having a debate, Daniel said that Brian got fired for being weird to chicks, and then like I don't know, maybe 10 minutes after the live ended, Dinky found an article that said like 17 people
Yep.
were let go,
Laid
and
off. Yeah.
one of those was Triolo, who was the football coach when I was in school. Like, so what? 17 people did weird shit. What were they all in like a syndicate in the
It
school
was a
district?
harassing girls conspiracy.
Again, I love the stories, man. And then when they wound up not being true, those people just move on to the next bullshit thing. It's like
Yep.
they never stop.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go see if my car will start.
Hell yeah. Read the reviews. Why everyone says they park outside the road miles away just to make a call. There's no gate. That's what I mean. So even if the park was closed or there is a gate or whatever, I'm sure people park and walk. And especially if he's a jogger or walker, I could see him just, you know, parking on the side of the road. Jennifer Coffindopper applied Koberger. Cannibalistic tendencies. Is she the one that said it? Because you know, I know somebody said it, but that shit was crazy.
How come anytime there's like a crime or something, I wonder about people that follow true crime. I got no fucking lie to tell because every case there's a cannibal involved. Like, what the hell's wrong with you people?
Right? It's amazing. When I told Rich that, he was laughing his ass off. He was like, "What the fuck do people come up with this?"
The world's first cannibalistic vegan.
Drunk Turkey said Brian trapped a girl in his what? Yo, you might need to stop, man. Like, shit.
Trapped a girl in what?
Read the bottom of the screen.
I got it.
Jesus. Where does that come from? Like talking to somebody in the school that is making up a story that's telling, like, come on, man. You gotta be careful who you're listening to. You know, that's why it took me so long to like go live, because I didn't want to just, you know, because everything I say basically has been hearsay without me proving who I was. But now that I can prove that, you know, Fox had the person up that knew Brian, and we can hear, you know, fully on what he had to say, not just 4 or 5 minutes on what the media was trying to direct him towards. And I know you said you listened to it, Clue, and like Rich said that, you know, once he was done with that interview, like he felt pissed off, like he didn't want to speak to any more media ever again or anything like that, because he felt like they were kind of
trying to get him to say negative things.
Yeah, leading him towards and that's exactly what Ashley told me. So it just sounds like a pattern, you know, by the media, and it's so filthy. Like, whew. But again, we're worried about a fucking survey.
Right. No, I agree. I think that it's not like that's not an interview. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting what people actually have to say about this person.
Yeah. No, and like I said, any conversations I have up here with people I don't like the word interview. I'm just having a conversation to try to find out what the truth is. That's all. That's what
Right.
I don't consider anything an interview, you know, because like I know Rich. I've hung out with Rich in the past and stuff. I know, you know, like these people that I'm bringing up. Especially when he said the one girl's name that it didn't even hit me that she would know him like probably better than anybody, and she was best friends with my little sister growing up. Because remember, Brian's 2 years younger than me, but he's a year older than my sister. So, like, my sister was a year below him, so she would hang out with people, and now I'm getting, word that these people knew Brian very well, and now I can reach out to him without being scared because I'm friends with him on Facebook, and I want to see what they have to say.
I'm heading out.
Did it work?
It sure did.
Well,
I threw my number in the back chat so you can text me.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to drop down and then you can like go live or do all that when Diggy goes live and shit?
Yeah, I'm gonna record it on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna record the whole drive, and my next video after this is gonna be so fucking amazing. You guys are gonna die. Wait,
do you have a channel?
Nah, I'll probably put it on Dinky.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Send that shit over because I want to see that drive, dude.
Yeah, text me. I put my number in the back chat. Clue, if you want to stalk me. Cletus, you want to text me? Hit me up. The number's there. Y'all can have it.
I can't
I'll
see
be
the
back.
damn back chat for some reason.
Really?
Well.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You wrote it. You wrote hello.
If you really want it, Dago has it.
And now I can't see it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got it. I got your. I copied it, so I'll hit you up.
Text me so I have a way to contact you.
Dude, tell Dinky he doesn't look like he's in there anymore. Tell him to open up the other messenger, dude. He's not mad at me.
He's out and about. He's out and about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I
That's
don't
make sure he's not mad because I've been hitting him up.
Like his messages sounds like he's upset about it, but I think he's just messing around.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, dude, like once he sees the message, I've been hitting up since like 9 a.m. over here.
That's why I told him, bro, get on Discord and then we can just message each other and don't have to worry about this bullshit.
I don't even know what Discord is, bro.
Well, download it. Discord, DISCORD. I'll put that in the chat too.
I downloaded. He said about there was another app I downloaded, but I haven't set it up yet. WhatsApp that we, it's because then you can call and text because he's overseas. So like if I called him from my phone, it cost me like $40 a minute.
Yeah, no, Discord you could voice chat, you can message. We could watch movies together on Discord. We can do all sorts of shit.
Oh shit, I gotta download it then. I gotta get with the program.
It's legit. You just don't want like a big server that's open to the public because then you get all the crazies coming and causes a bunch of bullshit, which is what Dinky doesn't want.
Is that where a lot of drama happens from on here?
Yeah, in the servers and shit.
Fuck yes. You see why I don't have it? This is why I'm happy,
But okay, like you create your own server. You have to invite people to join your server. Like it's a
trap.
It's not a trap. You just have to. It's a tool. You have to use the tool the correct way.
I know, John. Listen, I get you.
All right, I'm out of here. My car's on.
All right, man. Drive safe, dude. All right.
I'll try maybe.
Well, listen. Just don't get pulled over, or just make sure your phone is on the whole time. All right.
Yeah.
Hey,
dude. I'm just putting on the record here. I'm driving down to Wawawai Park, and then I'm gonna head east. Towards Uniontown. That is my route of travel. If you guys don't hear from me in like 20 hours, send a search party. I might be dead. I might be arrested. If a murder happens at this time, like in Moscow, if a murder happens, I'm nowhere near it. Don't try. Hold on.
I'm gonna text you. So if you get arrested, then you can call me, and I can bail you out over the phone.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bro. Drive safe.
That was terrible advice, Willie.
I know, but
no,
I never claim to give good advice.
You should make him get arrested in Moscow, dude. If I was a fucking dude, I would totally go to Moscow and get arrested. Just that the jail is so tiny.
I know. That's why I'm like, he's chilling in there with like 4 other people. But again, I'm an outgoing person, so I like interaction. Now he seems more like, he likes to chill by himself. I like interaction, so I'd probably go crazy if there was only 4 or 5 inmates in the whole ass jail. I mean, that'd scare the shit out of me. It's like a haunted house.
Dude, I would totally be in there. I would make myself go to jail just so I could sit there and talk to him.
Oh my God. Yeah, but do you really think that they're, and they're letting anybody have any kind of contact with him?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I just feel like his lawyer, I just figured they would keep him away because then, you remember all the reports that came out that said that Brian was threatening the guards and Brian did this and Brian did that, and it turned out that it was a completely different person.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it probably sucks that they're keeping him away from everybody, but I mean, I don't know, because people like to get their 7 minutes of fame and say, oh well, he told me this and that, and then it turns out he didn't, and we believed it. So I don't know. But if he's getting vegan meals in there and shit, he doesn't have any kids. So I mean, obviously his obligation was his work and just freedom and shit. But again, that's why I wish that there was a court date, because now he's gonna have to sit in there for 4 or 5 years before he even gets a shot. And then if he gets let out, that's 4 or 5 years of his life gone that you can never get back.
Yeah, but he'll get paid for it.
Yeah, but again, is money is money worth all that time? I don't know.
If I could sit in jail for 2 years and then retire, I'd do it.
No shit, me too.
Yes. Then what happens in the last month? They tell you got cancer, and you're like, oh fuck, I could have just lived my whole month or 1 year and 11 months differently. So that's what I'm saying. To me, money ain't shit. Like, we need money to survive, and yeah, it buys us our things, but some people, money's fake. There's only like 17% of paper money still out there. The rest of it's all digital. So like, what really is money? It's just numbers on a screen we pass around now. Are you a stargazer? No, I'm a bird watcher. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are thinking like it's weird to, be a star, if you're staring at the star, but people sit there and they're like, ooh, look at that woodpecker, or look at that robin over there. And like, people actually do that shit. And what if he said he was watching, he was hunting or something, or fishing, night fishing or something? People would rip his ass apart. But yet he comes out with a decent alibi, with in my opinion, decent expert, and everybody's laughing at it and saying, oh, this is a half-ass alibi all over the news. Come on, man. So that's a strong alibi.
Here's the funny thing to me about the, just immediate turnoff to the stargazer, moon watcher, whatever, right? That in Sebastian Rogers' situation, the first thing everybody thought was suspect as shit is the fact that the stepdad and the mom were on the phone for 3.5 hours. And everybody thinks that it's crazy. Everybody thinks that must be a crazy alibi, that he likes to stargaze. And the reason that is because everybody is so focused and hooked into some damn device all the time now. Nobody even thinks that anybody could ever do that shit anymore because they can't fathom doing it themselves. But it doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean that it's even unlikely. It just it's hard for some people to relate to that.
We used to spend like 12 hours on the phone.
Stargazers. Oh my god. Now, how does this work, Clue? You got to tell me how. Okay, so how long do you have to do lives and shit before you can like people can, I don't know, be members and shit and do all that stuff? Because you did all this shit. How does this work?
So you have to get a certain number of subscribers first. Like, once you have 500, right?
Yeah.
Subs, you get a community, and you can go in there and post things to people, say what's up or whatever. I'm cutting my toenails. I don't know. And then once you get a certain number of subs, that's when you get members.
Yeah, you get to 1,000 subs, and then you turn your monetization on, and then you can have members.
What are your members going to be? Nuts?
Me? I don't know.
You should totally make them nuts, because you're the Willie. They could all be your nuts.
Well, I was thinking, just kind of, everybody's part of the nation, or somebody said stargazers. The whole thing in Pennsylvania was for trauma. Yeah. So, I mean, everything was for kids to go back to the university. That's why they needed to get a warm body in jail. They didn't give a shit if it was Brian or whoever. Like, they just needed somebody. Remember, they kept going on TV.
They needed someone who was not a student. I'm just going to throw that out there and let y'all marinate on that.
But like, wouldn't you think? I mean, I said this yesterday. Wouldn't you think that if he would act out because he was angry or pissed off at how people were treating him, that he would? Sorry, Team Stargazers. All right, that he would like do this to people at the university where he taught? Isn't he passing other students in the hallway? You know, wouldn't he bump into somebody that would make fun of him and do shit to him there and not over in fucking Idaho? Wouldn't that make a hell of a lot more sense? Or is it just me?
Considering he's a runner and it's not that far, I feel like if he were going to do this, he would have ran.
Yeah, it's only like 8 miles.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the thing that's always thrown me off with this is you
Exactly.
You do something like this and you do it damn near flawlessly, but you
If
drive
everybody can like, please.
You drive your car, like, what the fuck is that? That makes no sense to me.
No.
Well, to be fair, we don't know that he was running in college, right?
No, we don't. Which, again, I wish that, you know, more people would come out. It seems like it's pretty quiet over there. Nobody's coming out and talking anymore that, like, you know, was a student or anything. We haven't heard anything. And one of the, you know, there's a bunch of good questions that we could ask that I have for those people, but it just seems like everybody went away. Everybody went quiet, and you know, I don't know.
Media went away.
Yeah, but no, I mean, people around there, what's his name said, you know, kind of just don't talk about it anymore because they just want to forget about it and they don't want to be, you know, they don't want their town to be remembered as this, I guess. So I don't know if they like do shit to you if you come out and say something, you know, the town, again, small town shit. Small town people are weird. I mean, look what they did to JLR. That dude went right up to him, ready to kick his ass. No. They are too.
It's funny as hell.
He's got his window down like half an inch.
Get the fuck out of here. Like, Jesus Christ. And like, he didn't say nothing. Like JLR was just filming him. Like, I was like, damn, say something. Like, he wasn't even like, yo, man. He was just filming him. Listen, a camera in my face when I'm pissed would make me even more pissed, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That dude was like, get out of here. You don't belong here.
Quilter, Joel, or birds. The free bird stargazers. Jesus Christ. Oh my. All right, let me see if I can copy this again. So right now, if you know, I want you and Cletus's answer each separate. If you guys had to pick one right now, is he guilty or not guilty in a court of law? Based on what we know.
Not guilty.
Same.
I agree.
The only way I would have to be inside of his head and know the answer he would be guilty to me is if he just wanted to do this and pick that house randomly, because I do agree with Fiance's outlook on this. That house, you can tell how many people are in that house, in that neighborhood versus everywhere else. You don't know. If that makes sense, because you can see the cars outside, which there were 4 cars outside. You would think there's 4 people in there.
Yeah. And especially, like, you know, if they just had a party the night before, like, who would know how many people is in each room? Like, you would have to peek in each window, which means that he would have to go like around the house and be caught, I'm assuming, on ring cameras. But yet he went in so confident that he knew exactly where everybody was. That's why it doesn't make sense, especially with no connection. He didn't even know these people. He would have to know them. You would have to know them to not open fucking Dylan's door. Especially if you hear that, especially when you're hearing that door open and closing. And I mean, I'm assuming when you're committing this kind of act, you're very aware of your surroundings and, like, I'm sure your hearing increases and all kinds of shit. And while he's walking out, then a door opens for a third time and somebody peeks out and sees him, yet he doesn't hear any of that in a house that at this point would have no noise.
And allegedly yells. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. Again, Dylan's cross-examination better be on camera, or I swear to God, I'm going to flip out.
It's not going to be.
As a
Well,
you said in a court of law, right? And for me,
mm,
if I were a juror in this and looking at what you're presenting to me and just assuming what they're going to present, and I think they have to present Dylan because they name her as an eyewitness in the PCA to him. And I think the biggest problem for me is you've got to sell me, number one, on how she's a credible witness. Number two, how she knew everybody was in their room or asleep at 4 o'clock, but also she was asleep herself at 4 o'clock. That I just you've got to convince me that you didn't make some shit up, because that doesn't hold water.
We go through this every time, though.
yeah.
You keep saying that about her, but those statements are based on two people, her and Bethany. So we don't know that
Is this
Bethany didn't
true?
tell them everybody was asleep by 4 or in their rooms.
She been fighting test. Has she been fighting test? Like, she has to testify, yeah,
Fuck yeah.
or else her statement's thrown out.
Yeah, she will. Absolutely. They will call her to testify. They
That's
better.
her star fucking witness that
Right.
doesn't even know the race of the person, but yet saw his eyebrows. I guess didn't see the color of his eyelids. Come on.
I don't know
I think
how.
you were the one to first say that. Like, how the hell did you know it was a guy, but didn't know what color this person was? Like, come
Yeah.
on.
It's a joke, right? Like, I'm not
Yes.
going to notice someone's eyebrows before I notice I'm looking at a white person, a black person, an Asian, Indian. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, well, again, and especially like when you hear every single, cop call come in and everything, they're always like black male, white male, Asian male,
Hmm.
whatever male. Like that's the first thing that they specify, and she doesn't even know what color this person was.
Well,
Are
that's
you
the problem it presents, right? If I were the defense, I would eat that shit up because you can't tell me it was too dark that you didn't see what color he was
no,
because you couldn't have seen his eyebrows if it was that dark.
exactly. How
And
how
that's the
how how do
first
you see how
question.
bushy an eyebrows are and not a color of skin?
Right. And that is the first question that the cops are going to ask you. Was it a white guy? Was it a black guy? That's literally the first thing they would ask you.
Well, I guess her answer was, I don't see race.
Stop it. You're an idiot.
She used the fucking she used the escape route you can do today. Oh my god.
But then, you
I
know
don't
what?
see race. I'm not a gender.
The part that makes me so mad about that is later when they talk about seeing his driver's license, they say it describes him as a 6 foot whatever white male, and he did have bushy eyebrows, which matches the
God damn
description.
it, Clue. I forgot to ask Rich how fucking tall Brian was. Damn. Damn.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm angry at
Sweating.
myself.
But
Damn.
how can you say that matches the description of him when she didn't even tell you it was a white guy?
Right.
Yeah. They can't. So it's such bullshit. Oh, he fits the description. Really? What, his eyebrows fit the description?
I'm
Like,
telling you, that's what they were trying to say. His eyebrows were bushy, which they're not in his license photo, in my
you're
opinion.
gonna you're gonna shoot a dude because he forgot to tweeze? Like, yo. Wow. I'm telling you, I show up to court with no eyebrows. Be like, well, I couldn't have been my client. Look at him.
You know what's crazy? Like Brian, when I watch him in court, I'm like, you are about the calmest, like most just chill person. Like he just watches everybody talking around him. Like
Yeah,
I have no
he's probably
fucking
like.
clue what's going on.
It seems like he has no. He seems like he's not worried at all. And listen, let me ask you a question: if you were innocent and you could prove it, would you be worried?
Yeah.
Like, why? Why would you be, sitting there freaking the fuck out if you know that they're gonna, look at that and take that as, they're gonna try to use that against you? I would sit there and just chill and let my lawyer talk for me. She
I
stood up
would.
and said, "We believe in his innocence."
I just would be worried because I don't like people and I don't trust people. A lot of them are idiots. Even when they're presented with actual facts, they still are like, let me ignore this part. And you know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's the only reason I'd be worried. But
I wouldn't. I would have hopped right on that plane just like he did and said, "Let's go. You guys got the wrong fucking dude, and I'm gonna prove it to you."
but if that's the case, then why would he ever skip the speedy trial?
Because to me,
Because they didn't have it. Well, come on, let's think about this. They're on their 98th motion to get the freaking discovery. Like, if the prosecution's still waiting on shit and it's been a year and change, how the hell were they going to have a fair, speedy trial in 6 months? It would
right.
have been a straight ambush, and it would have been a shit show. So it wasn't even a fair speedy trial wasn't even possible. That's why I don't even know how the death penalty is still on the table. Because, like I said, and I'll always refer back to it, just like they do in documents, the Lori Vallow case. Okay, it's the same shit. Brian Koberger never had a shot at a speedy trial. Brian Koberger never had a shot at a fair preliminary hearing. Period. It's fucked up. And I call it for what it is.
I just look at it like they still don't have their cast report, blah, blah. Like you wouldn't have had that at the trial.
That's what I'm saying. So how the hell are they? So what was the prosecution going to come with?
Well, exactly is why I'm saying like it's given them, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion, a little more time to like piece shit together, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. And like, but that's what we, thought is like, okay, but by now, you figure, like I said earlier, by now you figure we'd move on to another case, but they're not coming out with nothing. Instead, shit's disappearing. That they're, it's stuff that we thought that they'd be able to use and had, and now it turns out they're still waiting on shit.
But
So
that's what I'm saying. If you would have went to a speedy trial, they're waiting on it now and they're giving them the opportunity to get that shit. If you'd have went to a speedy trial, they wouldn't have
Mhm.
had anything.
No. I mean, unless the judge would like, and that's my question. And let me ask you this: why isn't the judge lighting a fire under the prosecution's ass, but he has no problem lighting a fire under the defense's ass?
Because it probably takes quite a bit of time to forge documents. He's giving them a fair shot.
I don't know, I'm just saying, like it just seems like when he speaks to Bill, he talks to him in a different like tone and treats him different. I saw when Bill he like basically the judge tried to talk when Bill was talking, and Bill spoke louder than him, and the judge shut up, and I was like, whoa, right, right there is where I was like, yep, this is
Oh,
different.
he's biased. Like that judge is biased as
But
shit, in
but
my opinion.
but he also needs to understand that Bill is going to retire and he's still going to be a judge. So he either. I mean, there's some things where he needs to rule in the correct way, or else he's going to have a problem with the Supreme Court, I'm assuming.
You would
I
hope
mean,
so.
I hope the hell so. And I hope Anne goes after that because again, I've been saying this whole time, why is this guy being a dick? Why is this guy being a dick? And finally, what's the other attorney's name? Was like, hey, Judge, I don't really appreciate you being a dick. And I was like, yes. Because he's been smirking and like, making comments and shit. And Brian's lawyer was like, yeah, I don't really appreciate you making comments and stuff because I didn't find anything funny. I'm like, thank God. Like, because I want to tell the judge that. Like, what's funny, dude? None of this is funny. Nothing. 4 people are dead and 1 person might lose their life over this. None of this is funny. Do your job. If
Who
you're
said
watching,
that?
Judge,
Jay?
do your job.
Was it Jay Logsdon that said that?
No, it was the other
Oh,
chick, the private one.
Yeah, I don't know her. I don't know her name.
She's an animal. I think he's 6'2". My opinion, if you compare the pictures, what?
You.
What?
She's an animal.
Huh?
You said she's an animal.
She is. Did you hear her speak? I was like, wait, that ain't Ann. Who the hell is that? She was going at the judge, and I was like, oh shit.
I think he does have a good team. I will say that. Honestly,
Yeah,
at
like I
first,
said before, I thought he didn't. You're exactly
yeah,
right. Yeah,
me
before
too.
I was with you because you were
Because I'm
saying
like,
too about Ann.
why are you not getting a private attorney? You know what I mean? But
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, what, if people are putting money on his commissary, I'd be like, yo, people, stop at the fucking commissary money. I need money for a private attorney over here. But if his attorneys believe in his innocence and are privileged to represent him, I'd want him too. Shit, my attorneys just went on fucking. Did you see my attorneys on TV today? They said they believe in my innocence. If there was 600 other prisoners in there, they'd be like, holy shit. I wish my attorney would say that.
Well, to be a defense attorney and to say that.
Hey, listen, Ann, if Ann was a little younger, maybe, but, I found out she's like 57, She's a little past the threshold for me. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ann. I tried.
I mean, she got a nice house.
She got a nice house. Does she? Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. She make bread, so I might write it out for the will.
There you go.
Holy shit! No, I think the only ones I really, like I said, the only chick I would ever write if they went to jail. Like I know chicks write these guys are in jail all the time, which is just weird. But like the only chick I would write that if she goes to jail is Karen Reed, because she's like, I believe she's absolutely 1,000,000% innocent. Like to be honest, more than Brian. Like I would like if I made a list, it'd be like Karen, and then like I believe a tie between Richard Allen and Brian Koberger for second. But Karen, nobody can make that believable to me unless you tell me there's blood on her car. Because if you're going to tell me that there was blood on the ground and this guy was all banged up and shit like that, but there's no blood on the vehicle that he was struck with, kiss my ass. And that's one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I saw the other day somebody had something up in it. They were basically like, how is this snow or blood on top of the snow?
Yeah, I heard that it snowed after she had left. So
Yeah.
How did he wind up on top of the snow and the blood on top of the snow if she was already gone?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I said that case is a bigger circus than this one. I know this one's bad, and that one is actually going to trial and it has started. I think they're on like day 3 or 4.
No, it is because I think Dolly was down there.
Victoria, I'll put money on. Listen, I'll put money on the Karen Reed case. Like I said, where is the DNA on the car? Okay, for sure, she struck him. She where's the DNA on the car? If there's shards of glass, the taillight, then there should be shards of the taillight embedded in those wounds that he has. Correct? Where's that? All I heard was there's glass in the bumper. The fuck? I don't care about that. What about him?
I don't really necessarily agree with that. Like, if I hit you with
1 second, Sonny.
Hold on. Let's say if you're standing in front of me and I hit you with a ball bat, you're not going to bleed onto the bat, but you're going to bleed wherever you lay.
Yeah.
So if you hit me with the glass, you're saying there's going to be no blood on the glass and just on me?
If I hit you with a tail light of a car.
Plastic shatters, and at this point we're saying that this plastic had shattered.
Did it shatter or did it break off in pieces? I don't remember what.
I mean,
Because they said they
I don't
were
know.
pieces.
Last thing I saw was an expert saying that there's no way in hell that the tail light would even break hitting somebody from the speed that she was only able to go because of how that tail light's made. But again, that was the expert that was on, I believe it was a biased news channel too. I forget which one, but he was saying that there's no way that the tail light would have broke like that if she hit him. So, she must have hit him. She must have like killed him a different way or something like that. But yeah. This guy was an expert that I believe it was Court TV or the other one. But yeah, and the anchor was shocked. I was shocked when the guy said it because I was like, damn.
So let me ask this: there was pieces of the tail light laying there. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it wasn't found. But it wasn't found right away. Remember that.
All right. So here's another possibility. What if the tail light was already shattered and that's not the part of the car she hit him with? That would explain why there's no plastic from the tail light on him. It would explain why pieces fell out and how there's no trace of him on that part of the car.
So what cut him?
I'm just saying there's enough.
What cut his arm?
Say again.
What made 10 cuts in his arm?
Well, I mean, I don't know, right?
I still think it was a snowplow.
She got 10 fingers. So.
But he was laying in the yard. How is it? How would it be a snowplow?
I mean, they come by and sweep the streets.
But he's laying in the yard.
Then, right, but that would push him over. Right? Because when they go, it like pushes the shit out to the side.
Yeah, but you figure he would have been buried in snow, right? Because of like how this plow pushes so much snow to the side, it would have shoved him, and then he would have been buried in snow, and then they would have found him basically buried the next day. That's not how they found him. You know what I mean? But I get you.
Well, see, what's weird to me, and I don't understand unless the other two girls that were with her were just lying about not seeing him.
Mm-hmm.
It is curious to me that when they were riding over there, nobody sees him but her. So I don't know, like, was he partially covered in snow? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw a photo and it was him blurred out, and I mean, from what I saw, he was laying on top of the snow, and the blood was on top of the snow. So what I'm saying, Clue, is if she hit him, okay, then the blood would have been on the ground, and then the snowstorm came, and that blood would have been covered. So how did that
all
blood?
of them should have been covered.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if it just a couple inches will cover anything on the ground, for Christ's sakes. So how did the blood get on top of the snow if she didn't hit him after the snowstorm? Like, she would have had to hit him after that snowstorm for him to have been laying there and blood had been poured out into the snow. Like, come on, that's common to me. That's common sense.
I do agree
I don't know.
with that.
I'm just, like I said, and I'm just going by the facts here. Remember, if they had, just, and then you got to remember also, Clue, that the next door neighbor has a ring cam, but for some reason, the footage is gone, and that would show. Yes, you don't know this?
No, I haven't been keeping up with this case.
Oh yeah. Listen, there should be a video that should show everything that happened, as far as her hitting him or something else nefarious happening, and the video is gonzo. So again, there's too many coincidences in this case for me to just be like, yeah, sure, okay, it was her. They gave her some bullshit plea bargain where she wouldn't even have done time, and instead she's like, nope, let's go to court. I didn't do it. I don't know how to do the Boston accent, but yeah, she turned down a plea bargain she would have got basically barely anything, and instead she's taken on the state, and the police department is being investigated by whoever does the investigations. So I cannot wait till that trial happens. But sorry to get off topic. I just wanted to get your opinion on that. But it doesn't seem like. Have you seen have you watched any of the jury selection or anything?
Mm-mm.
Nothing. Listen, that's about to get nuts, because now what they did is, just real quick, and I'm going to move back to Idaho, is they brought in a third party, and I believe his name is Somebody will tell me in chat. But him and Brian Albert basically got rid of their phones, broke their SIM cards, and got a new number. So now I have to look at this guy and say, okay, he got rid of his phone, he ripped up his floor, he sold his house, and he got rid of his dog after somebody was found murdered on his lawn. And if that person wasn't law enforcement, that person would be the most guilty son of a bitch I've ever seen in my life. But
No,
because
that is
he's
true.
but because he's an officer, you know, I'm supposed to believe everything that I'm being told. Come on, like that's not how I operate. I look at what makes sense, and no. That's too much of a coincidence. Your dog, like, I mean, do you guys have a dog? How many dogs do you guys have?
4.
And how much do they mean to you?
I love the
I
little
mean, they
ones.
probably get on your nerves, okay? But but you know what I mean. Like, if something happens to one of them, like, you go crazy, okay? Like, that's like your best friends, And I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, you have 4, so I don't know if they piss you off. But I know, when I had my dog growing up, like, that was my best friend. And like when he was put down, like, I lost my shit. So for somebody to have a dog like that, and I believe this guy has kids in the family, and then he just gives away his dog, like. I mean, so what? Your dog was a piece of shit. You just gave it away for nothing, or did your dog do something and you gave it away for a reason? Like, what's more plausible here? I mean, so I'm just again, in that case, I'm using common sense as well, and it seems like I'm not the only one, because there's actually people out in Idaho. I don't know why there's so many people that still talk about this case, but nobody's on the doorsteps of that courthouse. But over there's people with like signs and shit, hundreds of people.
Oh yeah, it's a circus.
And I mean, and they have right on their stuff. It says corruption. It says the cops did it. I mean, it has it right on their, like, not the billboards, but right on, like, their whiteboards and shit that they're holding. And I'm like, damn, they're letting them sit there and, like, blame the police blatantly in front of their faces.
That one social media guy is the one that started all that, isn't it?
Turtle Boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And he went to jail for it and shit. And but he kind of made an example out of him, like, because all he was doing was kind of just what the news do, is harass people. I mean, he was doing the same shit, and that's why they didn't like it, because he was asking the questions that everybody wants answers to. But and then he got out, and I don't know if I don't know, like, the status of his shit. But every time they mention her now, they mention him.
Yeah.
They say, they're like Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, and they're saying that every single person that is holding a sign that says she's innocent is because of Turtle Boy. What the fuck? Like, I don't think that's true. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to go on with his charges and all that. I just know that dude stood up for her more than I think I've seen anybody stand up for anybody, and he has no relation or anything to her. So there must be some kind of reason.
I think, in my opinion, he's hoping she'll want the D.
She is single, huh? She did smile the other day at him. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny how I see so many people. I mean, obviously I don't live in Idaho, but like, even if I was in a surrounding, like, state or some shit, and during, like, the hearings and stuff, I'd be out there. If I truly believed in his innocence, but I don't see anybody out there. And I wonder if that's because, like, I don't think the town will put up with that shit. I think he'd go missing.
You're probably right about that, actually.
I mean, I don't know. It's just, like I said, just, you're an outsider and you're sitting there with a sign saying that. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Probably by myself. With a couple people, though, like, what are they going to do? Take us all on? No. I'd be spinning a sign. He's innocent.
Of course, when the actual trial comes, we may see stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I dropped the link for. Somebody said drop the link, and they didn't come up. Oh wait. Oh no, that was Twizzle. He keeps saying, it says what the hell does it say? Shush.
Did
We'd
you
have
see
to
that
after.
guy?
What guy?
Did you that one that set himself on fire?
Yes, I heard he died.
Did he die? I knew he was in critical condition when I looked.
Yeah, I heard. I saw an article today, and at the top it said guy dies that set himself on fire in front of the Trump trial or whatever, and he did all that because of a civil case.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy as hell.
That's
Well,
wild. Like I said, nobody means that much to me to go light myself on fire.
I saw I saw a thumbnail with the sign he was
Yeah,
holding. It really had nothing to do with Trump specifically. It said Trump is with Biden and they're doing a fascist coup.
Oh my
oh,
god.
so he was just against everybody,
Right. Yeah.
and then let himself. What is wrong with people, dude? Like, what is he, a monk? For Christ's sakes! I mean, people are nuts, dude. I mean, and that's my biggest, dude. Burning to death is my biggest fear. Like,
Me too.
I'd rather jump off of a building with like, a message attached to me, and after I splat, you just read it after, like instead of fucking lighting myself on fire. Ooh.
I would have said that until last night. I choked on a ham sandwich, and now I'm terrified of choking to death.
Dude,
Did she have to give you the Heimlich?
no, it was so crazy because I was sitting right beside of him and he took a bite and then he took a drink of a Diet Mountain Dew and I heard this noise like he was just swishing the soda around in his mouth. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? All of a sudden he stands up and pukes all over the floor.
Hey, Sonny, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
You're on your phone, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just Idaho 4. This case is freaking driving me crazy, and
Well,
I
give me your
think
take on it.
well, this guy is innocent. I've pretty much known that since day one. I knew something was wrong since day one, and I've been like obsessively, compulsively researching everything, and he is not only not guilty, he is factually innocent. And I think that at least a couple of police officers are definitely involved. And I can't figure out. So here's my take on that alibi. It's totally real, and they are going to prove it with metadata and any kind of crap that people are giving this expert. They need to really look at his CV, because yes, there's one article that you can find that talks shit about him because the judge didn't understand a sentence that he said, saying that he was more of an engineer than an engineer, and the judge took that literally and just threw him out of his courtroom basically, and somebody wrote an article about it, and people are just believing that at face value. Just like you just said, like, this country needs to start realizing that the people in power are fucking the American citizens. Period. I'm sorry. I have a total foul mouth, so I hope you don't care if I swear, because it's probably.
Hey, listen. Do you see the name of my channel?
Oh yeah, uncensored. Sweet, perfect. So, yeah, it's people. The thing is that so many people don't understand what the justice system is like. If you watch a lot of these creators, they're like, well, fuck, if he can just prove it, why doesn't he just get out? Why isn't he out? Why don't they just prove it? Why didn't he come up with this? Why didn't he come up with this when he first got arrested?
They'll just open the doors for him and let him walk free, right?
Yeah, just let him off. Just let him. Okay, you were driving around. I mean, his alibi didn't change because it's the fucking truth, right? So, like, the truth doesn't change, you fucking dumbasses. And when people they have this confirmation bias of like, well, yeah, the truth doesn't change. Like, for example, in the Sebastian Rogers case, people are saying that all over the place. But when it comes to the Brian Koberger case, the truth doesn't change, and that must mean he's guilty because it's a stupid alibi. People don't understand that. Like, have you guys never been single and in college and at 3:00 in the morning not had a fucking person with you? Like, seriously, Why
Let
do
it out.
people not get that? Why do people think, oh, well, there's nobody to corroborate his freaking alibi, so clearly he's guilty. Duh. Like, really? Really? Are you all that stupid? You really think that because there's not an alibi actual person? Do you understand that they cleared like everybody within 24 hours? Do you
Yeah,
understand?
real quick, everybody. This is Sunny Spirit.
Sorry, yeah, this
Well,
is
no,
me.
they were asking who was up here, and for some reason it's not showing the names, and I'm pressing to show the names, but our names aren't coming up. But yeah, Sunny Spirit's up here talking straight truth right now. Keep going.
Yeah.
Onward.
They don't understand that people can be single and people have problems sleeping at night, and people can be night owls, and people can be without a so
Hey,
they
Jules.
clear all these fucking people based on what their buddies saying they were with them. Seriously, that's their alibi. So BK said, sorry, my puppy's kissing me right now because she's like, what's wrong,
You're probably
mommy?
scaring the shit out of your dog.
Yeah, she's scared. She's like, oh, mommy's mad. I'm gonna give her kisses.
Hey, Jules.
So they think that, what the hell was I just saying?
That you were, like being single and shit.
The alibis. So it's okay for all of these people that are probably involved and definitely know what the fuck happened. Oh, my buddy vouched for my alibi and I was sleeping at my buddy's house, or my roommate can tell me, oh, okay, you're cleared. They like, okay, so if BK said that, oh, my buddy, and I were out in the mountains looking at the stars, would that be okay then? Would they just open the doors for him? The point is that they, like American citizens, and this is of no fault of their own, unless you've been through the system, you don't understand the system. And
Exactly.
yet they can fucking prove it, and they will fucking prove it. And I really hope that this corruption gets exposed, because the line in this alibi that people need to pay attention to is Anne's sentence that says
Happy belated birthday, Jules.
oh yeah, happy birthday, Jules. What is the line? It says we'll give you the rest of our alibi once you turn over discovery, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry. That's the case. You fucking fucks. Nobody's asking why it's taken a year and a half and they're still not turning over the discovery. They're fighting to keep their case hidden. If the prosecution has a case, American citizens, you need to pay attention to this. If the prosecution has a case, they shouldn't care who tries it, where they try it, when they try it, and they should give the defense everything that they need, period. And if they don't, something smells wrong in the state of Idaho, okay? And it's big. And this whole city and this whole university are going to be lost if Anne exposes the actual truth. Because that sentence that says, we'll give you more of our discovery once you turn over, or we'll give you our evidence once you give us your evidence, that is Anne basically asking a question to Bill. Are you guilty? Do you know? Are you covering this up? Or do you actually not have it, as in the cops hid it from you and you're just another victim? This is not just a sentence in his alibi that you should be like, wonder what that means, or they might have something there. It is actually Anne posing a question to Bill. Are you in on this corruption or not? It is one of the two. And I am going to prove it. So you better pull your pants up and put on your big boy panties, because this shit is gonna fucking blow up. And you better hope you don't know the truth, Bill. Which I kind of beg to differ, because I think Bill does know the truth. And that interview that he gave early on tells me that he does know that this is bullshit, because before Brian was even arrested, he said that he would send his kids back to that school because he knew what was going on. What the hell did you know, Bill? Because the rest of the nation didn't know. You didn't even have a suspect yet.
Yep.
People need to understand that just because you are being honest and you are telling the truth, you are not getting out of jail. Yes, everybody says they're innocent. I get it. But if you are factually innocent, once you get put in handcuffs and get put in jail, you are fucked. You are fucked. And it doesn't matter if you can prove it. You know, Jules of all trades, if that yeah, because it was just her birthday. She said, why can't they just go take this? And it's like, I hear you, babe, because they should be able to. Abso-fucking-lutely should be able to. These are the problems within our justice system. Yes, we have a good one, but it has its flaws, and the flaws are big. And the people in power are abusing their power. When you look at other cases, like there's been a lot of stuff going on in Texas. This sheriff that keeps having press conferences. I fucking love this guy. You know, he's like putting it all out there. You know, notice how in most cases that we watch now, you know, the Karen Reed case, all that shit's been in the public. All, you know, we can see all this. Sebastian Rogers, we can see all that.
Exactly.
Like, they're not hiding anything from us, you know? This entire case has been hidden from us since day one, and this gag order has it's killed the defense, and Anna's making a point with that too. Like this is
the gag order made everything. The gag orders made everything worse, rather than do what it's intended to do.
Right, and just like you guys were saying, the rumors that are just filling this case, that people actually, they just hear it and they believe it. Oh yeah, he's a killer. Yeah. Oh, and Nancy Grace even says like the that the PCA are facts and they can't be disputed. And it's like, oh my God, woman, you should know better than that. And I love Nancy Grace, but when you just listen to her and you believe her, it is, you need to do your research. You need to do.
I try to listen to her. I can't do it.
Hell
yeah.
no.
If I
you
believe
can't either,
fuck no, that bitch is psychotic.
She's fun to watch though, because I do like her attitude. Like I like how she's like, don't fucking lie to me, bitch. I'll catch you in your lies. But like,
can you say your name one more time?
Me?
Yeah.
My actual name or my Sunny Spirit name?
Sunny Spirit. There you go, Sunny Spirit. People keep asking who's talking because you're speaking straight facts.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
And if people are pissed off, about what she's saying, ask yourself why you're pissed off.
Yeah, really. I mean, you guys, if you don't like, what I would ask you to do is to literally forget what you think you know and start over, and clear your mind and have an open mind about what is going on here. And look at how this case has been handled. There should not be a single thing that is kept from the defense ever. If you have a factual.
But what do we keep hearing now? The discovery doesn't matter. The discovery doesn't matter.
Right. And so here, I'm going to speak a little bit on IGG too, because I feel like I should become a fucking lawyer now, because I have learned so much about the law. I mean, I like that, but the problem is I'd probably break necks and I'd probably end up in prison myself because I get so passionate about these things. I care way too much. I'd be put in jail right now.
I can hear the passion in your voice. I like it.
So, and I'm a true crime junkie. So I'm not a professional and I'm not a forensic scientist and I'm not a lawyer, but I sure as fuck know a hell of a lot about these things. So when it comes to the IGG information, when they use, so that has been used successfully and in the right way. That is the thing you need to pay attention to, in the correct way. It has been used. It was to solve a lot of cold cases, and some of them are notorious. Like most people, I think, unless you've been living under a rock, know about the Golden State Killer that was arrested and charged with IGG. There's a lot of those, okay? And the CC Moore is like the godmother of this, and she has been I think, if I remember correctly, it's something like this, but it's, you know, do your own research on this too. But she was into this whole like ancestry thing, and somebody along the way asked her, wait a minute, can't you use this to solve cases? And she was like, well, wait a minute, let me see. And she's the one that basically, as far as I understand it, in the interviews that I've seen her in from way back in the day, this was way before I ever got, you know, before BK ever got arrested by years, because I have followed cold cases and for years. Okay, so this is something I saw years ago, was an interview with her, and so now it's used, and when used correctly, it is factual, and also it is used only as a last resort. I have never seen it used on an active like investigation that has like just happened. It's mostly used in cold cases, and that's for a reason, because you cannot use that information as probable cause. You need to have other things with that to get probable cause.
Which is why the judge had an issue with it.
Exactly. And Bill saying, okay, so there's so many problems with this though, because
Not judge. I mean the bill that the judge, whoever the hell signed off on this shit.
yeah, to get the arrest warrant, and they tried to get an arrest warrant in Idaho, and they couldn't. So, okay, so this is what I think, and it's an very educated theory, is that they somehow, there's a whole bunch, if I told you my whole theory, it would take way too long, but I think
Let him come.
What's that?
I was responding to Annie. I said, "Let him come." She said, "Your Moshe brings all the trolls to the yard." Listen, I love trolls. I love trolls.
Oh, bring it, bitch. Fight me, because I'll go stand. Seriously, I have so many times my husband would kill me. I've so thought about like driving to Moscow and starting some shit. The problem is I know they would arrest me or kill me, something like.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. It ain't worth it.
But we do need to hold these people accountable. And if you open your mind and rewatch that last hearing, Bill is so deflated. He is flabbergasted. He's starting to realize that Anne knows. And now he knows that she knows. And he has to make a decision on how he is going to handle that, because is he going to go down with the ship or not? Because those are his two choices. And I don't know if Anne is going to. I hope Anne exposes all of this. I really hope she does. But
Well, it sounds like. Well, like I said, she's been very, very. Oh shit! Where the hell did Clue go? Yeah, she didn't even say bye. I'm sorry. Maybe something happened. Clue, let me know if you come back. I can drop the link again. Yeah, but I mean, that's what I was saying. That's what kind of Clue was saying in the beginning. It's like, why is Anne being so like quiet and like, you know, I really didn't have any kind of faith in her. But then, you know, that last, you know, when she stood up and then gave him hell, I was like, damn, she sounds like she's on a mission to like prove Bill wrong.
Yeah.
Just because she's, because I feel like Bill's been like, kind of pushing her buttons, pushing her into, and like talking down to her during, these hearings where she had enough. And she was like, you know what? Here you go. And I was like, damn.
And she came with it. And so did Maffett. And that chick had fire. And I would love to be working with them right now. But, oh shit. I forgot. You said something that made me want to comment. Now I forgot what it was. Oh, Bill.
Take your time.
The beginning. Say again what you were talking about in the beginning of the stream, because I missed the beginning, and I remember that was what you were talking
about. Are you asking me what I was talking about 2.5 hours ago?
You just said it. At the beginning, you and Clue were talking about, Anne. I've been telling people they're underestimating her. I see it coming.
Mhm.
I've done my research on Anne too, and that girl, she started out in the
Oh yeah, yeah.
in the public defender realm, and then she had her own lucrative defense firm, and they asked her to come back to the public defender's office, and she gave up her own personal lucrative law firm, go back to the public defender's office because she is passionate about doing that work. And yes, she makes a lot of money, guys, but that is nothing compared to what she was making when she was a private attorney. So do not talk to me about her getting paid so well, because she gave up a lot to go back there and do what she's doing. But anyway, back to the IGG
She's
stuff.
making,
So
she's making
this
some.
is
She's definitely making money.
yeah, she's making money in the public defender's office, but
And they're spending a lot of money. I saw Harsh do a live, and the amount of money that they have given, like for security of the home and all this stuff is insane.
if you go watch Surviving the Survivor, have you ever watched their podcast? Surviving the Survivor.
No, I haven't. Is that a show or is it a movie?
It's a podcast. He's awesome. He's an old media dude, but and I usually I respect him, and I respect most of the people he has. Pretty much everybody has.
Hold on to it. Mm-hmm.
But they just did a show. I missed most of his show too, and I never went back and watched it because I saw how fucking biased he was about Brian Koberger too, and I was in the chat posing questions, and he was getting irritated about the fact that I was clearly on Brian's team. But yeah. So
I mean, back then you couldn't have. Back then you weren't able to talk like this anywhere. You'd be freaking shunned and all kinds of shit. That's why I left for a while, because it got bad. It was crazy.
Yeah, I've heard lots of stories. I don't even know how I got on YouTube. This is I've been stuck on this case. I've been stuck on this case. And that's what got me.
I have no idea I got here. I just knew that, the news wasn't doing it for me, and I knew there was some kind of other, truth out there, and thank God that I, looked for myself, because so many people don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the IGG stuff. So Cece Moore has been doing that. She's been from what I understand, she's the first one that really basically came up with this to use in the law. Right? And so when you do research,
I'm trying to just real quick. I'm trying to drop the link for Tizzle. Yeah, 1 second. Am is my mic at a decent volume?
For me, it is.
Low? Am I a little high?
For me, it is. You could be
Okay,
you could
cool.
probably go up a touch, but it's pretty good.
All right, let me try this. Hold on. Audio. Is that a little better right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just heard a little echo. That might have been something that went away already.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Twizzle, I dropped the. Never mind. You're back here. Sorry. There he is. What happened? What happened, buddy?
I can't record and use GPS at the same time, so I got to charge my old phone and record on it.
Oh my God! I totally forgot. You're the dude that. So I kind of know you from Dago, because when I first got into the YouTube thing, I went to Dago's channel a lot. I chatted
Nice.
but so I've listened to you guys a lot. But you're the one that do you know Brian, or you went to school there or something like that, right?
No, he does.
No, I'm the one that knows Brian, and just talked to
Yeah,
Brian's friend yesterday.
really, Willie. I'm talking to you, Willie. Sorry to not
Yeah, I'm
specify.
Willie. This is
TM.
Twizzle below me.
Sorry, truth. What's
Twizzle
that?
lives. Twizzle lives around the area in Idaho. I went to school with Brian.
And so, do you know him?
I did. Not now.
I mean, but you've hung out with him and you know his
No.
personality.
So, well, he was in, we were in the same school, so I knew of him, but I knew his mother because she worked at the school and his dad was a janitor. But yesterday, and I don't know if you saw my live yesterday, but I went to school with somebody else whose name is Rich Pasqua, who was interviewed by Fox, and I had him come up yesterday, and we had a great conversation as far as, like what him and Brian used to do and what Brian used to say and not say and this that. So if you missed the live yesterday, you should go check it out because like Rich was actually his friend. I just knew Brian from school, so he was able to provide a lot more insight than I can.
That's friggin' awesome.
So yeah, well, I figure like us sitting up here and just talking about bullshit isn't really doing getting us anywhere. So if I can try to get people up here to give us some more insight on unfortunately because I went to school with this dude, I can only give insight on this part, but at least we'll understand who this dude was. So
yeah, that's got to get out there. And I do remember hearing that somebody had tried to talk to the media on his behalf, and they wouldn't air anything that was positive about him, about BK.
Yeah, well, that's what and like I said, you'll hear him because he said on there that like after he was done on the Fox interview, he was pissed off and he vowed not to do any he vowed to do nothing for the media anymore because he just felt like they were trying to push him towards saying something in a negative light, and that's not how I operate. I don't care if somebody comes up here and says something negative about him. I don't give a shit. I just want to hear people that actually were knew him and were close to him instead of the media saying, "Oh, you have cannibalistic instincts." Where the fuck did you hear that? In your dream?
I know. They take something and twist it 15 ways from Tuesday, and they're like, Nancy won't even admit that she was wrong about him being a
but
stalker.
I'm the kind of people that the media hate though, because like most people don't speak out that would know somebody that is up for a trial for something like this. But again, there's been so much that has come out, and so many people that are seeing what I'm seeing, where I have to say something, because what if I was sitting in there, okay, and now I'd be sitting there for 4 or 5 years, I would want somebody on the outside who knew me a little bit to talk about my character, what my character actually was, instead of just what people read in the newspaper and see on TV. And that's the only reason I'm speaking out. No, I wasn't his friend. I wasn't his best friend. None of that shit. But I know people that knew him. So if I can get these people up here and talk about him, those people have no fucking reason to lie at all. Zero.
Absolutely. And we should try to get them on like other
I'm not getting them
channels.
anywhere. No. See, that's the thing. I want to protect everybody, because I don't want like if anybody starts getting attacked and shit, then I'll go crazy. So that's what, like, everybody was respectful yesterday and all that, and like that's I want to keep it. I don't want other channels doing this and doing that. I don't need all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here for all the shenanigans. I'm just I like everybody. I like to have the conversations and debates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just meant to get the truth out there, because that's another thing. That's another reason.
I don't. That's what I mean. I don't mind if anybody takes that conversation and airs it on any of their channels. I don't give two shits. You know what I mean?
Because that's another thing that the media is twisting, is like, well, why haven't his friends come forward, and why hasn't his parents said anything? And it's like, oh my God, you clearly have no understanding of how the world works. Like, all of you are so naive and actively choosing to be ignorant to what this world is and what the justice system does and how this shit works. Like, seriously. Yeah. I mean, seriously.
And like I said, I don't pretend to be an expert. Like you said, I don't pretend to be no I'm not a lawyer. I didn't study law. I didn't study none of that shit. I've just based all my opinions and shit on the common sense, and then I've learned throughout the way about crime and learned about other cases through all the nice people in the true crime community, and I've learned a lot. And
Yeah.
there's something wrong here. Like, it's not just me. There's something wrong here.
There are a lot of things wrong there. That whole city is.
Hey, watch your mouth.
Twice I forgot we're here. I don't
Unless
know.
you're talking about Moscow.
Watch your mouth. I'll talk about my
Hey,
turf.
are you close by? Because you said you want to drive out here, and Willie told you no. But I'm saying everyone should come out here. I'm here. We can all go to the hearings and party.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but I'm.
I'll go out there as a group.
Yeah, I would, but I'm in Florida. So I mean, honestly,
See,
if I
that's the
lived
problem
there,
is everyone's so far away.
if I lived there, dude, I probably would be in jail right alongside
Because
Brian.
nobody ever wakes up and they're like, "Hey, honey, let's look into moving to Idaho." You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody actually does that shit, dude.
I'm going to say that you are incorrect about that, Willie, because a
It is
couple weeks before this
Okay.
murder happened, I was like, where should I move to? I think I'll move to Moscow because I don't want to live in Washington. And then the murders happened, and I was like, dang, maybe I'll get a room for
I
really
still
cheap.
can't point Idaho out of the map, dude.
It's so beautiful. It is so beautiful. It is so beautiful. But I think that people I would be scared to go there now. I feel like I would get arrested or something, and like nobody would ever see me again.
Well, that's what
get
I'm
arrested.
saying. I got too much to lose to be taking any kind of chances. You know, this right here, this is as far as I'm going right here. You know, I'll write him a letter maybe. You know, see if he writes back. You know, get a few people to talk. But I ain't doing nothing wrong. I'm not chasing nobody down, hunting nobody down like or like showing up at people's soccer practices and shit like what's his name was doing. I'm not trying to get involved and have anybody show up and take me anywhere because I can't afford that. I'm just trying to, have a, unbiased platform. Everybody can come and be able to, say whatever the fuck you want, and if people want to get mad, oh, they're cursing too much or this, that, and a third. Well, stop being soft. Okay.
Hey, if you don't want to hear some good info, then click on the next channel.
Sometimes the truth is raw and, it's not comforting, but it's better than listening to bullshit.
Yeah, it's definitely not comforting, but if America doesn't wake up, we are literally going to end up in 1960s Russia. Like we're becoming there. It's becoming a dictatorial freaking country, and it's happening right before our eyes, and people aren't taking a stand. They're just saying, "Oh, well."
Like, could you imagine if you were frozen? Like, could you imagine if they froze you with that? I forget what that shit's called. If they froze you for, in like 1980 to like 1990, and then woke you up now, like, you understand how? Oh my!
Even 10 years,
I'd be like,
bro.
freeze me again, please. Wake me up in the next decade and see if it's better. Because we are either going to completely destroy our country as a whole.
Right, Jules.
We're gonna either burn this.
But the problem is, everybody, like, if everybody band together, then the government would have no choice but to change it. But the problem is, they social media, the news, all that shit, politics, all that shit is to keep us divided and to not be able to unify, to be able to do something about it. Because if we could, people got pissed for a hell of a lot less tax than what we're being taxed now. But yet we ain't doing shit.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
People need to stop doing this fucking everything is about politics. Let politics go. It's not about politics. It's about our country and our citizens and our rights and our constitution. And if we don't take a stand together, we're gonna burn this fucker down because it's not gonna heal on its own. We need to heal it. And you're right. We have to do it together. And the government purposefully divides us. Purposefully, intentionally divides us. Period. Yep. And if people can't wake up to that and start seeing the truth, then I'm fucking scared. And I've been scared for a few years now.
Yeah.
But anyway, Twizzle, I don't know you, and remind me to go back to IGG because I do want to make some points about that. But Twizzle, I don't really know you except I remember seeing you in some chats along the way, and
Yeah, I've been around.
I forget. I get going on my tangents, and I forget that they're.
It's okay. I had to turn it. I had to turn it down a little bit, girl. But I like your passion.
Yeah.
So, Twiz, what happened? Do you have an Apple or what?
Yeah, I can't
There's your
record
problem.
and use my GPS.
There's your problem.
So I'm charging my old phone. I'm gonna record on it.
First mistake, you got a fucking Apple.
So what
Apples
are
are
you
the
doing?
shit.
Because I missed the beginning of I missed the first hour of your stream, so I don't know what you guys were. What were you driving out there for? You were
I'm
gonna
driving down to Wawa to
Right.
show the route that Brian would have driven.
Oh, okay.
Why? Oh, real quick, I forgot to say this in the past 3 hours. If everybody can just, hit that like button for me over there, I appreciate you. Leave your touch DNA on it, but be careful. Be careful, nobody,
I ain't leaving touched any DNA anywhere near Moscow, dude. Fuck
See,
that.
Dude, I don't mind. I don't. I mean, we should all walk around with fucking latex gloves on now everywhere we walk, because if somebody touches the same shit and does something, we might be screwed.
Well, yeah, but see, that was the first smell test on this, and I said, fuck. People are gonna get the wrong idea, and DNA evidence is gonna be fucked forevermore because people, like, literally, the first thing I watched about this, I'm like, looked at my husband and said this to him, like, people are going to be so confused about DNA because of this right now, because this is being introduced in completely the wrong way. Touch DNA is not the same as blood or semen or saliva or, liquid DNA. And this, I mean, like, it's so ridiculous that people believe that 20 skin cells in the snap of a sheath in a massacre of 4 people with
Somebody said like no, I don't know. I forget what the hell it was. It was like gigograms or something smaller than micrograms, but it was such a small amount.
5.1 octillion.
Yeah, that's
I never heard that number.
I want to talk about. Let's talk about how much DNA was left in a massacre of 4 people, and you're telling me that this guy did this in 12 minutes. He went in there and stabbed 4 victims 50 times with a knife, did not cut himself. Any detective that has ever had a knife
and
murder.
Nothing under the victim's fingernails, under nobody's fingernails, under nobody's knuckles, nothing.
How many times have you heard detectives say you go in somewhere, you leave something when you go in, and you take something when you go out? Period.
But here's the thing: I could believe it. Okay, if people want to say, oh, he had a helmet on or he had a paintball mask on, I would completely, be open to that argument. But guess what? Somebody saw his eyebrows. So that means that if his eyebrows were exposed, there was some part on him that was exposed for somebody to grab at. And nobody got anything under, not even a geekogram, whatever the fuck that number was, under their nails of Brian Koberger. Really?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, these things that people are saying, like, he is not going to go in there carrying a knife sheath. Are you fucking out of your mind?
Well, you would, but it'd be on your belt.
Exactly, that's my point. He's not going to freaking carry it in his hand. People want to say, oh, he was so meticulous in planning this that he just didn't leave any DNA, and he was so good. But his expertise is in like cloud technology and shit. And so he's gonna take his phone with him, turn it off, because that's not a fucking dead giveaway. And he's gonna connect to their internet, and so this is his expertise field, and he's not gonna think about any of that shit. But he's gonna nail the whole like crime and not leave DNA and not take DNA and not like. I'm sorry, people. You are so confused about what happened. Like, go look at any other case where there's been a murder with a knife. This guy stabs 4 people 200 times, like 50 times per person, let's just say. 200 stabs. Oh my God, that's a lot of energy. I would be
That's a lot of
sleeping
time.
after that. Like, you can't, one human person can't do that in 12 minutes. Get in, park the car, get in, do that, get
But
out.
again, my question
Like,
to
this
you,
guy,
but my question to you is what is the other, upcoming victim doing as this person's being, the other person in the room is being attacked?
exactly. Well, clearly they were
Are they
silent.
frozen?
I
Are
mean,
they
they weren't
frozen in shock?
saying anything. They weren't. They were all frozen in shock. They were all gagged, tied up, and not being able to scream. And nobody. The other two had no idea what was going on in the house. They didn't hear a thing. They thought it was Kaylee playing with her dog, but they're getting like 2 people are getting knifed to death by 1 person. And there's no
Yeah.
screams, there's no noise, no ruckus.
But here's the problem I'm having. Here's the
problem.
problem I'm having. For as much issue as we have with Dylan, I also have. I'm sorry, but I also have with Bethany, because 2 people were also murdered right above her head, and at one point, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't somebody on the first floor with her? Wasn't Dylan on the first floor with?
That's when the story changes. We don't really know.
Yeah. When the story first came out, Dylan and Bethany were supposedly in Bethany's room together. But then as this has evolved, then that changed. Because at first there were no witnesses. But once the PCA came out, now all of a sudden we have a witness, and Dylan's position in the house has changed. So
yep. And it came out of nowhere.
And frozen in a she's has somebody clad in black, because a freaking 20-year-old girl would say that, and she's frozen in a shock phase for 8 hours.
Well, I thought that too, as far as the word clad, but I think an officer wrote that for her, which isn't too uncommon. So
I think it's in quotation marks, if I remember correctly. I think they literally put that in quotation marks. And if you put it in quotation marks, it means that Dylan stated it.
Yeah, well, there's no way I'm going to believe it. If that's true, then there's no way in hell somebody stated clad in black and couldn't call 911.
And you ask any psychiatrist, nobody goes into a frozen fight or flight frozen phase for 8 hours. Ask any psychiatrist. And a frozen shock phase is not even in the DSM. That is not a word. That is not a thing. Like, yes, you're in a high stress situation. People react. They have fight or flight. Yes, she could have been frozen, but she would have snapped out of that, a lot sooner.
So I wonder if Anne is going to make her break down, like, minute by minute, hour by hour, like what she was doing, after hearing, not just hearing all this, but remember, she saw the person, and in the PCA it says that the murderer was then thought to have left the scene, which means that she felt threatened by that individual. So I would make her explain it minute by minute what you were doing after seeing somebody that
scared
you were scared of.
That you were
scared of. What were you doing minute by minute, sweetheart?
Yeah, and so you're not scared that that guy might come back and kill you and Bethany? You're not going to call the cops? You're not going to run out of the house? You're not going to run to your boyfriend?
That's
You're not going to call
your
boyfriend? You're not going to go to your friend's house? You have friends all around you. You're not going to go to your friend's house and fucking hunker down there? Like, are you out of your goddamn mind? You are a selfish son of a bitch, because I swear to God, I would not let somebody kill somebody that I didn't like even next to me, much less a friend and roommate. You have got to be out of your mind. And I understand that not everybody would protect their friends. Personally, I think that's fucking horrible, and I don't want any friends like that in my life.
I don't care who you are. If you're screaming out, I don't care who you are. If you're screaming out to me, I don't care if I'm in public. If you're screaming out to me and something's happening to you, to call 911, I'm calling 911. So, like, as these people are being attacked, aren't they screaming out to, the other roommates, somebody calling it, like screaming their heads off? And then,
Exactly.
but all that prone her to do is open the door and close it right, and then go back, and then
Yeah.
get up again. Oh, what was that? Scream again, and then open it. Oh, nothing's going on. Close it again, and then a third time. What woke her up that third time? That's the big question I have. What like made her open the door the third time to see him walking out and to catch it at a perfect time to where she would see him, but he wouldn't see her, because we all know damn well that he would take her out if he saw her and, you know, he really didn't know her and,
Yeah,
you know,
he's
wasn't
not
there for
gonna,
her.
he's not gonna
Come on.
leave. Listen, guys, if they thought that he was planning this bullshit and da 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 da, he would know that there were other people in that house. He would know that there were 2 more roommates in that house. He would know that. He is not leaving witnesses. If somebody wants to murder and massacre, they're not leaving witnesses. They're not gonna.
Yeah.
And let's
Yeah, that's
just
what I want to know, Angel. I want to know what they were, because I know they were messaging each other, but I don't know what they were messaging each other. I think was it during this, after this, both? Do you
Hey,
know? Do you
Willie.
remember? Oh shit! Where'd she go?
Willie, you want to hear something funny?
What happened?
So I just drove
Her
to
phone
Walmart
probably
because
died.
I had to buy a phone mount, right?
Hmm.
And I'm hungry, and Dinky wants me to eat some food down at Wawa. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna stop and get a burrito. So I stopped at the Chipotle right next to Walmart, and right in front of me was a kid in a sweatshirt from U of I with a Sigma Chi sweatshirt on.
Kids had no car. Kids had no job, but had cash to pay for a car and go on these nice big vacation spots. Sorry, I don't think so. So are there a lot of places around there that like a lot of people go to, I don't know, chill and jump off cliffs and do a whole bunch of shit?
There is a place to jump off cliffs into the river, so kids go down there. Then you have the dunes, which you have to drive down by Wawa to get to.
Mm-hmm.
They might hang out at Wawa. I don't really know. I don't know.
Back to
There's like
school.
Steptoe Butte is supposed to be pretty
What's
cool. I never went up there.
So I know there's a Floyd cannabis shop, but what's the marijuana laws out there?
It's legal in Washington.
Oh, is it? What about in
Yeah,
Idaho?
it is not. But that's why that Floyd's is right on the border, so the U of I kids can just come over and buy it and drive it home.
That's awesome. That's crazy though. Is Idaho like in the process or?
I have no idea.
I don't know how people don't smoke, man. It's my medicine. My medication.
I do not know.
What's your problem, Angel? What's your
She wasn't
problem?
impressed with the Sigma Chi frat boy guy standing right in front of
Thank you.
me. I
Thank you,
thought it was
King.
hilarious.
You too. What?
Like,
What?
what are the chances?
Sorry, I'm reading chat.
No worries.
Oh shit.
My phone is at
So
25%.
you don't have like a fucking tablet or something you could, record it on?
But see, if you have shit lying on your dash, they'll pull you over. I might get pulled over for my phone mount, to be honest.
See, looking at Michael Myers in his jumpsuit, toting a big, dripping knife. It sounds absurd in the face.
All right, it's
Yeah, the
3:30.
whole story is absurd.
I'm gonna get out of here before it starts getting dark.
Where are you at?
I'm at my house.
Oh,
I'm just charging my old phone. It's at 25%. My car charger should keep it up and running while I record. So
where are you going to? Where from? Like where to where?
I'm gonna drive from Nevada Street, where they have him on camera, to
I gotta learn how to slow down chat, dude. Oh, okay.
The issue that I was gonna do, because I was gonna take a right and go down Main Street, but Main Street is blocked with construction, so I think I'm gonna have to go down Bishop like Daniel thinks he went, but he just magically isn't on camera.
Something is on your dash cam. You get pulled over. Something. Yeah, I got pulled over once for having something dangling from my fucking mirror, dude. I was like, what? Some bullshit.
Hey, Jules, not all of us live in free Texas. I live in commie Washington.
Oh, you're in Washington.
This is
Okay.
why I didn't want to move here, because Washington sucks.
Why?
Dude, they're so liberal. It's disgusting.
Really?
Bro, when I was in Arizona, dude.
Yeah, but how do you see him if you don't like look for him?
Look for what?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I didn't see
Dude,
you.
they'll pull people over. You know, like how they graduate and they get those little tassels and they hang them from their rearview mirror. They'll pull them over for that.
Anything.
You is blocked.
Well, yeah. They pulled Brian over for some dumb shit, and then he explained to them why it wasn't a
you know
crime,
what's
and
really
then she
funny
was like,
about
"Eh,
that?
you're right."
That cop knew exactly what was going on. She saw them driving, blocking his view. It wasn't safe for him to proceed into the intersection, and then she pulled him over for it. That's some bullshit. But that's what the cops. Cops here in Pullman will pull you over for anything, just to make sure you're not drinking and driving. Now that was like the middle of the day, so I don't know what the hell they were thinking then. But the Cougs do like to booze, so you never know.
Yeah. Well, listen, dude. Be careful driving around. Don't get in trouble or not.
Man, it's all good.
Twiz, you should
Yeah,
take
okay.
somebody with you.
If I get arrested, I'm gonna say I committed the murders just so they lock me up with them.
Oh
You
my
should-
god.
You should go turn yourself in and see what they say.
Y'all are nuts.
Somebody could bring those motherfuckers out. You could bring them like if you were the killer, you could bring them the weapon that you used. You could give them the exact time and what you did and all these things that only they should know. And
Yeah, but at the time of the crime,
they
at
would
the time
tell
of the crime, I lived in Arizona.
they'd tell you to get the
Fuck
fuck out of it.
Arizona. Arizona sucks. It was like 128 when I was there.
Yeah,
I
the
lived
summers
there.
are wild, bro. Summers
I
are
used to
wild.
live in Chandler, Arizona, and when I first started looking into the Cy Ray, I was wrongfully imprisoned in Arizona. That's where I was accused of something that I didn't do, and
Really?
I had a felony on my record for many years, and it's a complicated story.
Arizona cops are kind of corrupt.
Yeah, you can't do shit in Arizona.
I was there when it happened, and shit got brought back to my apartment, which was in my name. So it was like a guilty by association bullshit. But it took me like 20 years to get that resolved. So it's off my record because it was complete and utter bullshit. And I spent over a month in jail in Arizona. And I've been in jails in the Midwest because I am an alcoholic in recovery. So like in my younger days, I was always in jail. But going to that jail, that was like a prison. It was awful out there. But the Cy Ray guy, that's where he was a detective, or in LE.
Was it hot as shit in there?
Detective.
My phone has 30%. I'm bouncing.
All right, man. Be safe,
Willie,
dude.
you didn't text me, bro. Or at least I didn't get it. Did you? I thought you said you texted me.
Well, no, because here's the thing, dude. If I close the screen down, I go away.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
You know.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
As soon as I get off, I'll you up though.
Be careful, dude.
I'll talk to you boys in a bit.
All right, man.
So he's going out there to video that. What exactly is the purpose of that video?
So he can show the route.
Yeah, but what's that trying to prove? Like if we watch, if
because it's better because it's better than not having it. That's why. How's that?
Well, no, I can understand that. I just wondered if there was a bigger reason, like maybe it was.
Well, no, I mean, listen, if he's out there and they're coming out with an alibi and saying this, he can actually give us some kind of visual on where he actually went and and then see where his phone signal cuts out and this, that, and the third, and see, because remember, they're saying his phone was off, or he stopped connecting to the server, or this or that. So, if you go a bunch of places out there where you lose service, then, it's not far-fetched that he just lost service going to the park.
That's exactly what they're going to prove with the metadata. See, the prosecution is trying to hang him with this freaking cell tower bullshit. And if
why would they? Okay, but why would the prosecution in the beginning have the metadata that? Because I'm assuming other experts like the defense's expert can track a fucking phone. Why didn't they do this beforehand and then see that Brian actually didn't go this route? He went this route. How didn't they fucking find that?
Because they were building a case to frame him, and they probably didn't fully understand because they're not real seasoned.
Shut up, Angel.
They're not real seasoned. Yeah. It's not like they've been beat cops in Chicago. They're freaking cops in Moscow that have little experience with any of this shit. So they probably thought, well, we can, use these cell towers and it'll prove that he was there. Yeah, cell towers are bullshit. You do get into that metadata, you can pinpoint shit. That's how they got bin Laden. They got an exact location. Come the fuck on. So you have metadata versus cell towers. People need to understand that cell towers include miles. It's 50-mile radius that cell towers can pinpoint somebody to, which pinpoint is an oxymoron because they're not pinpointing it. They're saying he was in this general location.
I don't buy none of it because they're saying, as soon as they say, oh, well, the one day he was shown here, but he really wasn't over here, then every other single one, in my opinion, gets thrown right out the fucking window.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, people are they admit
as a juror,
that.
I'm just saying.
They admit that their shit is faulty. Right there. Then how do we know that any of these other pings that you were saying are factual, like you just said? And furthermore, are people not allowed to go to a town that's a half an hour away? Seriously. Well, what about these 12 other times? Did he shut off his phone then? He's studying this shit. This is his specialty. You think he is so stupid? He thinks, well, I'll just shut my phone off while I murder 4 people and nobody will figure it out. I mean, come on.
But yet, Cy Ray was able to track him. So obviously, Brian isn't that good at his fucking job, is he?
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. People want to say he's so smart on one end, and then but yet over here he drove the murder vehicle across the whole ass country, got pulled over twice, and then just went home and celebrated the holiday.
Cleaned his car like he's never cleaned it before, and
that pissed me off too because we're talking 6 weeks after the fact. What did he do? Fucking bring the evidence across the country? Come on, let's think about that. If I don't care what he's cleaning, he just drove across the country. Think about how filthy your car would be.
Yeah, and people don't understand either. If there's blood anywhere in that car, and trust me, they took that car apart looking for this shit. You cannot clean blood evidence with bleach and shit. I'm sorry, people don't understand that.
Well, you can, but it's going to leave behind some kind of remnants to, where, again, these people are so good with the luminol and all that, crazy shit. So even if he got, and his seats, I believe his seats are not, I don't believe they're leather. It's that material where it seeps in. So if any kind of blood seeped into his seats, the only way for him to get that shit actually out would be to either cut it out or replace the seat.
Yeah, exactly. And even on tile, I've seen how detectives spray luminol on tile. So you can clean it. Yeah, you can clean it to the point that you can't see it. But with luminol, you can see it. That's what latent means. A latent shoe print outside of Dylan's door. That means
the second time around.
That means that either somebody did clean it to the eye, or it was left like as the killer was leaving and he had blood on his shoe and he left all these steps, but this one was like getting, less blood on the floor, so it wasn't, you couldn't really see it.
Okay,
with
but
your
okay, but
eyes.
listen, let's think about this though, right? How many times? Because again, I haven't counted this. Let's think about this for a second. Let's try to brainstorm with each other. How many times did Brian pass the area where they found that latent shoe print? Let's think about this. So he walks in the home, right?
Right.
Then he has to pass Dylan's door to go upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one. Then he goes upstairs. Then he comes back. Two.
Wait. There's no blood on his shoes yet, though. That first time, he hasn't killed anybody.
Okay, all right. So let's say it's not, blood, because I don't think. All right. So he walked in. He goes upstairs. All right. He does what he does. Now walks down. Now steps in front of the door one way. His shoe facing one way. Then he goes. And does it again, and then comes back. Where at this point his shoes would be the bloodiest.
Yeah.
And he steps where I'm assuming they corroborated her story. But what about the shoe print facing the other direction when he came down the steps from what he did upstairs?
Well, obviously he was so meticulous that he didn't get any blood on him. None whatsoever. He didn't have any blood on his hands, so that when he touched the door, it didn't leave blood. He didn't have
He had no
any
time
blood
for
on
that.
his shoes.
The scene is too gruesome and the time frame is too small for that to even be like physically possible, unless again he was suited from head to toe, but that's not what the witness saw. She saw his fucking eyebrows, which means that part of his face was not covered, and yet he got nothing on him, nothing.
Plus,
And the victim and the victims got nothing on them from him. Like that's
exactly.
He's John Wick.
That was my point earlier. You go in anywhere, you leave your DNA and you bring other people's DNA, but they didn't find evidence of any DNA of any of the victims at any of the places that he goes to, work, home, his parents' house, his car, nothing. And
no blood on the stairs. Yeah, that too.
The shoe print is the only shoe print because all of those bitches cleaned that house, and it was cleaned up to the eye. But when they sprayed luminol, it wasn't cleaned up, and that's why they got it, because they thought it was cleaned up, and it wasn't. And honestly, the police got lucky with that.
Amen.
But they're not gonna.
Because listen, like, what did he do? He took his booty off just in front of her door, and then stepped, and then put his booty back on, and then ran out the house. Come on, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to, like. How is anybody supposed to fucking believe that? That's unbiased. If you're an unbiased jury, how are you supposed to look at this and them tell you that, and like, with a straight face, believe that shit?
That's why I think that. Bill got so deflated, and that's what I was saying earlier about Anne. Is people have been underestimating her because she is. I know she's gonna come with it, and that was your first glimpse at what Anne is gonna do. She's pretending. She's pretending to be meek and quiet. She's going along to get along because she is silently building this case that is going to burn this place down. And when she comes, she's coming for you. And that's going to be the end of you. And Bill got deflated because she came with it. And Moffat. And
yeah.
For those of you out there that don't know this, defense attorneys do not. Any defense attorney with any ounce of dignity and honor do not say we are 100% in belief of Brian's innocence and we are honored to be representing this client. They do not look at privilege. Do not tell me that you have heard any other lawyer say that in a case where people were like, this is not something that defense
especially
attorneys,
public defenders.
Yeah, they just don't.
Maybe a paid attorney because they're getting they're getting paid money, but a public defender, really? Two of them?
Yeah, either one, even a paid one, because they might go so far as to say our client is not guilty, but that doesn't mean that they believe their client is
Right,
not
Annie.
guilty. It's an open statement. And there is a difference between not guilty and innocent. Factually innocent. Brian is factually innocent of this crime, and there is a difference,
Yeah.
because if you are
You're
not
100%
guilty,
correct.
you still have that over your head, and that's why he's going to have to fight for many years to get this even to actually prove his factual innocence. Because
Yeah.
it's not just a not guilty, because a not guilty means that the state didn't have enough evidence to prove him guilty, but he's guilty. He is
Yeah.
factually fucking innocent. And that is why Anne has been quietly, like a lioness in the woods, building this case with everything. And I think
But remember all the people that said, "Oh, just wait. They don't show all their hands in a PC. To show their hand in a PCA. There's gonna be so much more coming out." But now we're seeing Bill squirm and waiting for shit, and that's how little he has.
You know what
So
I say to
he doesn't even
people?
have it all.
Yeah, you just fucking wait, because it hasn't come out yet. It all hasn't come out yet, but it's not in the way you think, motherfuckers.
But
It
the
is
defense
not
wants it to cut. It's. I mean, Bill has to be like looking at that shit like, oh my, because like that means the defense wants shit out. They're like, bring it on.
That's why
That's wild.
that's why I think Bill is in on it. I think Bill is corrupt too, and I think he knows that she knows. I know that he knows that she knows now, because that sentence that says, "Give us the rest of your shit."
But why are you blaming Bill? I don't blame Bill because Bill's just he's Bill didn't knock the house down.
I'm not blaming Bill. I'm saying that this city and this LE
Bill
and
just sucks,
this court are corrupt. They are corrupt, and they are in on it.
Yeah.
The only person that I can't
Somebody's in on something for Brian to be in there right now because, like you said, he's factually he's innocent. So why the hell did they pick him?
Yeah,
If Cy Ray can track him down, like I said, I'm sure other experts can track him down. And if they went on to fucking TV pleading for the public's help and they exhausted all their resources, nobody fucking tracked his phone like Cy Ray did? Really? You guys didn't know he was at the park? Come on. Bullshit.
This is not just a frame job.
Stupid.
This is not just only a frame job. This is a cover up, an intentional cover up. They have 3 more DNA samples that they didn't even test. God, I want to get into this DNA.
Yes.
But
yes. Two around the victims and 1 on the fucking what is it? The glove, right?
The glove, yeah. That what's his face McDonough found. Yeah, McDonough, guess what? You're going to help prove Brian innocent. How do you feel about that? Yeah, and so if if we were to be a fly on the wall during this investigation, what's that?
Mm-hmm. No, I was reading something Colleen said.
Oh, I can't even see chat right now.
Can you see your screen? Can you see the screen or no?
Well, I see it's on my phone. I'm kind of like
it might be. You might have to click on. Well, no, it should come right up. Unless it's lagging, because sometimes when I'm up here, like when somebody plays a video and I'm up as a guest or something, the video doesn't play on my end if I'm on my phone. It's weird.
Oh,
interview room. Really? The interview room. I gotta watch him now.
The interview room is Chris McDonough, and he's the one that found the glove outside of the house. And
But how the hell did he find it, not them?
Exactly. This was my point. There was never an investigation. There was never an actual investigation. This has been a frame up and a cover up from day one. There were police officers that were involved. The only question that we need to ask now is, who is culpable? How much culpability did each of these players have? There's a lot of players in this. What level of culpability do they have, and how much did they know before, during, and after this crime? Because there are people involved on so many different levels that may have thought, well, I'm supposed to just do this. And they had no idea that this was going to happen. Maybe somebody's job was to get them back to the house, and somebody else's job was to, text, do texts on the phone to make it look like they were texting or on TikTok or whatever. Somebody else's job was to do something to, I don't know. There's like all, just different things, I think. And some people maybe didn't know that this was going to be the extent of what happened. But I am absolutely convinced that there are a couple police officers that were actually involved. I'm here to help you.
Right.
What does that sound like? Who says that? Police officers. Wonder where that came from.
And not somebody there ready to take your life, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. But
Where the hell is Dickie at?
Chris McDonough just did an interview with the Gonzalez's again, and and him and his wife are on there, and they're digging into the money aspect. But you know what? He's gonna help prove, him and his wife have no idea, but they're gonna help prove that Brian's factually innocent, and he is on the Brian Colbert is guilty as a motherfucker bandwagon, that he is sick, and he, and Steve on that interview again says, what kind of madman would say that, and it's like, I get his pain. You were talking about losing a dog or whatever.
But what's Ali there? But what's Ali doing there at frickin' that time of like that doesn't like that's crazy to me.
At the time of killing, is that what you said?
Yeah, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, I mean that doesn't make make sense if Ali's there and then somebody's murdering somebody. Like, I don't understand.
Well, first of all, I think that the crimes happened earlier than 4 o'clock, which is why they had to change their time frame.
They had a timeline earlier, right?
Yeah, and exactly, that's it. I think that original timeline is more like it. And they had to change the timeline because they got this video evidence that they could say this is the car because it looks super suspicious. You want to know whose car I think that is? I think that's Rosie. I think it's Rosie. And whoever that stupid ride-along person was supposed to be, he's been with them in other body cam when they actually visited the girl's house, 1122 house. And we never see his face, but we see him. He's not in a uniform, and he's on a ride-along. I think Rosie says it in that one where Blaker's there, and Bethany comes and opens the door and pretends like she doesn't live there. And that's the body cam that I'm talking about. And then I think that if I just watched Bubbly Waters last night. You should go check it out because she has video from, there's other creators that she's been working with, and like True Killer Crime, and we know what you did, and they have body cam footage where they're paying attention to the light. So it's when Rosie's talking to those 4 guys on the band field. My money is on those charges were dropped just as quickly as they were given, because he wrote them tickets for being underage. That was all fucking bullshit. I guarantee you, I haven't looked into it, but I'm sure somebody has. Probably Bubbly would know if those tickets were dropped, and that was just a distraction. But Bubbly shows on this other creator who did an experiment with a headlamp, because when they're standing out there in the band field, there's things that Bubbly and these other creators are seeing that show some of the shit that's fucking scary, where like there are 2 cars parked over where Rosie's car is parked. There's people with potentially, it looks like they have the headlamps on, and when Rosie's standing at the field, you can see the girls' house, and you can see the top window, and I think the middle window, and when the lights are on and when they're off. And you can clearly see in that body cam that Rosie's like moving Saeed over in specific areas to cover his body cam. He even covers his body cam at certain moments intentionally. And that other guy on the ride along, is shining the flashlight at the body cam at very specific moments because they know all these tricks. I mean, I've seen it in other body cams of theirs where they go to somebody's house and they know they have a Ring camera, and so the freaking dude shines the flashlight at the.
Well, we saw that. Well, we saw that in I believe it was Lana on Truth and Transparency, where
Yep.
they
Yep.
where the one cop like alerted the cop that there was a camera, and that dude flashed it twice at the fucking camera. I was like, what the hell?
Yep. And they
So-
do it intentionally. That's where I seen it too, was on Lana's channel. That's the one I'm talking about. And I think it was, I can't even remember who the officers were, but I feel like I don't know if it was Payne or Rosie. I think it might have, I don't know, I can't remember. But that's their tricks. And Lana has been rooting out all kinds of corruption within the ISP and shit, and it's all over.
Well, those dudes, I mean, just seeing that video, I mean, those dudes took a risk, like when they walked into that shed with their gun drawn, because if somebody was on that property and shot that cop, I don't understand. I don't see how you charge that person, because if they didn't have no kind of search warrant or nothing, and that cop goes into that shed and shines his light, and there's somebody in there, and that cop gets shot, yo, dude, that's on you, man.
Exactly.
But yet they would, but I bet they would spin it to where, the cop was drawn on and blah blah blah. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, that's what I took from that body cam.
They would spin it, and that's the thing too.
Or the footage.
Curious if they have any body cam. I want to see the body cam I want to see the body cam of when those officers got to that crime scene. I want to see the body cam of when that fucking brand spanking new, no blood on it, nobody else's DNA bullshit sheath was found on the bed. It was placed on the bed is more like it. Thank you, Anne. It was placed on the bed. I want to see that. I want to see body cam of when they busted into Brian's fucking parents' house.
Yeah, I'm not buying it for a second that there's no body cam. Bullshit.
Exactly. They have ruined so many lives. Brian Kohlberger is another victim, and his family is another victim in this case. And people need to understand that we that believe that he is innocent, we're not happy about it. These people framed him, and we want justice for these families. This is not justice. Another body dropping in this case is not justice unless it's the right people. That's what I'm saying.
Especially when they want to shoot this dude in his heart.
Yeah,
like that's some serious shit.
Want them to get the right person. Those people should be scared. Honestly, they should be scared because
what's going on, Nelly?
The person in jail. The people that are in this crime are still there. Some of them are still there. Some of them have moved away. Some of them there's a lot of people. I'm so scared about this society, and just like Bubbly Waters has like opened my eyes to that area of the Greek life. I have never been involved in Greek life, but I had a couple neighbors one time that were in a frat, and we got, I grew up in the Midwest. I lived in Minnesota and Wisconsin. So,
Jesus.
So I knew a few guys in the frats, and I've been to frat parties and shit. And I don't believe the Greek life is like this everywhere. But but it's scary. And I think that Idaho is in deep. And I think that there are people, well, I don't think, it is facts that these people in power are Greek life. Judge.
Listen, I think, like I said, I think it's going to come down to, like, I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't. I mean, thank God the judge doesn't make the final decision. But I mean, as far as just getting this case to fucking trial, I mean, get somebody else in there that can just, move this shit along, that knows the law and can just very easily, push it, like make a ruling on something, dude. Like, I mean, how long was that last fucking hearing? Like 2 hours?
Yeah. The thing thing is, like, I couldn't figure out if I thought Judge was dirty or not. I think Judge is either senile or he's just not very intelligent, or maybe a combination of the both. Because he, like, Bill should just go put on the fucking robe because he's running the courtroom. He's demanding what the judge should be doing. He's not asking the judge to do anything. He's demanding it. He's telling him that he has to do these things. And Judge is just like, he's clearly not very I couldn't figure out if he was playing dumb or if he was actually dumb. And I still don't know for sure, but I don't think that he has much experience in these he doesn't have any. He was I can't remember what you call it before they became judges. Magistrate, like the original woman in this case that I thought was a judge was actually a magistrate. And so Judge was a magistrate before he became a judge for like 10 years. And that's kind of weird because you don't if you're gonna try to get into judgeship, you don't usually.
Yeah, that was wild. But what Rachel just said, I'll never forget that. I don't know what hearing it was, okay, but I'll never forget the judge saying, "So what do you think we should do?" I was like, "What what did he just ask? What should we do?" Wow.
Anna's demanding the cast report, and Judge is like, "Oh, is that the video of the car?" It's like, you don't even know what a cast report is. You don't even. He doesn't even understand. His head is going to implode. He is not going to be able to wrap his head around what the hell is actually going on here. He's not going to be able to, because he just doesn't believe that area. I don't know. Or because he was Greek life too, so I don't know if he gets it, or I don't know. I can't really make up my mind.
I just don't like him sitting back like he's at fucking home watching a movie or something and then smirking and then that's not to me that's just number one, it's just not professional. And two, this guy's acting like he's not taking it serious. Like this guy's life isn't on the line right now, and it's like just another DUI case or some shit like this. If somebody who got caught drinking and driving, no, dude, this is serious shit, man. Get up in your chair, okay? Fix your fucking posture, all right, and start slamming that goddamn gavel and making a ruling, dude.
Yeah.
Not to be mean if you see this, Judge, but god damn it, brother.
Exactly. You shouldn't need to take 2 months to figure shit out and make up your mind. And quite frankly, it's not his job to decide what part of the IGG the defense should get. He doesn't even know what IGG is. He doesn't understand any of that shit. How is he going to be able to figure out what the defense should get? The defense should get it all. It's part of
exactly.
It's how they got this fucking guy arrested.
I've seen I actually went and researched judges that were harsh on prosecutions and why and stuff, and I've seen footage of judges just based on law freaking the fuck out on the prosecution. And in this case, like you said, the judge doesn't know what to allow, what not to allow. He's asking them for help for God's sakes. He's like, so what do we do? What do you guys think?
I don't really understand this. So oh my God, the worst was the first time the expert was there before. The reason we all had that hearing was to hear that expert.
Exactly.
And he doesn't even hear the expert the first time. And the very last sentence out of Judge's mouth the first time that happened was he was like, well, I have to figure this out. And he literally said, I'm not an expert in surveys. That was his last sentence. And if he understood law, I mean, I believe the law is, and correct me if I'm wrong, allows for those surveys, and I believe pushes for surveys like that. No. It does, for sure. And anybody that thinks otherwise is full of shit, and they're just part of the he's guilty tribe. But my point was that Anne had that expert there to explain this to him. He didn't even hear the expert. And his last sentence was, I'm not an expert in surveys, but, I'm going to have to make a decision. So, see ya. later, adjourned. And he didn't hear the expert. And then once the expert was finally up there, Bill just lost his
Judge,
shit.
listen, brother. If you ever need, a little relief pitching or something like that, I'm a pretty good relief pitcher. I can come in, just give me the gown, give me the gavel. I'll start making something. I'll say, listen, how about this? No more surveys, but the prosecution has to give you everything they have. That's it. Bang, done. You're happy. You're kind of happy. Whatever. Everybody's good.
Well, they absolutely have to do surveys. That place is so biased.
Dude, give them this shit already, for God's sakes. I mean, they asked 16 fucking times. I mean, okay, if it's no big deal and you're not going to use it in trial and you're going to argue why you shouldn't hand it over, then what's the big deal? Like, just give it over so we can move the fuck on.
You ask any prosecutor that has any ounce of dignity and respect for the law, they will tell you everything should be handed over to the defense, and they should be able to try it anywhere with any judge, with any and the defense should have everything they want, especially in a death penalty case. Are you kidding me? You cannot hide evidence in a death penalty case, you fucking assholes. We're a year and a half into this.
All right, watch your mouth a little bit. I'm just kidding.
The people are saying, oh, the defense is slowing it down. These are just delay tactics.
Yeah. Why? Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand the people that actually say that. Like, are they actually watching the hearings and shit? I don't believe they are. I seriously don't believe that the people that are just on the 1,000% he's guilty are not looking into everything and watching everything, in my opinion, because there's no way, unless you're just you're just naturally fucking biased, and then you admit it, then okay, that's cool. But stay the fuck away from jury. If you get anything for jury duty, burn that shit. Don't even show up. Make an excuse. You were sick. I don't care what you have to say. Just don't show up if you're biased. Okay, because it could be my family member, it could be one of my family members' family. I mean, who knows? But again, what's funny, and I said this yesterday, is if all these people who are just on the guilty side wound up in his position right now and were actually truly innocent, they'd be begging for everybody to fucking believe them. Okay, so nobody understands, what anybody's going through until you're actually in that position. So,
That's the point I was making earlier, is that every American citizen could be arrested in an hour, or tomorrow, or someone you love could be thrown in the clink, and you have no idea.
Nelly. What's going on, Nelly?
Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi. Oh, you've got a live. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me up.
I was like, I'll just try it with my phone. And it's been going okay. I like having everybody here and the conversation.
I'm just catching up. Who's the lady you're talking to? There's no name there.
This is Sunny Spirit.
Oh, hi.
And she's she's an animal.
Oh, I love it. I take it swearing isn't banned. I love that.
Oh no, absolutely not. Like I said, if people want to leave because of it, that's fine. This channel's not for everybody, but again, this is America, baby.
I love it.
Say the word fuck. It is such a versatile word. It's an adjective, it's a noun, it's a verb, it's a fucking adverb.
Well, to me, the people that filter how they talk, I don't trust as much as people that just come out and curse and say whatever they're thinking, because to me that's I trust that more than people on the television that are reading off a fucking teleprompter. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some people. I have the mouth of a sailor.
Well, it's all just a combination of letters.
They're all words that somebody made up one day. So I don't understand why it bothers people. All these words are
a combination of letters. And yeah, it's in the dictionary. Who cares? I mean, on my own channel, I thought, oh, should I say that? And I think, well, I want to say it. I'm just going to say it.
In the dictionary. Listen, people lived through the fucking Depression, World War I, World War II, and we're worried about words? Shut up.
Exactly.
There's the door. You know?
Yeah. My son, he's 8. He says to me, "Mum, you can't say a bad word." I'm like, "Yeah, say it once," and I let him say it once. And it's always in context, and
Motherfuckers.
tries to say it again, and I'm like, no, I'm allowed
What's up, JS?
What is happening? I feel like she keeps cutting out. What is your name, dear?
Who,
Or
Nelly?
your
Nelly.
Nelly,
Am I
okay.
cutting out?
This is my Nelly.
I feel like you are a little bit, but it could just be on my end, maybe.
Oh, let me know, because I did have a microphone and my son took it and it got covered in apple juice. So I'm now talking just to the computer, so it might not.
Yeah, every like I don't know, every 3 seconds it kind of it gets like wavy and kind of can't make out those words.
Oh, okay.
So there might be some moisture in there that's fucking it up.
No, I'm not using that. I'm just using the computer now.
Oh.
I was just saying why I'm not using the mic, but oh, how weird.
Oh, you're good now.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. If I'm a nightmare, I'll jump off.
Victoria.
Trying to decode your sentences from contextual evidence here.
I don't know. I just I just think it's again, the reason they're running out of shit to throw at the wall that could possibly stick little by little, time, like day by day, week by week, month by month, and I just don't see how this is even making up. Like, I don't see how this is even making it to trial. But then I think it has to go to trial, and that's like.
No. See, that's the thing that Anne is trying to. This is why it's taken so long, because I think that they have had to. Remember Anne saying that they had just dumped these 50 terabytes and it wasn't organized and there was no rhyme or reason and all this crap. Well, she has had to build the case, and that's another way that people can understand that the prosecution didn't build a case at all. They are still figuring out the case, and when Anne is throwing this shit at them, they're like, fuck, this is going to be a big problem. And now they have to scramble. Guess what happens when you lie? You have to make more lies to cover up the first lie, and then you lie, and you lie, and you're eventually going to get to a point where it's going to be exposed. And that's where they're at. Bill now knows that Anne knows, and that she said, give us the discovery now, or this is we're gonna go in the judge's chamber maybe, and we're gonna have a discussion about what's really going on here, and maybe as a whole we can figure out how much of this corruption we want to expose. I don't know what their plan is, but if they don't play well with Anne right now, this whole thing is going to burn down, and that city is not going to exist. That university is not going to exist. There's going to be millions and millions of lawsuits in this place. I mean, it's going to just completely destroy everything, because I'm telling you, every part of this is corrupt. Every part of this screams corruption, and anybody with common sense knows that now. And I should say with an open mind, who is a free thinker, who is not a sheep, who can look at evidence and say, what does this mean to me in this context? Those people are going to start understanding, and have started understanding. But there is so much corruption here.
Betty Jo, you want to come up?
I'm telling you, this place is going to burn if Anne exposes it all. And I'm telling you, that sentence that people are trying to parse, that Anne put in there, is her telling Bill, I know that you're hiding this. And if you're not hiding this, then you are another victim of the Ellie's corruption. But I am saying this, and that I'm making this threat as a way to figure out if you are corrupt or if you are not.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just based on, again, what I'm seeing here, they got the wrong dude. That's all I can say. I don't know what,
Yeah,
and just then itself is fucked.
and I think it's really important again to really reiterate that those of us that believe in Brian's innocence, actual factual innocence, are not happy about it at all. Like, I'm not happy about it that he's had to spend 1.5 years in
I'm not
jail.
happy about it that these four, if when he's found, if it's when it's a hung jury, that these four families, don't get the fucking
Yeah, that's what I was
closure
just
that they
gonna say.
deserve, and all they had to do was just wait a little bit and investigate a little more, and maybe they would have somebody else, and or him, or but have a hell of a lot more evidence. But again, like I said, if they would have actually dug into him more, like this Cyray guy did, then they would have found that he wasn't even at near the scene. And then they would have moved on to the next tip or something. But I think they got the tip from the FBI. It came at the correct time, and they needed somebody because the first of the year was coming, and you can't have a university and panic.
Yeah.
Willie,
You can't.
it's so much more than that. It is so much more than that. That's
Well,
true.
I mean, maybe it is. But I'm just saying, like, from my point of view, from how fast they moved, and yeah, it was all rushed. It's like they arrested somebody and they investigated later instead of the opposite, which is what they do, 99% of the time, unless there's some shit going on. So, you could
Yeah.
be right.
There was no investigation, and that's the part that I was gonna say. That's what really pisses me off is these families. This is gonna be the biggest gut punch to them because this is not the guy, and justice is not
No,
coming.
and listen, and I'm not even saying that shit because, like, I know him, because everybody here will, I mean, who's known me since, I've just been around. I said, when it first happened and shit, that yeah, maybe he snapped and this that, but then the PCA came out, and then more and more came out, and I was like, no, this ain't cool. And then I went away for a few months, and I thought maybe when I came back, this was this would have went away, and they came out with some more shit, but nothing. They actually came out that they found nothing in his car, and everybody doubled the fuck down. And I'm like, wait, all these people said that if they found nothing in his car, that they would say that he was innocent. Now they're saying that he might have had a bag or a bucket or some kind of kit or something with him. And I'm like, damn, man. Now we got to get over this hurdle. Now it's just
Confirmation bias, and that's why people watch the same news station, like Fox. It's like the Republicans on one side. That's why they make it so democratic, because if people are Republicans, they're going to vote Republican because they're just blind sheep, and they just, even if that person that they're voting for is a piece of shit, they're going to vote for them. You know what I mean? Or the other way around, Democrats or whatever. But like,
well, Nelly, we haven't spoken in a while. And I saw the video you did. What do you think's going on here? What's going on?
Okay, well, I think the case went. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, if you start cutting out, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. The case went a bit stagnant for a while, I think, until the survey hearing. And then I thought, wow, look at Thompson go. He is really angry. Something that's really simple. He should not be getting in such a flap about a survey. I just get the sense that the prosecution are not confident at all. And then get this alibi document. And this alibi document, I am gobsmacked at the amount of people who are laughing at it, who are calling him a stargazer. And actually, it's nothing to do with stargazing. It's to do with an expert who can prove he's somewhere else.
I think it's both, though, because the stargazing, I think that he has pictures and or videos of there was meteor showers, and even though the visibility was probably not that good, I still think you could have seen meteors.
Yeah, but do you think he took pictures on that night?
Wow,
I personally don't, because I think, just me personally, I figure Anne would put that in what she filed.
I I think that she did because it says
Well, it
that
says in November, and it's 13 days.
she's
I-
dropping she's dropping little clues in that
Yeah,
document.
I think that too. I think she deliberately left out, this is purely speculation, but I was trying to think what the exculpatory evidence could be that law enforcement forward. And I think she said also in November he took pictures, but she didn't say the date. So I was thinking, what would law enforcement not have put forward? And I thought, well, what if he took photos?
You're cutting out again. Is she
Yeah.
cutting out?
Yeah, your computer mic is a little whacked out right now, Nelly. Do you have another mic?
I'm gonna go and find one. I'm gonna see if the other one works. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, it's I don't know what that is.
I don't either. It's really hard to try to piece together her sentences. I want to understand what she's saying, and I'm trying to decode it. So I'm missing.
She's speaking into a computer, I think.
Yeah, so I think that Anne is hiding. She's purposefully giving Bill hints because she knows she's not going to come out and say it's the whole entire world understands what she has. She's telling Bill that these little things that he's going to be able to understand because he knows the context of the case. He knows everything in the case. So when Anne says that he was out driving around looking at the moon and the stars, I think there's two things there. I think that she wanted to prove a point that the media is going to twist that. I think she was trying to do that with the way that she worded that. But also she brings up the metadata. She brings up the pictures and stuff after she says that. So I think that there's going to be some metadata where the pictures are tagged and geolocated in his phone as well. And not only pictures, though, it's going to be the metadata is going to show the pinpointed areas, and he was in the complete opposite direction.
But you have to remember, the prosecution bitched for his alibi, and that's why. Again, I think that they don't got shit because they were so worried about his alibi, and now we don't hear a fucking pin drop.
Right,
and
that's why it's a game of cat and mouse, and only the people that are part of the case really know all the details, and because they are being assholes about getting his alibi because they want to know how much they know, and Anne is saying, no, you don't get all of this shit because I need to know if you're dirty or not, because I'll give you the full alibi once I know if you're dirty or not. And that's what that question or that statement in there that's saying that is saying to Bill, give me the rest of this discovery to prove to me that you're not hiding it, because I already know that you have it. And if you don't have it, then the police buried it before it even got to you. And I'm trying to figure out if you're dirty or if you're not part of this and you're just another victim of the corrupt LE. And that's what she's saying. And that's why
so that might have been why she was so quiet at first and she was giving it a chance, and she kind of hit her breaking point. They're trying to just, blame it on him because they don't want to, they can't blame it on anybody else.
Yep, she was quietly building her case so that when she was bringing it, she was all ready to go. She's not going to make statements like that just for shits and giggles.
Absolutely not. If she can't prove it, absolutely not. Everybody that says that, oh, she's just saying that, has no idea what the hell they're talking about. And I say that with all due respect.
Exactly. She would never make those statements if she didn't have the receipts, as people say these days. She knows that she can prove it. She has the proof. Now she wants to know how deep it is. Is the judge corrupt? Is Bill corrupt? Or is it just LE? And where else do I need to look? Because the prosecution was so concerned about the alibi because they want to know how much Anne knows. And Anne is saying back to them, no, I'm not giving you that until you give me the rest of the discovery, which by the way, everybody out there that doesn't understand this part, this is super important. All of the discovery should be handed over to the defense immediately. They should not fight anything. If they have a solid case, there is no reason to fight about the discovery. When you start fighting about shit is maybe if you're going to let shit in, you know, if you have things that you don't want to come into the trial, then you start fighting that back with the judge in his chambers about what's going to go in and what's not going to go in, then that's fine. But you hand over everything. And if you don't, you're corrupt and you're hiding shit. And that's a Brady violation. And you need to, like, you know that,
Hey, Brian.
that's wrong. What's that?
I was saying hi to Brian. What's up, buddy? Glad you're here, man.
Is
Got
that
the
the
link for
Brian?
him.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, keep talking.
Can you hear
I gotta
me?
Yeah.
Is that better?
I
Yep.
think so far. I need you to say like 3 sentences in a row.
Okay, well, so this is my last chance saloon because it's apple juice mic.
You sound good.
Okay, cool, brilliant. Okay, well, I agree with everything Sonny's saying. I think that the first thing I think of looking at the alibi document was that she mentions photos also in November, but doesn't give a date.
Mhm.
And I just think it's the sort of thing law
So
enforcement would
she had background noise. Hold on one second. Let me bring her back. Hey, I gotta mute you when she's talking because you got some background noise when she's talking for some reason.
Okay, me?
Yeah, if you, I mean, I can do it, but if you can just mute when Nellie's talking, because it's when she's talking, there's background noise coming from yours for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm going mute.
All right, yeah, because every time you talk now, there's like some kind of like it's kind of like scratchy.
I'm causing trouble.
Probably my doggy.
No, you're good. No, Nellie, you're good. When I muted her for a couple of seconds, you sounded absolutely fine. So there must be something going on with hers.
Okay.
You're
I
good.
tell you what. Okay, I just want to say this that hit me. I'm actually losing sleep over this case the last week. Bizarre.
Me too.
I wake up in the morning and it's the first thing that's going around in my head. And what struck me, which was in my video, was that suddenly I thought, this is therefore an attack that was not targeted because he wasn't stalking. So are they trying to tell us now then that this was untargeted in that he didn't know the victims, there's no connection to the victims, he wasn't stalking. So now what? They're expecting us to believe that he just... Sorry?
They're trying to make us believe that he's Ted Bundy like.
Well, yeah, but you know, there's no connection at all. There's no, you know,
Oh, he didn't even know these people.
Yeah, that's why it's Ted Bundy, because they're trying to make him out to be like a serial killer when like Ted Bundy went into that sorority house and killed all those people. That's what they're comparing him to now. And that's why I'm saying the people that want him crucified, their narrative changes every time that Anne proves something that they believe wrong. And if people that are thinking he's so guilty, I beg of you to notice that. Notice how the narrative changes. It's confirmation bias. If this doesn't fit what you believe, you're going to make it fit in a different way. So now the narrative changes. Now it wasn't targeted. He's a serial killer like Ted Bundy. But he's still guilty as hell. They won't look at it differently at all because they're so convinced that he's guilty that when something is proven that's not a fact, then the narrative changes for his guilt so that he can still fit in that box. And
that's what I'm saying. There's nothing that can like there's no matter what Ann says or what comes out, like the people who already have him hung. Now I've heard a couple people, have changed their opinions. I don't know exactly who the creators were, but yeah, I mean, it has to get to a point where you're like, no, Like I have to, like I can't believe this anymore and pretend. And if you do, you're 100% lying to yourself. I'm sorry.
It will, and that's why Anne wants this to come out before trial, because she wants this case dismissed. And that's another thing people are talking, oh, well, he could get out on appeal, da, da, da. Like, people, you do not want, that's not what this lawyer is trying for. Some people do try for that, like Casey Anthony. Honestly, they were just trying to save her life. But then she got freedom because that jury fucked up. But they were just trying to save her life because everybody knew she was guilty. They were just trying to get the death penalty off the table, and that's what that's what they hoped would happen with Brian, because the justice system is so fucked up. When you get wrongfully accused, you honestly take a plea bargain over risking spending the rest of your life in jail, because it's easier, and you don't have 5 years to spend in jail to prove your innocence. So that's what they want. They bet on that with BK. They bet on him taking a plea and not fighting this, and they were going to try to bargain with him to get the death penalty off the table. And they didn't think that they would be able to prove his factual innocence. And so that's what they were doing. They were trying to railroad him like they do with so many people in this country. And that's why it's so fucking scary. And people need to open their eyes, because this happens, and it's not easy to prove your innocence. And you
But
actually.
Nelly, what were you? Because I want Nelly to finish what she was saying. If
Okay.
I was just saying exactly what Sunny finished for me. Actually, was that, from the beginning, before Koberger was caught, it was targeted. The community should not have been afraid, because this was a targeted attack. It was a victim or the 4 victims, and could have been the house. But now, if he's not been stalking, what happens to targeted? And if it was Bundy, if it was a Bundy type case, why did he walk past Dylan so many times? He wouldn't have cared which woman he got. He would have just gone in there and opened a door and gone for it, which is what Bundy did. And all those cars out the front, he wouldn't have known how to get in. It's more ludicrous than it was before. I just feel that we've moved from, that's another narrative that's changed. We've moved from targeted now to random.
Yeah. One second, real quick. Frank, I just kicked you out of my backstage. Stay the fuck out of my backstage or channel, any of that shit. You lost your channel and shit for a reason. I don't want any kind of connection with you, or I don't want you in here at all, dude. So, go do something else, man. You lost both your channels for a reason, and you did some sick shit. So, get out of here, man. I don't need you coming up here, and there's nothing you can say that's gonna, increase anybody's IQ. So, what were you saying, Ellie?
Yeah, just that, really. I don't think they can compare it to Bundy at all. There's absolutely nothing in his past. I mean, Bundy had escaped from prison, and he built up to going into that sorority house. There's only two serial killers that I know of that I've researched, and that's BTK and Bundy, who took out
He's nobody now, Stargaze.
Took out.
Yeah, but they keep trying to compare him to, he studied under the woman that taught BTK. Oh, he's, Ted Bundy went smart just like him. Like, come on, everybody is their own, individual person. So stop trying to compare him to anybody. Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing he has on his criminal history is stealing his sister's cell phone. And people want to say that his dad knew that he was a murderer when they were driving back to Pennsylvania. But his dad is the type of person that's going to call the cops on his son to hold him accountable as a teenager, so that he learns this lesson early, that you don't steal shit for drugs. You don't steal from your family. You don't do this shit. This is wrong. He called the cops on his own son for stealing his sister's phone. Okay, that's the only thing on his record. But he's gonna know that his son is a mass murderer and drive across the country with him and not do anything about it. And he's in on it, and he probably had a part in it, and he probably did it himself, and all this shit. That'd be out of your mind. And the other point is, he would not start with a quadruple murder to back Nellie. There is so many things that he would be doing before he would get to a murder, and it would be on his record. And you're right, he broke out of jail when he killed those sorority girls, and he just needed to do that because that's the mentality of serial killers. It's like a drug, and they have to do it. And he just did that because he knew he was gonna end up getting arrested again, and he knew he was gonna get the death penalty.
Yeah, he had nothing to lose. And you know, the other interesting thing was that when he went into the sorority house, a girl saw him. He freaked out because a car pulled up, and as Bundy was leaving, a woman saw him, a young woman, and you know, cops were called within 20 minutes. That he then went from there to another house, and the next door neighbor heard screaming and, you know, kind of noises that weren't natural. The next door neighbor, and she called the cops and saved her life. Which makes me doubly, triply question Dylan and Bethany. They were in the same house.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that earlier, and it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? She was in a frozen shock phase, but yet she wasn't scared because she fell back asleep. Oh, well, that's what adrenaline will do to you. It'll just scare the shit out of you so that you fall asleep. I mean, it's just like, again, they're twisting it to make it fit. They're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, and I don't understand how they can see. Like, everybody knows those surveys and how it's biased. Oh, I'm sorry, Nellie. I'm gonna mute myself again.
No, you're good.
No, I think this survey, well, you know, the witness that they had who does the surveys, and Taylor, I think they missed a trick because, you know, they were banging on about stalking, and Thompson said, you know, it's false that he stalked a victim. That is not in the public domain. It is in the public domain because they put it in the PCA very strongly that it was really likely that he stalked the victims. They strongly insinuated and used the word stalked. So if I had been on that stand, I'd have said, well, actually, in the PCA, you said that you wanted to see if Koberger had stalked the victims, and then went on to describe 12 phone pings to back it up. And that is fact.
Exactly. You're right on, Nellie. Truth. It is in the PCA. It is in Payne's statement, and he used the word stalked. So those of you that don't believe that was in the court records, it is. Go back and read Payne's statement. He used the word, and then, like Nellie just said, he went on to describe these phone pings that cover 50-mile radiuses, that he could be in the whole 50-mile radius.
But yet they drew out his fucking route. Come on.
Yeah. So,
like I always say, I was born on a fucking Friday, but it was not yesterday. So I don't understand. Like you said, I don't understand how everybody can look at the totality of all this and say that you can, that you could, you know, put this man in front of a firing squad right now. There has to be some kind of bias in your, you know, thinking or heart for you to think that, based on, like you said, if this is a fact-based trial, this dude's getting off. Sorry, it ain't happening. Unless they got some kind of smoking gun that they would find, but guess what? Where are they going to find it? Their crime scene's gone. So, good luck.
Yeah. Well, the sad thing is I think people that...
And don't get mad at me. I didn't knock the fucking house down. Okay? I didn't do this kind of investigation. They did. All right? I'm just a messenger here.
It was a cover-up. Green wrote in his book in the last chapter about this, and he literally said in his book that he himself, Green, president or CEO or whatever of the university, meeting with the LE twice a day. He wrote that in his book for all the world to see. That is illegal, unethical. He should not be involved. And the reason he is involved is because he's a big part of the corruption in that city, and he needs to be involved to help cover it up. And why was there so much police presence outside the Sigma Chi house before BK was arrested? Why was there so much police presence there, guys? Really think about that. What do you think possibly could have been going on in that house? Do you think that maybe a story was getting crafted? Do you think that maybe they were talking about how they were going to all be on the same page, and this is what we're going to do because we got to arrest somebody because they're breathing down our necks and people are scared and the whole university is going to crumble because nobody wants to send kids to school there?
Well, a huge piece of evidence that's going to tell me basically, mostly everything is, are all the wounds consistent with the same weapon? Because I believe they're not. And that's my opinion. Because again, you're talking about I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt on upstairs, okay, on the 3rd floor. But on the 2nd floor, there's no way Ethan watched Xana, or Xana watched Ethan get stabbed and just sat there and did absolutely nothing. Well, because if they actually did something, there would have been DNA all over the joint. He would have fought him off, been swinging the knife around, like you said, possibly injured himself. But yet, and then the dude goes back to work, and then he goes and gets a fucking physical, a haircut, like grocery shopping the next day. Are you kidding me? That's what somebody that just took 4 lives did. Like he does this for, like every other Saturday. Come on.
Yeah. I was on a panel a while ago, and this lady posed that to me, or I posed that question to her, and she said that Ethan was really, really, really drunk, and I have experience with that to the point where I used to black out and not know and be passed out, and that kind of stumped me for a little while on, oh, well, maybe he could have been really, really drunk or drugged or something to the point that he was so comatose that he couldn't put up a fight, but no. That's not the truth. And exactly what you said, I think Steve G even said it. The wounds are not the same. And he had to have been talking about Maddie and Kaylee because both of those girls were his daughters, basically. And he was talking about that. He literally said the wounds are not the same. And those were the 2 girls that were together. So no, I won't give all the people that want to say that I'll give you even the upstairs. Hell no. There were 2 people. There was at least 1 person, if not more, for each of those victims.
Yeah. What's up, Brian?
Hi, Brian.
Mr. Willie, I am so glad to see that you got your channel. I am thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled, my friend.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man.
No, how long ago did you do it?
Well, I had somebody's background noise is really bad. I think it might be. I'm gonna mute you up there for right now. Can you mute? I'm gonna unmute you and unmute you. See if it works. She has some background noise.
How long ago did you get this up? I was thrilled.
I went.
For you, Willie. It's like my little child.
Well, I just kind of was like, fuck it, and went live yesterday and really wasn't expecting, anybody to come up. And then Rich and Ashley both hit me up. And Rich wound up coming up on panel and we had a great conversation and he told a lot of stories about Brian. So I think you're like, dude, I think you'll enjoy it because I know you've been wanting to know, that information. So
yes. I'm just thrilled, and I'm also glad to know that I was afraid you were going to say Brian. It was 3 months ago I came up. I'm like, oh God, I miss Willie.
Oh no, dude, it was just yesterday. No, it was just yesterday.
Congratulations, man. Dude. Good for you.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I just like that everybody's here and everybody can have their own opinion, whether he's guilty, not guilty, in the middle. I don't care. I just, as long as everybody respects each other and shit. But again, if you have some beef, and you want to hash it out in chat, I ain't gonna kick you either. Trust me. So,
okay, am I allowed to mess with you for 20 seconds?
Yeah, okay.
Tell you, okay,
what do you got?
Happened to me earlier this morning. And
I'm
I'm not
glad.
going to tell you guys where this came from yet because that could turn some of you off. But let me just do this my way. Willie.
Stargaze. Mm-hmm.
No. Oh, God, stuff. No. Okay, so.
Brian's quiet. No, he sounds good on my end.
Where
Turn
do we get informants from? So
There
we
you
can
go.
go for bank fraud.
Mm-hmm.
We can go informants from mafia. We can go informants for whistleblowers.
Let me turn Brian up a little bit. Mm-hmm.
We can go informants for political corruption.
Much better.
But the truth of the matter is, informants are truthfully, basically from drugs. You guys, in the tons of motions in this case, informants are hugely discussed. And as you know, Willie, from several nights ago with Dago, I have moved over into the point to where, well, and I mean, and hey, look, let me tell you, a lot of it isn't all totally me growing any balls. Okay. I mean, the climate has changed in the last year. Okay. Where I'm now allowed to do some of my Nora and some of my Cara and some of my drugs. Trust me, I got bounced. I got comments deleted anytime I mentioned drugs a year ago. But let's get real. Why is there all kinds of informant stuff in motions and filings for the last year?
Mm-hmm.
Ask, answer. Can you guys,
ladies?
I'm sorry. Okay, wait, I can't hear.
I say corruption because they're hiding the 8 ball. And yes, I do think drugs is part of this case, but it's not Brian. If they had the right guy in jail, why would they need to hide people's identities? This guy's in jail. He's not getting out if he's guilty. He's gonna get shot. He might get shot when he's innocent. So why are you fucking having to protect people? If you got the right guy, nobody needs protection. He's in fucking jail.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's
Just
not
like
what I'm asking. No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why am I the one that's not coming through clear?
No, you're good. Go ahead. Ask me one more time.
Okay. Hi, Too Fast for Fleas. I love Too Fast for
I turned
Fleas.
you up, but I mean, I don't know how high. I'm supposed to turn you up here before you're screaming.
Hi, American.
Go ahead.
Hi, War. Okay. I'm
Go ahead,
just
buddy.
saying, you guys,
War's here? What's up, War?
It's time we
American,
just accept this. Okay. It is. Yes, they're pretty blonde girls. Yes, blah, blah, blah. The reality is Maddie and Xana's mom and stepmom were dealing hardcore drugs that kill other families' college kids. That's just fact. That's not me.
Tell me you don't believe that.
Look up the criminal records. Look up Nora Hatrock's criminal records. Look up Cara.
I looked them up. Maddie's stepmother has definitely.
So they've been what?
Yeah, Xana's mom is in prison right now. That's not the point, though. Those girls did not get killed because those two turned state's evidence. That is not what happened.
They did. Yes,
no.
They did.
They did. But that's not why their girls got killed. That is not.
That is why their girls got killed. Do you realize that both those mothers did their stuff 2 weeks before they got killed?
Yeah.
Go look up the criminal records of.
But then why? So then, but then why would 4 people and not everybody in the house go then?
You don't plan for Kaylee to be there. You didn't plan for Ethan to be there. Now, when 2 people go into a house to kill people on a professional hit, one hangs a right and goes upstairs. The next professional hitman goes towards, they know the rooms, they know exactly what they're doing. Now, there is a problem when you're going in with a giant knife and masks on to kill people when 2 other people happen to be in the room. What choice do you have? You kill them. I mean, what are you supposed to do? The reality is Xana and Maddie were the targets. The other 2.
how are they handling the other person in the room while they're killing the one person? What's the other person doing? Because they're 2 by 2 in each room. So we have one
Do
killer
you
person.
really think it? If no, wait, we have more than one killer. First off, we have
No,
2 hitmen.
2 killers, but there's 2 people in the rooms, and you're saying one goes upstairs, so that one has two girls at the same time, and the one downstairs.
How hard is that? They're high. They're high as hell. Okay, upstairs, those 2 are wildly buzzed. How hard is it to stab one, stab another, and then go kill them?
I am very well aware of how people are when they're drunk, but they're not going to scream. They're not going to punch this guy. They're not going to get anything under their fingernails and scratch his face, and they're not going to do anything.
But wait. May I ask who I'm speaking with? I can't see the names.
Spirit.
Who?
Sunny Spirit. I actually know you from Dago's channel from like, I don't know.
Okay, wait, no, you're breaking up a little. Wait, say your name. Are you SENY?
Sunny Spirit.
Oh. Okay,
Sunny
go
Spirit,
on. I'm sorry.
My point is just, if you're saying there's 2, this sounds like that you're buying Jay Embry. Is that the story that you believe?
Well, no. And really, you can testify. I have thought this for the last 9 months. Have I found Embry's stuff incredible? You bet. Because he's smarter than me.
Somebody's mic is like here. I'm gonna mute some people so I can find out who it is.
Yeah,
go ahead,
it's
Brian.
weird.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, yeah, no, there's something going on where I can't even hear
Yeah, it's her
right
mic.
box.
It's her mic.
It's me. It's me.
No. It's okay. Sunny's mic.
Yeah, and I wish I could tell. Are we saying SENY?
No, SUNNY.
Let me mute her now.
Oh, sunny as in sunshine.
There we go. Maybe it's better.
I'm slow. No, you guys, but okay, Sunny, I want to ask you this question. Why in all these filings are we talking about informants back and forth? Why? If this isn't drugs, why do we have all these informants?
Because, well, we don't have all of these informants. We are trying to hide the corruption. There's corruption deep in this town. And yes, it does have to do with drugs. There is drugs involved, but those 4 people did not have professional hitmen come and kill them over that. And trust me, I know that happens.
Shut up.
People get killed all the time over drugs like that, and there are professional people with the mafia and these cartels and shit that go do shit like that. I know that does happen, but I do not believe that in any way is part of this case. Those moms.
Okay, and we agree to disagree. So may I ask you then, what do you believe is the reason why this tragedy happened?
I think there's a lot of reasons. I think some of it has to do with Greek. I think a lot of it has to do with the Greek life and the cover-ups and the drugs in that town and all of the people involved with the drugs in that town and how these people are making money in this town. And it is deep, but it wasn't, the girls were not part of that. And if they were, it was at a very low level.
Okay, am I allowed to respectfully ask you a question? So in terms of what you're saying back to me, you truthfully are saying that you think that some 20-year-old frat boy who's a little pissed off is going to have the skill set to stroll on over to 1122 and completely hack 4 people to death in the most savage way known. Like, where would a frat boy have that skill set? Whatever went on in 112, those people had a skill set to be able to get rid of 4 people in 9 minutes. Are you saying to me that you believe?
Well, hold on a second. If it's other people, then who the hell says the timeline's 9 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't 9 minutes. And no, it wasn't.
Okay, no.
It was a lot.
So I'm saying,
Okay,
So
all
if
right,
it's other people, the timeline's a hell of a lot longer.
okay,
in my
but
opinion.
that does not negate my question. So
Like,
you are saying that you believe that a couple of 19-year-old frat boys have the skill set to go chop up 4 people.
Yeah, dude. People with knives. I mean, 2 people with knives overpower. Yeah, of course.
Really?
it
Yeah.
wasn't just 2. First of all, it was not just 2, and there are police officers from
Why not?
Moscow that are involved with this, that helped with this, that are the reason that this is not only a frame job, but a cover up. It's a cover up. People need to understand that it's not just a frame job. It's not just about Brian being wrongfully accused. It is a cover up.
Why are these
for-
people so important to cover up for?
Because
Oh,
they,
I'm not even going to Brian being a cover up. Brian had nothing to do with it. Brian got hired in April of 2022 at Pullman. He was undercover, so he was involved.
He is not. He was not. No, he was not part of this murder, and he did not get hired to murder people. He's not a professional.
No, of course he didn't. He doesn't know. He doesn't do K-bars. He does laptops. I mean, Brian is a wussy.
And
Okay, Brian does not know how to chop up kids
and
to this degree.
Brian,
That's
if
ridiculous.
you do your research on some of these kids, you should go to Bubbly Waters page and see some of her shit about the people.
I love Bubbly.
Yeah, the knives. Who in that Greek community knows how to use knives? Go watch Bubbly Waters. She'll show you.
Oh, they're
One of those
making
girls-
poses and they're chopping a watermelon.
No. One of those girls works at. Like, I think she actually lives in
I
Florida.
mean,
And I
really,
think-
Sonny, come on now, my dear.
Oh,
That's
you
just,
went
I love Willie's laugh, though. I always have. Willie's laugh, I love.
Hey, listen,
But
I
no,
like
it is stunning to me at how all of you, and I truly do believe it has something to do, same thing with Gabby, like with that pretty little blonde thing. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's like, no, these little pretty girls weren't involved in selling and dealing drugs. They were.
They very well might have been selling or dealing drugs. That's not what I'm saying. They might have been, but they're low level and they are not hits for their parents. That is not what happened here.
No, it's not hits for the parents.
And if it was hits and it was professional, you best believe that a professional hitman is gonna fucking do their reconnaissance.
Sonny, you're missing me. Hi, Angel. Sonny, you are missing me. I am not talking about the girls. You had the whole answer here is Cara and Nora Hatrock. The entire tragedy is Cora and the stepmom.
Hey, LA.
Okay,
Then-
you guys need to go back and
You
you
mean
need to
Cora.
follow their criminal history for the month of
I have. I know
September.
exactly what you're talking about. Xana's mom is in prison right now. They both had.
That is not the question.
They
That
both
is not
had-
the question.
they
Here's
both had-
my take. Here's my take. Right, all of this, okay, doesn't matter. Okay, because they're going after Brian. So I don't give a shit. This, that, and the third. Who it might have been. Okay, we can talk about who it might have been for another 24 hours. Okay, but the subject at hand is they're going after Brian with the evidence that they have so far. And so far, the defense has come forward with, in my opinion, a pretty goddamn strong alibi and a pretty reputable expert, in my opinion. And the prosecution is refusing to hand over everything to the defense to build a solid defense. And that is what we should be focused on, rather than who did this, because again, these are victims' families, and again, you can say this for a fact, Brian, but you don't know who did this for a fact. So to say that this that's a little silly. Okay, now if it's your opinion, that's fine.
Said I knew it for a fact. I believe there was multiple people. Okay, but I don't know for a fact it was multiple people, because there could be somebody that has skills. Okay, that is quick and but again, it's not Brian. It's like they have the wrong guy. No, do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm saying it is Brian? That's not at all what I'm saying.
No, not at all. I'm saying
Okay.
I'm saying we can talk about who it might have been and this, that, and the third, and what might have. But the subject at hand is the evidence being presented, and what the evidence is putting forward, and like that should be the discussion, because again, this is such a clusterfuck. Okay, where we have a judge that can't even hit. We have a judge that can't even hit a gavel. Okay,
Absolutely
and the reason
not. He's
and the reason
absolutely
he can't
useless.
is because the judge sees exactly what we see. He knows this is a circus, but unfortunately, he has no choice but to move forward. And I think it's going to get to a point where the Supreme Court's going to be is going to get involved. Mark my words. That's all I'm going to say.
I just want to make 2 points before we get out of that. I just want Brian to know that I do know Xana's mom and Maddie's mom had trafficking charges, and 2 weeks before the kids got murdered, they both got their charges. They just got them way down, which probably means that they did flip on somebody. But I'm saying I know all of that, and I'm saying I still don't believe it in any way that has to do with their deaths. I do not believe that some hitman got hired from these drugs, the mafia or the whatever, to go have a hit on these kids. There's just
I've always said if it was the car. I mean, I know some people believe it's the cartel. I can't get there only because I know the cartel takes everybody out. Okay, and they're going to start
doing a cartel. I'm just doing regular fentanyl highway. The
But that's-
fentanyl superhighway runs through that area.
Well, who do you think controls it?
If you go back and you look after they pled out and you go to the following month, which I have done, the busts in that area soared. Okay. All I'm saying is I've done it. I looked. Okay. And the next month it soared. Now, we all know in order to get felony trafficking charges dropped, you sing. So when you sing, what would happen logically next? Just Google it, you guys. Busts would soar. Busts soared.
I don't need to Google it. No, I know what happens, and that this is not it. This is not that situation. Hi,
Stevie.
Stevie here?
Yes, Stevie's here. Hi,
What's up, Stevie? I should throw a wrench out. Why? Well, okay. Everybody's welcome. Somebody's mic's fucked up though, and I got to figure out who.
No, I know. Should I wait? Let me turn mine off and see if that helps. Okay.
All right, just for a couple. Yeah.
I'm not love always. I'm not blaming parents. Okay. What I am saying is facts are here, and both of them were severe felony traffickers. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming anybody. I don't think it's your mic.
I don't think it's your mic.
Okay, wait, let me turn mine off and you tell me, Willie. You know, I don't know how this stuff works. Hold on, I'm going to push it off and you tell me.
All right, go ahead. Or let me just mute your ass. There we go. All right.
Is mine working?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Sonny, say something.
I was muted.
It's definitely your mic. Do you have what do you want? Like, do you have like your headphones in or something like that?
No, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, it's crackly as shit. Try hopping down and then I'll drop the link and then you can hop back up.
Okay.
All right, because it's bad. All right, cool. So Brian, you're good. Yeah. So yeah, because when you were talking for a little while there, Brian, you were good. So it must be her mic. There we go.
No, and it sounded like water. It sounded like bubbles. Like, is that what it is? But I'm still thrilled to death that you got on. And you know what? I haven't even. Well, no, wait. I guess I have, haven't I? Yes, I have. Okay, wait. I have to subscribe to my Willie. And I gotta add a like to my.
Listen, you better subscribe, man.
No, I was so fucking blown away. It was like, oh, awesome! He got his channel finally. I think that's great. Okay, where were we? Oh,
and this is a safe space for everybody. I'm not gonna, start kicking people out because of this and that.
Yeah, no. That's old YouTube. That's old YouTube. We've all evolved to where we can discuss it.
Like I said, man, people got issues. If people got issues, okay, bring it here and hash it out. In chat. I don't mind. You know, I mean, you know,
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, yeah, it's
sure,
absolutely fine. And I'm
I
sorry,
mind
and I
my
don't
own
care.
business. You know?
Yeah, no, what anybody says, people are going to disagree. But in my
Everybody hit the like button if you
opinion,
can.
the truth is, like or not, Lana was
Yeah, they
the
got issues,
YouTuber that changed the entire environment of moderators, of not sitting there
right, Angel?
kicking out people and blocking people. Lana was the one that invited this world to hit the like,
Yeah,
hit the
Lana's
don't
chill.
like. Yeah, no, hit the like, hit the don't like, whatever. Make your voice present. And she is the one, in my opinion, that has absolutely taken YouTube to where it is today in terms of we are able to disagree. We are able to
Well, people don't
discuss.
like her because she actually like digs and finds out shit, and I don't understand. You know, because at the beginning, I was basically told like, don't go over there because it's all conspiracy
Oh, I
theories,
love
and
it.
I go over there and she's digging into shit, and I'm like, damn, she don't play around, and I like that shit. Like
Oh, me
doing stuff
too.
on a
I
whim
adore
and
Lana's awesome.
not planning shit, just doing stuff on a whim, getting shit done, like So when I went over there, I was like, "Phew, the fuck, I should have been over
Oh,
here a little while ago."
and really, this is funny. I went up on her thing yesterday or the day before, and
Mhm.
I was like starstruck. Okay, and I could only be on for 10 seconds because I was with a superstar. Okay,
Starstruck. The fuck?
I'm serious. I was just, oh my God, I'm with Lana. Yeah, and I had
Oh
to
my
get
god.
down. Oh, I think she's
Oh
great.
my.
But she changed the landscape of this entire community. Okay. Because before it was like you get kicked off. Like, I don't know, really, how long have you been on true crime?
Only I don't know when ever since they fucking arrested the dude I went to school with.
Okay, well, let me tell you
That
something.
long.
No, let me tell you, really, that's funny. Really, let me tell you how it was 5 years ago. If I would have not lasted, I would have lasted about 20 seconds before you killed me and everybody in the chat totally killed me and I was blocked off of chat. If I said what I just said in the beginning,
Well, you gotta
you
understand, dude. You know the road I've been through, so I understand the road you guys have been through, and I'm not just gonna start fucking booting people like that because I know how it feels to be on the other end. You know. That's
oh,
why I welcome
yes,
everybody, man. Now, again, if you start talking about people's race and you start talking about people's, like shit that you shouldn't be saying, like religion and shit, then obviously I'm gonna kick your ass out. But if you want to, I promise somebody and you're like, yo, bitch, I heard you were talking shit on the other live and da da da. Hash it out. I'm not gonna kick you. The fuck?
yeah, it's
I'm not
just,
gonna
but
kick. I'm not
Lana,
gonna kick people out because other
no, but
people dislike each other.
Lana
What's
was
up?
the
What's up?
first
Amazing.
one. Atlanta was the first one that got that whole mindset going. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
wait. Now, is there someone new on the right box? Who's
Hold
that on
on.
the right? Hey,
Hold
Willie, can
on.
you make the names come up?
I
Like, I
tried, dude.
know
I tried.
Nelly.
I tried like 4 different times. It didn't work.
Okay, I know Nelly. Hi, Nelly. Are you
Oh,
there,
We don't.
Nelly?
I know,
So we
Brian.
have. So we
Hi,
have.
my Nelly.
So we have Willard. We have Beyond the Pale, which is Nelly. We have Brian, and we have Sunny Spirit.
Okay,
Up
wait.
on
How come
panel
I
there.
only see four? You guys are scaring me.
I
I
said
only
4 names,
see.
dude. I included myself, Malaka.
Oh, okay. Oh my
Oh
God,
my
this is
God.
bad,
What the
Willie.
fuck?
I love
Are you smoking?
it.
Are you
You love
smoking two with me, buddy?
guys, can I say something, please? Can I just say something?
Of
I
course,
just
Nelly.
That's funny.
and then I'm going to jump down because it's 1:10 in the morning and I'm shattered. But
Yeah,
I
it's
Oh,
wait
want
over
to
there.
say that Sunny and Brian both have really good possibilities. Both could be it. I listen to Brian, I think, yep, it could be that. I listen to Sunny. I'm more with the frat brothers because I think roid rage and rage, you don't need to be skilled to kill people in a rage. And before I go, I just wanted to say, guys, just to back up this expert witness and losing signal and phone pings, head to Andrea Burkhart. She's a defense lawyer. months and months ago, she put up a video about phone pings and phone signals. She's been there and she said how shit the signal is. And once you get out of that town, your phone dies and that's it. It's gone. So, you know, I think this expert, you know, I know Jose in the chat there, Stickman, he's pro, he's a guilter. That's fine. I respect people's opinions, but I can't respect the fact that people think this is not an alibi. If this expert can prove where Brian was, and he's a bloody good expert. I've been looking at his channel. I've dug into him. He knows his shit. And if he can prove Brian was somewhere else, then game over. And on that note,
Nelly,
guys, chat.
Nelly, I saw him. I saw him yesterday. He is incredible. He is dashing. He is warm. He is articulate. He had on like a beanie cap. He had on a weird coat and tie.
He's fucking warm.
Incredible. Oh, he was absolutely, utterly brilliant. And he was, and he could remember all this stuff. He didn't look at notes. He was sitting down in a chair. And it was apparently he was, I don't know, I didn't catch it, but it was with his wife, okay? And she looked kind of nuts to me. I mean, her eyes were all to the left all the time. I was like, who the hell is this? Like, is she, maybe I was with, but the guy, no, but the guy was brilliant, y'all. And hey, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. It matters if you can hold a jury, if you can engage them, and if you're convincing, it doesn't even matter what you're saying. He was brilliant. I wish it was something with, no, I'm not going to do it. It was something with, it's like some, I don't know, I can't remember, but it was a case I've never heard of, but he was utterly amazing. And I am going to go try to find more of him. You guys look him up. He is everything he's cracked up to be. And this is compared to Payne.
I love him. He is. He's not only likable and charismatic, but he's a smart motherfucker.
Yes. Oh, and good. You saw him? Yeah, was he not fabulous? He was fabulous.
He's so fabulous. And Bill is so frustrated because because Cy is unflappable, and Bill is
gonna be that's like, so neat that you saw him too. He was incredible.
Yeah, and he's so
he was absolutely charming.
His shit. He's gonna win over the jury for
absolutely bright, warm, funny. Oh, he was absolutely utterly.
Yeah, I think if the jury is swaying.
No, wait, Sonny. So wait, tell me, where did you see him? Tell them where to go look. Like I met some.
What are you talking about, Jose?
On the
wait.
The YouTube, the what do they call it? The high flute and siracks, like.
Yes, see, that's why I don't remember. Thank you, Sonny. It's some crazy name.
Socialites Club, I think.
Okay, wait, that might be it. That might be it.
True crime, socialites, crime, socialite.
You know, you're close. See, and he had on like a beanie cap.
Yeah, socialite.
Okay, and like he was.
CV. It says it on his CV if anybody has that.
Okay. And was the wife redheaded that looked a little cuckoo?
No, his wife is dark hair. She looked. I think.
Oh, so then who was the redhead on with him?
I don't know. I didn't see that one, but he.
Well, that makes me feel better because the redhead scared the shit out of me.
So like she has.
Okay, wait, there it is.
Hold on a second, because somebody goes against my opinion here about this expert putting his whole fucking reputation on the line. Jose, if you want to come up, I can drop the link. I'd love to hear your explanation on why you think the alibi is horseshit. Like, I mean, without I won't be a dick or anything. You can come up and give your opinion.
No, Willie's not a dick.
Has like 20 years experience in over 2,000 criminal cases that he has testified for.
He was so good.
And
hi, Boston.
Very specifically, he has never been on the defense side until 11/23, November of 23. The
Keep up, Angel.
actual year and date that this happened, that is when he was retained. And that is the only time he's been retained.
I didn't know that long ago. Isn't that
ever.
neat?
2,000
That's neat.
cases. What's that?
Shoot, I'm not going to remember the name of that site. But
Social
okay.
Look it up.
Oh,
Google it. Google it.
yeah,
Put
but
it
my
David.
hands don't work. You don't quite understand. Some of you guys here know what's going on here with my hands and my spinal cord and everything. I can't go swing around and touch. But yes, he was so good, Gemini.
Yeah,
He was
well,
absolute.
and I said earlier, Brian, if
Socialite
the prosecution's going to try to discredit him as a expert, then they're going to have to let a bunch of people out of jail, because all those people are going to want to, appeal their verdicts. Because if this guy winds up,
Hi, Lord.
if the prosecution is trying to discredit him, then that means all the people that he helped put away deserve to be free. No?
He's so
Yeah.
cute. Willie, have you seen him?
Socialite Crime
Yes, I've seen
Club.
him, but
Oh,
Crime Club.
okay.
That's the name
his
of it.
resume is absolutely crazy.
Mind-boggling.
And-
No, but
and
I'm
to-
saying you. So from what I'm seeing from chat, all of you have seen him like on YouTube in face. Yesterday's the first time I saw him. You all have seen him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and his credentials and everything. I know the guy. I saw him.
What was your impression of him, Willie?
It seems like he's not going to get up there and fucking lie. That's
That's really just concrete but true.
that's all I know. I mean, listen, dude. If it sounds like Anne knows the information that she's waiting on. Okay, Anne already knows.
Sure does.
Anne already
She already has
knows she has a better hand than the prosecution, but
She has it. She has it in her hand. She wouldn't
Yep.
say
Yeah,
it. If she didn't
absolutely.
have it.
and it's not
She
that hard to
already
see.
has it.
It's really not.
And the person
She tells
that
us, for
brought her
Christ's sakes, just read the document. Like, if you read the document and you're not biased, you're like, damn,
the people
she's
that are
really challenging.
No, I faded out when they got to page 5 of the resume. I was like, and a lot of channels did it. I was like, okay, come on now. Yeah, I just zoned out some of my attention span. Oh, do not get me going on Drunk Turkey Show. Him and I have been going back and forth today. Okay, we
Why?
had some. Oh, please. Oh, please. I absolutely enjoyed him a year ago, but I faded out. But starting yesterday, him and I have been going back and forth. That's just ridiculous, dude. You are being ridiculous. Playing off on all this sunset stuff. Oh, come on. Give me a break. There was a meteor shower that night. Brian has some issues. He can't sleep. He drives around. You all said this in the PCA from day one. You said in your goddamn PCA, Brian has the tendency to drive around late at night and the early morning hours over and over and over and over. Then the alibi comes out, and it was he was driving around late at night and in the early mornings, and they all go nuts. It's in the PCA, people. Okay, it's in the PCA that Brian likes to drive around at odd hours. Hello. Okay, it's the same thing with the Petri dish. The car is going to be a Petri dish. The car comes back like a dentist's
Hit that like button.
hygiene.
Yeah, and what did it come back with?
Like a dentist's tool ready to stick in your mouth.
Exactly, clean as a
All
whistle,
sanitized and clean.
And but there's an answer for that. He had a bin bag, or he had a trash bag with him that didn't get it. He got no evidence on the outside of that he then placed. I don't know, on more plastic than he. It's like, he had no time for this shit. If you're gonna tell me that he's on this camera at 4:20, nope. Sorry.
Willie. Frat boys that are in a rage bring garbage bags to put your bloody clothes
Listen,
on. I mean, what's wrong with you?
I still have yet for somebody that thinks he's 100% guilty to come up and explain to me the 3-minute timeline from 4:17.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. You think 100% guilty?
Huh?
You think 100% guilty?
I said I'm still waiting for somebody to come up that thinks he's 100. That thinks Brian is 100%.
No, I thought you were saying you were. I was like, oh my god, I've really missed something.
No,
and I'm not.
I need somebody again. If somebody can explain to me the 3-minute timeline, then I can get with the program. Okay, but again, when there is audio There's audio of a disturbance going on in the home at 417. Yet Brian is on Walenta at 420. He's not speeding away from the scene at 420 because that means we'd have him on camera going into the fucking house, which we don't. So that means he had to get in his car, compose himself, start the car, hit the pedal, and get to that camera and do all that in 3 minutes and still be seen by the witness. Really? If somebody can come up and explain that, I'll get on board with him being guilty.
What's your problem, Willie? Easy peasy after you slash 4 people to death. I mean, come on. What's your problem,
Yeah, but
Willie?
I'm saying,
it's all so nonsense.
But I'm saying at 417. Yeah, I'm saying at 417, Brian. There's still shit going on. Okay, so how the hell did he? How did he finish everybody off? Get out of the home, get in his car, hit that camera in 3 minutes? How?
He didn't.
It's just nonsense. It's been nonsense from months and months and months ago, and it's really scary. But now let's just hope it won't happen. But we all are allowed to hope that those idiots, you all can go to prison if they could ever get caught. Okay, if this whole thing goes ape shit. They can get charged. Like Payne can get charged. Little Santa Claus can get charged. I mean, you can't be doing this shit. You're not
already
supposed to
placed
be.
the phone with them in the car. They can't go back now, Jose. Come on, bud. Dude, listen, if you want to come up, man, please. Oh man. So now his phone. Might have been at the park, but Brian was in fucking Moscow with no GPS.
His laugh is awesome.
Well, listen to this. You have to understand, dude. If Brian went to poll. See, listen. If Brian went to
or Lana's laugh, who wins? Willie's laugh or Lana? Let's vote.
Listen, dude. If he, see, now I lost my train of thought. If he went, what the hell was I saying? If he went to Moscow, okay, and he didn't stalk these people, that means that he would have needed his fucking GPS, okay, because he's not from the area. So he has no reason to be over in that area unless he knows somebody, which he wasn't over in the area. He was at the fucking park. So that right there in itself is just, yeah. No, it's fucked, dude. I'm telling you, when this expert comes forward and everything is presented and everybody is, everybody shuts up. Again, I don't know what they're going to double down on after that, but good luck. Good luck. Because they already said his phone was pinging here, pinging there, which means that they're implying that it was traveling with Brian in the car. So you can't say that, oh, his phone was over here, but Brian was over here. That don't work. The phone was with Brian, period.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did something happen with your?
Well, I just kept trying to talk, and I didn't think anybody could hear me, so I don't know.
I thought you were. I thought you might have been doing something.
Oh no, I was gonna back you up about whoever that guy is that wants to say that Psy is gonna get discredited. All these people that are saying do your homework and do your research on this guy actually need to do their research on this guy, because they're all going to one article and they're quoting one article where this one judge threw out all of his expert opinion because this judge was not a free thinker, didn't have an open mind. Psy was testifying for the prosecution in that case because that's all he did before. And he said, I am more of an engineer than an engineer. And so the judge threw out all of his testimony and called him a hoax because he did not have a degree in engineering. I mean, he just took it completely literally and didn't think about the fact that he's a data engineer. He's a digital engineer. Like he doesn't have a degree, but the judge took it literally and therefore threw everything out. And they're all going to that one article out of billions, I'm sure. And they're seeing that one article.
Yep, that's what I mean. Instead of looking at the most important parts of it, I don't understand that. I don't understand why they're doing that. Like that's not. Why would you be so close-minded like that?
Yes, it is a stoner laugh. It is, but it adds to its charm.
It's a confirmation bias. That's why
That's too strong.
keep saying
Man, it's 420 today, buddy. What were you saying?
confirmation bias. It's just confirmation bias. You said why don't they look at the important stuff? Because people that
Yeah.
have closed minds only go to people and listen to people and read stuff that they agree with. They don't challenge their own
Well, yeah.
views. If they challenge their own views, they would change their mind, but they won't
Well,
let them
I forced myself to go over to Drunk Turkey today, and I endured, okay? And then he and I went back and forth. So I am open to opposing views.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. They just have to make sense, or I'm going to call you out on it. That's all.
Well, no, really, he didn't make sense.
Like if somebody, like if somebody says, like if somebody, like if somebody says, "Oh, Brian's car was over here," like that's not a fact, okay? Because they've never proven that is Brian's car for 100% fact. They don't have his license plate, okay, and they obviously don't have a shot of his face, or else he would have been arrested the next fucking day or in the next couple hours, for Christ's sakes. So they obviously don't have his license plate number or a shot of his face. Okay, because he would have been arrested a long time beforehand, and they wouldn't have had to follow him across the fucking country. Period.
Oh no, I'm going to disagree with you on that one though, because a lot of us think that, like, when we say traffic cams, we're doing old school, like if you make a wrong turn, they flash it. The new cameras now are really kind of on all the time. And a lot of it is like to where they can see the highway 24/7. So like when a big wreck happens, they can call for like fire and ambulance. It's not like flash camera. And Pullman just redid all their traffic cams, and Mob Crew did a really awesome thing on it. Those cameras in Pullman are amazing. Okay, they're brand new, they're latest. And it's basically kind of like a joystick where anybody who's watching them, they can move them. So I think the Pullman cameras would be able to like zoom around and stuff and see the white launcher waiting at the traffic light and zoom in on him. Okay. They're new. Willie, you should know this more than me. Come on.
Okay, great. So where the fuck was it? So where's his license plate number in the PCA? If you disagree with me, where's his license plate number in the PCA?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I have to tell you guys this. Ready? I watched Court TV. Gray Hughes was on it. He's the one that has him.
Oh, I hate him.
Don't even mention that. I don't even know why they have him on there.
Wait. I got to tell you what he said. It's fucking hilarious.
He reminds me of a geriatric patient on my unit.
It's so fucking fucked up, and how people don't realize this is absolutely ridiculous. This is what he said. He showed the stupid fucking Linda Lane footage of him of this car, some vehicle one, and then he's like, okay, well. And then they showed this video of him of this car, and then he said, and the reason that they know it's his car is because when they went in that house, they found the sheet. So the sheet proves that was his car.
The bumbling idiot.
The sheets prove.
Hello? Did we lose her?
Yeah, I don't even know anything about your all's technology, but she has been experiencing technical difficulties for quite some time.
Houston, we have a problem. Hey, if you can hear us, we can't hear anything you're saying. Let me try to mute you, and let me try to unmute you. Hello? You're gone. She gone. You might have to.
Hello?
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 Where the hell are you? Fucking Vietnam? Jesus Christ.
Just answer back and say Saigon, okay?
Saigon.
What a hoot.
Well, listen, guys. It's been we're coming on like 5 hours here. I'm getting a little hungry, so probably like 5, 10, 15 more minutes. I'm gonna shut it down.
Okay. My phone is dying at 1%, so I'm probably gonna bounce.
Yeah,
So I don't
StreamYard will eat your phone battery like it's his job.
Yeah. Have it
So
charged.
it's bad, Willie. So this
It's
whatever you guys call this thing, it's bad.
dude, it eats your bat. Like if you don't keep your phone plugged in, your phone's gonna be dead in I don't know an hour or two.
Dude, I don't have a phone. I don't want a phone. You all are fucking nuts. And I have been right on target. They're hacking your checking accounts. They're changing elections. Okay, they're closing down businesses. They're hacking 9/11 systems that you might need when grandma needs a call. Give me a break. I would never have a cell phone. I never have. I never will. You all
Well,
are
unfortunately,
nuts.
they programmed us. Unfortunately, they programmed us and changed everything to where we need a phone. So,
You think you need a phone?
well, I mean, how the hell am I gonna, number one, pay half my bills? Number two, get in contact with anybody. And three, I wouldn't even be able to sell. Like, I wouldn't be able to do what I do for a living if I didn't have my phone. So, yeah, it's.
Not true. Not true. You could do it on a PC.
But that's still. I mean, that's what they can hack a PC. They don't know
Well,
my
no,
shit on a PC.
my thing with the telephones is like you pass people, and hey, look, this is before the surgery when I could walk. Okay, but you can pass a table of like 6 kids, 20 to 22, at a Starbucks or something, and they're all sitting at a table, and every single one of them are staring down at their cell phones. Now, to me, I'm thinking, goodness. If each of you invited every one of the people each of you are talking to here to Starbucks, you could all talk to each other face to face. Really? Are you serious? Cell phones are like Willie and I will go meet for a hamburger, and I'll bring up the newspaper and you bring up a book. What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? You guys can't cross the street without staring at your cell phones. And I am certainly got a big mouth. What are you all talking about all the time?
It's not.
Me.
It's more of like I don't know, man. It's like a distraction, in my opinion. Stupid videos.
But what are you all doing
Hey,
on
listen,
your cell
it's like
phones?
listen, bro. Let me tell you something. Sometimes I'll catch myself up at like I don't know 3, 4 o'clock in the morning watching 2 dudes in a jungle build a pool with 2 bamboo sticks. Now, do I know why? No, I don't know why. But I'm chilling. These dudes are building a pool. Everything's cool.
Okay. I'm missing it, aren't I, Willie?
Oh, I think she fell down.
That's funny.
No,
I'm
I mean, listen,
missing a
but
lot.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. You're not missing shit because I truly wish that I didn't need my phone, and a lot of the social media shit didn't exist. That's why I don't do anything really other than Facebook. I mean, I barely know how to use my email, for Christ's sakes. Like I don't, and I'm 30 years old. I mean, I should know how to use all this shit. I should be tech savvy, up and down. But I don't like it, man. I don't like how it's divided us. Like you said, people are always like,
I think you're tech savvy, Willie. I think you're wildly tech savvy.
You're out of your mind, dude.
Well,
I made my fucking whatever this thing's called, the thumbnail thing with like Snapchat or some shit, dude. Like I'm not tech savvy, man, at all. I wish, but again, I liked back then when everybody liked their neighbor, everybody knew their neighbor. You weren't scared to go knock on their door.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And today, everybody, it's different. It's just different times, man. And I don't like it.
Well, no, but I still say walk by and say hello. Now, 99% of the time, nobody says hello back to me, but I'm at the point where I don't give a shit anymore. I still say hello, and I still like. And okay, let me ask you this, Willie. This will be neat because you know this, okay? And it happens most to me on Thought Riot podcast. All the other, the other channels that I go on and stuff, and I've gone up on panel, you all kind of know that I'm old and my hands, okay.
Yeah.
But to you guys, in chat, if you type a lot, which I do, okay, and this was like 2 months ago, or all of a sudden I learned it. I was like, oh my God, that's what I must come off like on Thought Riot podcast, is typing a lot in chat.
Hold on, Twizzle.
Comes off as spam. I'm asking. Because I type a lot. Because I'm from a generation.
When you type, you'll be like, haha, Willie. Yeah, I saw that yesterday afternoon. So like when you type, it's kind of like it's spaced out. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, I do know that because I'm afraid of, with my hands not working, if I hit the wrong key, then it goes away.
Oh,
and I have
okay.
to start all over. But to you guys, your generation, that is like spam, right?
I mean, it's not spam. It's just like I said, when you're making a point and you say half of it, and then a couple other people comment, then it's just, it's tough sometimes to put it all together. I mean, I know how, because I've seen you, I've seen you type so many times. But for somebody who doesn't know you, it's a little tough.
Okay, so it's not really like formally called spam.
No, spam is like a spam call or a spam messages, like in your email.
No, like spam on YouTube chat.
Oh yeah, well yeah. If you type like, I don't know, if you keep typing L, or you keep typing, I don't know, 1, or you keep typing FU or whatever, you're spammer. You're spamming. You keep typing the same thing over and over.
No, but the way you just, that makes me feel better though. The way you just described it to me.
No, you're actually making a point.
Right, and I can be exhausting and overwhelming and all that. I've been that way
like
my whole life.
Heather spamming. You see Heather, look, spam.
Okay, good. No,
that's
I
spamming.
know I have been sensitive, because to me, I have been with Thought Riot from the beginning, and I absolutely knew
Australia.
They were terrific. But then to me, someone said to me and explained to me, like, no, the way you are doing it, where you type and click, you can come off as spamming. And I'm like, I am not trying to spam anything. But the way you gave it back to me just now, Willie, is helpful, because you know that I'm just trying to do it the best I can, and I'm old.
Of course. Hey, man, I've known you for, dude, listen, trust me. I know all, how you type, how you talk, all that shit, dude. We talked a million times.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Hi.
What's up, Twizzle?
I just drove through that 16-lane intersection, buddy.
Twizzle.
Brian, I drove through that 16-lane intersection, buddy.
I love my Twizzle.
What happened?
No, wait,
Twizzle.
I'm
making fun of him.
I know he is. We bust each other back and forth. Twizzle, can you teach Willie how to make the names come up? How am I supposed to know you're Twizzle now?
You have to click off the comment.
Even if his name came up, his name is Shush to the Haters. So it's not like you know it Twizzle anyway.
No, I know. If I would have shut up, I would have known by his voice.
Well, I'm just saying his name ain't Twizzle.
How are you,
hey, Jody?
Twizzle?
What's going on?
I'm good. I just survived without cell service. Oh, it was so scary. No cell service.
So where did you wind up losing it
at? Right when you turn down to the park, just like I said.
Really?
Yep.
What's up, Jody?
What park?
Hey.
The math could be math, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, what park are you talking about?
Whoa, why?
Oh my God! Oh! Wait, you're there now?
I just got back.
Oh! What? Oh, isn't that something?
You guys want to hear something else?
Yes, we want to hear much more of this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here's a message to the haters. I talked to a guy that worked there, and he said those gates are closed at night, but they are not locked. So, I don't know how Brian could have got in there at night.
The gates are 2 feet high, Twizzle. Pull up.
So you can
could walk around them. You could open it and drive through it and shut it.
Brian could lift up his right leg and hop over it and go. I mean, he's not in there for a drive, okay? Like
Exactly.
all those little drunk turkey people. Oh, you're in the middle of the night. You're on the side of a mountain.
Well, hey, listen. All I know is Jeff H said that they lock and shut the gates at night, and he put a white Elantra on it, so it's obviously true.
Well, there goes another theory down the drain.
Isn't
All
Sorry.
right, gentlemen, 1 second. Jody, what is your take on all this? Welcome up. Welcome up, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Hi,
So-
Jody.
Hey, my
Welcome
thing
to
is
the
when the PCA first came out, everybody, I feel like a majority of people just instantly took it for what it was. Okay, he's guilty. And then the more you read it, the more you started questioning things. And that's where I was like, as soon as they said there was no DNA in the car, that kind of sold it for me right there. I was like, yeah, how is that going to happen? Not a speck of DNA.
Hey, I've got a big
Nothing.
question for you right now. Then
Uh-huh.
What's
why
up?
didn't you double down like a lot of other people did when the DNA wasn't found in his car and say that he cleaned it?
Because there's no way, in my opinion, that you can clean all of that. And that's what, like, I'm sorry if y'all can hear background noise. I'm driving. But, so I'm on Reddit, and I read a lot of things on there. And I swear they all gang up on me with, you know, they instantly, if you don't think he's guilty, they just, they say you're in love with Brian. I'm like, are you kidding me? Because I have a brain and think for myself. I mean, that's what the jury's supposed to do, is think about all the possibilities, not just instantly be like, oh, he's guilty. But I just got in an argument with somebody on Reddit talking about, I said, there's no way, again, there's no way he can clean all the DNA, even if he did wrap it in plastic. Because once you move the plastic, there's going to be a chance that there, something, a little splatter, a little drop, and you just can't clean every little thing in a car. And
No. Not after. Listen, not in that time frame. Now, again, if he had an hour to sit there and clean himself off and hop in their shower and that kind of shit, and then get nothing in his vehicle, I mean, okay, I can believe it. But if he rushed in and rushed out and had no time to do anything except hit that camera at 420, there's no way nothing, like you said, nothing got anywhere. I mean, a little bit getting on his keys and going in his ignition, a little bit seeping into the seats and him having to replace the seats because there's no way he's getting that shit out. I mean, it's very, very, it's almost impossible, to be honest. But again, people are going to say he had a bucket or he had a bag or, like you said, his car was wrapped in plastic. But if he went through all that, tedious work, he brought his phone with him, and he never got rid of his vehicle. But yet he made so many mistakes, but he's that smart to be able to wrap every single inch of his vehicle with whatever the fuck that stuff's called. And exactly. I'm not buying that.
And then the moment he gets in the car, you're not going to drive around
because he has to grab his door handle. Say that again. Your mic's cutting out a little bit. Yeah, her mic's a little messed up.
You're losing your cell coverage.
A lot of people have been visiting Vietnam, bro. The servers be messed up.
Is that where she's at?
Really?
They out in the jungle. What?
Really? What is this with Vietnam?
And like you said,
there's a cell tower every 10 feet.
No. Now I'm starting to agree with you. Are you in Vietnam? Whoever's making those noises?
Yeah, Jody, your mic keeps cutting in and out.
And then once I get back to I'm not going to jump down.
Oh, you're good. You're with us now.
But your accent is absolutely wonderful. She probably can't hear me. Where are you from?
North Carolina.
There you go.
Good.
Are you by Charlotte?
Yeah, like 40 minutes away.
Wow. That's the only state I live in other than PA, just because it has everything.
That's what I was about to say. It does. It has everything because it's like 4 hours from the beach and about 4 hours to the
Yep.
mountains.
Yeah.
I love it
How
here.
I went
come
there.
Twizzle
Like
isn't
Arizona with the
on
dry
the
heat
screen?
sucked, and to me Florida's too fucking humid. So like right in the middle is perfect. And with the beach right there, woo-wee. Even South Carolina. I don't know how humid South Carolina is. So Myrtle Beach was all right, but
Hey Jody,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
got a question.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever been to Freddy's and gotten a burger?
I've never heard of Freddy's.
Oh my gosh. Go to
Okay,
Freddy's.
Jody,
Look it up
Jody,
on your
I'm
map.
Jody, I'm being very protective of you now. If you do not know or have never heard of Twizzle, it's kind of like me. We both take a little bit of time to get used to. Like I am being protective because I am scared, Twizzle. She has never heard of you before, and that could be like kind of creepy to her. Okay.
No.
Oh,
You
well,
just have
I'll
to-
explain
you
it.
just-
I'll explain it. I'll explain it real
No,
quick.
just-
I have
just
another friend in
Twizzle
Charlotte.
and Brian can be a little complicated in the beginning. You were worth working through, but just giving you a heads up.
I'll
was gonna
explain.
say I've seen y'all on like Clues and Dagos, so y'all are good.
Y'all.
it's like I'm used to your
Okay.
asses.
I have a friend in Charlotte. She may or may not be in the chat currently, and I told her to go to Freddy's, and she also said she'd never been there. So I was just asking if you had, because I was hoping you'd be like, it's delicious, and tell her to go.
I'll have to look
Willie.
it up because I
Willie,
swear
you
I've
ever go to
never heard of
Freddy's
it.
out in Arizona?
No, I went
God.
to In-N-Out Burgers. Was my joint. I'm so
Dude,
pissed that
Freddy's is
I
the
wish I could build
best.
one out here.
Freddy's steak
What's the-
burgers, be there, do it.
No, I
Freddy's?
took it as
What
a
the
play
hell?
on Nightmare on Elm Street. I thought that's where Twizzle was going. We're
No,
on
it's
True
it's
Crime.
a restaurant, dude. They have the best. I say they have the best fast food burgers, but their ice cream is the best.
Freddy's, yeah. I
I'm
definitely don't
literally
got one
looking
around
up
here.
Chinese right now. I'm gonna run in there and pick up the food, and then I'll mute myself real quick.
You
Need
do
something.
have
I
some
gotta look
Freddy's
on.
around
How
Charlotte,
come?
though. So
How come
Grubhub.
Twizzle isn't on the screen, Willie? This is
He
you guys.
is.
I am.
Oh, you're the white dot.
No, that's Willie. I'm Kobe.
What am I? Do I have a picture?
No.
I
Oh,
have no picture. I have no picture again.
Hey Jody,
I
Yeah.
fucking hate StreamYard.
can you say juror?
Juror.
Oh, bummer. I wanted you to say juror like Nancy with her southern accent.
Juror. I cannot
Juror?
the way she says it.
Dude, that pissed
Juror.
me off. That pissed me off when they said it like that.
Dude,
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
why
so
she
funny.
says it like that.
Juror.
A white dot. But yeah, I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna take this down because I gotta go eat. I've been smoking this whole time and
Do
I got the
your
munchies like a
thing.
motherfucker.
what are you gonna have, Willie?
I don't know. I'm gonna go on Grubhub and find something that looks banging.
No, what is your fantasy right now? What food are you absolutely delirious for?
What Brian
I
really
could
means
pick-
is, what do you want to put in your mouth right now? That's what Brian
Yeah,
means.
yeah. No,
Fried
no
peanut
Diddy,
jelly
That could
sandwich.
be true, but I'm gonna try to keep it nice, clean, and wholesome.
no Diddy. I wanna like right now. I want a fresh gyro
I
off
love
the
you,
streets,
Twizzle. You're
off
incredible.
the streets of Corfu. That's
No,
if I could
really,
pick
I
anything in
wanna
the
know
world.
what you're fantasizing to eat about right
Well,
now.
then stop
What do you-
talking, Malaka. I just told
What do
you.
Oh, but Twizzle said something that took my attention away.
No shit. I said if I could pick anything in the world, it'd be a gyro off the streets of Corfu, Greece.
Oh, no, I love gyros.
Now, you guys call them gyros. I mean, they're really called pitas. You know, when you're in Greece, and when people are there and they say gyros, like those people look at you like you have 10 heads for a reason. Just know that.
I was gonna say
Gyro.
Willie, I
everybody's
just
done
want to
eating.
say to you,
We
I'm
should
so
get back up
glad
here.
again you got your channel, dude. Good for you. Good
Yeah,
for
man, I'm glad
you.
everybody. I'm glad everybody stopped by. I hope everybody had a good time and shit. You know, I saw some people got some
We
problems in
did.
chat.
We
It's all
did.
good.
We did.
After everybody's done eating, are you gonna get back on?
Come back on,
Absolutely
Willie.
not. 5 fucking hours.
Maybe tomorrow.
I just came up, but no,
Well,
it's
listen,
fine.
where have you been for the past 5 hours?
At a wedding.
You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
you poor thing. Ugh.
I know.
5 hours.
Nothing
Listen,
worse.
somebody will. Well, where you said you hang out at Dago's and where else?
Clues.
Clues. I'm sure one of them might go
Oh,
live
I
tonight.
love Dago and Clue.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna
So
go
I'm
forward
sure.
around to every channel and see what they're talking about.
Well, no, but we need to find out who's
I know
live.
nobody's talking about Idaho right now. Everybody's talking about
Good
Sebastian.
night, Will.
Oh, come on, you guys. That's just been disgusting. That's clicks for hits.
Looks like Tommy is talking about Idaho, but
Wait, Tommy Jade.
yeah.
I have trouble.
All right, y'all, gentlemen.
I'm not saying you should.
Lady.
I'm just saying he's talking about it.
I
Later,
know.
Willie.
Let's
I
hear it
appreciate
for
y'all
our
coming up.
Willie, our host.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all coming up. I appreciate everybody in chat. I like everybody kept
Bye,
it kind of
y'all.
civil.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
Pinky
Fun.
You're
Hi,
should
welcome.
be.
Josie. Hi,
We
Red.
should be on
Bye.
Hi,
Dinky
Gemini.
tomorrow with this video. So
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
right.
go rewatch all of the rest of it.
Be
All right,
good,
and
y'all. Hi,
did you check
Laura.
out the one from yesterday if you missed it?
Oh yeah,
Brian, you
I
too,
was gonna
man,
check.
because you gotta go
Oh,
check
I
that out,
will.
dude.
I love my Willie. I'm thrilled
Yeah,
you got your channel, dude.
the timestamp with Brian's friend is like should be pinned at the top of the comments or some shit. I did it.
All right.
Look at him talking to me like he thinks I understand all your all's generations
I barely
protection.
understand, bro. I'm trying to say it in layman's terms because I barely understand.
Yeah, look at the timestamp on the megadata affluent as it relates to the choreography of the jams of the metadata, metafaga, metabuga.
Yeah,
Give me a break. Y'all are nuts. But love you
you're
all.
nuts. All right,
I
y'all have a
am
good night.
nuts.
Good night.
Be good.
All
Enjoy
right, good night. I
enjoy
appreciate
your
y'all coming
food,
up.
Willie.
Everybody in chat.
Bye,
I'll
Twisdo.
try to go live tomorrow, and depending on what time my daughter comes home, but if I can go live, and everybody can come back and chill again. Appreciate everybody
good.
coming.
Oh well, thank you.
All right, everybody. Have a great night.
Bye. You too.
All right. See y'all.
It was fun.